As the ancients often said, a bite when you're hungry is worth a feast when you're full. But for this damn protagonist, he got the full combo of starving and broke, yet not even a bite or a feast came his way. This story is about a young man who, in his previous life, was a genuine anime addict, a freeloader who constantly burdened his parents. After he unfortunately died and was reincarnated in another world, things improved a little, only because he no longer had parents to burden. As for being useless and good for nothing, he was exactly the same. Although he felt his life was utterly hopeless, the young man did not choose to end it. Instead, he started a business. Using the shameless freeloading skills from his former life, he successfully scammed himself an enormous house and began building a martial arts hall. So he went from being unemployed to being even more unemployed, since his martial arts hall was emptier than an abandoned temple. Unable to endure poverty and unwilling to let history repeat itself, the young man came up with all sorts of underhanded schemes and plans to gradually refill his wallet. As for what those plans were, please keep watching this story. No more beating around the bush, let's jump straight in. The story opens with a scene that looks exactly like something out of a fantasy drama. What is this now? That colorful place over there is called the Xinjiang continent. Under the radiant light of the Buddhas of the 10 directions, shaped like a bizarre vertical smile, some guy suddenly appears below, cultivating immortality. Before ascending, the young man leaves behind a few words. All living beings are equal. I'm superior, got it? So that old man sitting in a cave has now become some ghostly disciple wearing pink underwear, and he even has abs. Then he starts talking like it is perfectly normal. Hello, cuties. My name is Bui Cho, and I've officially chosen the right civilization. Haha. Thanks to that, I can cultivate immortality too. Now, in less than 3 minutes, I'll be able to. Never mind. I'll be above tens of thousands of people. The scene shifts to Jiangbin City. Instead of everyone peacefully going about their lives, they have all dragged out chairs to stare at the sky. Are they bird-watching or something? Everyone is ecstatic as enchanted light rains down from the heavens. Meanwhile, one introverted guy has distanced himself from the cheering crowd and lies alone outside the city. The others begin shouting, "Someone has ascended! Another person has ascended!" That color means someone has just broken through to the great martial master realm. The young man, looking like an 83-year-old who somehow became 38, lies there chewing grass and thinks, another reckless idiot has made a breakthrough? Those people are so lucky. Then he begins reflecting on his difficult life. My name is Dyke Fong. I live at number 48 Bui T. Xian Alley. I'm a transmigrator, all right. It was nothing special. One day, I was playing video games and skipped breakfast. Then my blood pressure shot up, everything went black, and when I opened my eyes, I was in a cultivation world. At first, I was surprised and confused, but I live by the principle that anger is instinct while calmness is strength, so I immediately got my life together. Damn it, logically speaking, after reincarnating like this, shouldn't I become some demon king and get an overpowered system? While he is indulging in his own fantasies, no, his own narration, someone suddenly whacks his foul mouth with a baton. A shadow flashes past, letting him have a taste of pain. The young man gasps desperately while being squeezed until blood pours from his mouth. Then his destiny. A seductive beauty greets the skinny, starving fellow and flexes her muscles as though she is about to strike again. She says, "Since you sincerely wish to know, I am willing to answer. I am the savior every transmigrator desperately longs for." Ha ha. Posing as seductively as possible, the impoverished fellow declares that she is the legendary Golden Finger System. After struggling with the system for several rounds, the boy is practically coughing blood as he uses every ounce of strength to crawl closer. The system looks at the beggar trying to act cool and says, "Stop staring at me. You can hardly blame yourself. I am renowned as a beauty capable of toppling kingdoms among all golden fingers." Hearing that, Dyke Fong nearly vomits bile. The old pervert continues his introduction. "Listen carefully, kid. You are about to receive the unparalleled martial god system. Let me give you a brief introduction. First, fist techniques comparable to gods. Sword techniques comparable to gods. Staff techniques comparable to gods. Enough. Shut up already. You're giving me a headache," the young man says. In an instant, he transforms from a brute into a smiling Methriya who has mastered divine arts. vegetarian, and chanting Buddha's name in the morning, going wild at night. Then she says she wants to get acquainted. She says she is tired of being a fan. She says those other girls are jealous. He blurts out, then bring them over. Just thinking about it gets him excited. Yeah, that was only a dream. Back to reality. The system rises from the ground and says, I'll help you reach max level, okay? And as a bonus, I'll even give you a 600 square meter martial arts hall. The young man sheds tears of joy as he replies, that's wonderful. At last, I've taken my first step onto the legendary path of cultivation. That ugly bastard is so ugly that even if he were buried, he would still be ugly. Ugly enough to shake a graveyard. Ugly enough to make people mourn the collapse of aesthetic standards. In short, what the hell is this? Cultivation? There is no cultivation here, only prison. The young man continues with an utterly confident look. Is this what you mean by cultivation? Dike Fong is left with nothing but question marks. Spirit root. The moment he hears that the job seems difficult, the guy bolts faster than anyone else. Ah, forget it. My shift is over. Ask someone else if you need anything. I'm paid by the hour, and working overtime won't get me extra money. Otherwise, wait until tomorrow, and I'll come back. Goodbye. See you later. Then he hurries away, leaving behind a boy with an extremely soulful expression, his soul nearly gone, that is. The young man thinks what he meant was, at the spirit root testing stall, Dike Fong slowly reaches out and touches a green lump that looks like a booger. After seeing the message nobody wants to see, better luck next time, the man flips out and screams, what kind of miserable life is this? Hey, I seriously question the outfits and gender of these people. Everything is either disgusting or nauseating. What kind of human dresses like that? The pink-robed man, whom we shall call the fourth disciple, is so startled that his soul nearly leaves his body. What the hell? That's not funny anymore. Every human has a spirit root. You're the only one who doesn't, and now I'm more afraid of you than you are of me. What exactly are you? A human or a damn monster? Explain yourself. Seeing the boy devastated after his first great shock in life, and worried that he might do something drastic, the woman tries to comfort him. It's all right. There will be another chance. Maybe you were unlucky this time, but perhaps that is actually fortunate. Just think of cultivation as something that has nothing to do with you. Thus, for 5 years, I traveled throughout Jeongbin City, visiting every spirit root testing site. But as the ancients said, does wine warm the heart or make it colder in winter? Indeed, the coldest thing in the world is the human heart. What monster slaying, leveling up, conquering the world, and standing atop society. It is all an illusion, a dream that has nothing to do with me. Damn it. From martial master, great martial master, martial spirit, martial king, martial emperor, martial sovereign, martial venerable, martial saint, martial deity. Basically, I might be top ranked in some martial arts game, but in every other respect, I've got nothing. Damn it, nothing matters. Women are fleeting. Only my right hand will accompany me through every road in life. Desperate for money, he turns to borrowing from shady loan sharks. Is this guy Conan or something? Why does he look so filthy? Waving his hand, the man says, people without spirit roots don't have civil rights here. Understand. Having remembered enough of his tragic life, he stands up, stretches, and says, I understand. In this life, if I don't eat dirt, I'll have to eat shit to survive. Look, I don't even have a single copper coin left. Damn it, I can't even afford pig feed anymore. What kind of garbage reincarnation is this? Just as he is starving, some little girl suddenly runs over and calls him father. At that point, he might as well jump off a bridge. Dike Fong looks up in alarm. Well, that sure looks convincing. The young man blurts out, cultivators? The lively little girl runs over and says, Senior sister, look, I've never seen a book like this before. It's so strange. The formerly indifferent man immediately puts on a serious, flattering expression and asks, are you two ladies looking to buy something? I need to use the most accommodating attitude possible. If they have money, I'll do anything. I am starving. The two women instantly recognize a good person. The senior sister thinks, how can a place as poor as Jeongbin City have someone with such an extraordinary bearing? What a pity he is merely immortal. After greeting them, she turns around and says, let's go, Luo Li. Damn it, if this is how the first sale of the day goes, I'll starve to death. With skin as thick as a cartwheel, Dike Fong continues trying to sell his second-hand goods. Miss, I can see that you possess exceptional talent, a martial arts genius seen only once in 1,000 years. Here, these secret martial arts manuals cost only 10 gold coins each. Flattered, the little girl asks to make sure. You mean I'm talented? Really? All right, then I'll take Master Ma's primordial form, Intent Lightning Whip. Then, while someone is trying to do business, that woman puts on an annoyingly elegant air. Grabbing the lively girl by the head, she says, "You would be better off saving the money for something else. We are poor, yet you still want to waste money." Luo Li cries and struggles, saying, "Senior sister, you're being unreasonable. Let go of me. I want to buy it." Seeing her younger sister make such a fuss, the senior sister raises her voice. "Our Qingshan sect is so poor that we can barely survive, and you still have the leisure to read books? There are many things I have not even mentioned yet." Since the girl seems determined not to listen, the senior sister lectures her until she finally understands. "Luo Li, you and I are cultivators. What is so interesting about a mortal's book? It is either nonsense or trash. Why would you buy it?" Although Dike Fong is indeed poor, he still has the pride of a poor man. Furious, he thinks, "What the hell? Should I just flip the table and argue with her? My books teach good morals and meaningful lessons, yet she calls them trash. I should smack her." What is this now? Seriously, am I even living in a normal world? The little girl had been loudly crying and pleading, but then she suddenly takes a deep breath and grows enormous. The senior sister helplessly fears that she might transform into some dragon-like monster, so she gives in and comes over to buy it. The younger sister grins broadly, delighted. Truly, a shameless person always finds someone even more shameless. While the two women hold hands and head toward the green mountains, the man behind them curses loudly. "Hey, my books are 10 gold coins each. Do you people even know how to count? You're cultivators, yet you're this shameless." The two fearless women then leave Jiangbin City. The lively little girl runs over and says, "Senior sister, look, this book is really good. These are stances I've never seen before. Let's study it together." The senior sister sighs and thinks, "Why did I bring her along? What a hassle." Then she answers, "Fine, fine. Give it to me. I'll only take one look." Wearing an expression as if she knows everything, she stares at it. "What are these? Connection, transformation, release. What the hell?" Then, after just looking at it, it feels as though she has been transported into another scene. Was the paper soaked in drugs or something? While drifting through a boundless immortal realm and smoking a pipe, she thinks, this sensation is something only cultivators can perceive. It feels like being abandoned in loneliness by the Milky Way, yet also like being crowded into a sea of fervent celebration during a festival. Forget the little girl's nonsense. I am only paying attention to that old man. Then the image of the system, along with several muscular men, appears before her. The senior sister says with a shocked expression, "What kind of drug is this? Do these people want to fill the emptiness in my heart? Could it allow me to comprehend such pure martial intent?" Then, without anyone doing anything, she lets out a moan, and something unexpected happens. A lewd octopus monster suddenly emerges from nowhere and starts attacking the senior sister with its tentacles. Seriously, is this going to get banned? If the platform sees this, the whole channel will be gone. The once innocent images suddenly become completely indecent. The senior sister, wearing an ecstatic expression, appears thoroughly intoxicated. She has gone from being a cultivator to someone begging for a match, a cigarette, and a glass of water to calm herself down. Breathing heavily, she thinks, "I once cultivated bitterly without any result, but after looking at only one page, I have suddenly understood the philosophy of life. Everything from the heavens above to the earth below." Seeing how overwhelmed her senior sister is, the younger girl rushes over in alarm. "Senior sister, are you all right? Your face is so red. It looks as though someone just knocked you senseless." The senior sister wonders. Even Luo Li broke through several levels and comprehended the martial master realm. Could it be? Could the man selling books earlier be a reclusive master? Oh my God, I must quickly report this to Master. Somewhere on the continent, an old man who can barely catch his breath is still obsessed with dressing like a martial arts movie character. The world calls him Lu Qingshan. Just as he is preparing to stab some meat with his sword and drink, someone unexpectedly thrusts a sword in first and steals the food. With a horrified expression, as though he has been constipated for 3 days, the old man hears someone call his name. Lu Qingshan, I killed that demonic beast. The man continues, thank you for the efforts of your Qingshan sect. Because of you, I was able to take the prize one step ahead of you without expending even the slightest effort. Hearing that, the young man becomes furious. Damn it, he is freeloading off us and still acting arrogant. The old man flexes his muscles and shouts, damn it, all of us spent 6 days and 6 nights chasing and fighting that thing. Then you crawl out of nowhere, steal the credit, and still dare to talk down to us. You bastard. This shameless credit thief is Ning Xuanwu, the patriarch of the Xuanwu sect. After hearing the insults, he grows furious and rolls up his sleeves to retort. My principle is simple. I welcome whoever comes, and I crush whoever provokes me. Do you want to die early, before our duel in a few days, old man? Lu Qingshan turns pale, as though he has encountered ruthless debt collectors. He thinks, damn it, I didn't expect to meet such a reckless madman. Ning Xuanwu and his 500 followers line up in formation, seemingly ready to surround the old man. The young man laughs triumphantly. I will give you 3 days. If you can defeat me, I will leave your sect a way to survive. On the other side, the old man and his disciples listen as the man continues barking. But if you cannot, then unfortunately, your Qingshan sect will ultimately be slaughtered and devoured by my Xuanwu sect. If your Qingshan sect wants to resolve this crisis, then only. There was a way. Before she could finish speaking, the scene suddenly shifted to that little brat, who was bouncing around like a fish and giving a civic education lecture. Is anyone interested in fighting? I guarantee that if you die, someone will bury you, and if you're injured, someone will tend to you. Everyone below the wall swarmed over like flies to filth, all for a ticket to sit there and listen to her nonsense. Senior sister watched and thought, damn it, this is truly insane. Such explosive news about a conflict among cultivators, yet she was sitting there with her chin propped up, totally indifferent. Am I really about to end up living in a pigsty? Dike Fong sat below, eating pastries and drinking tea as he watched her performance. He wondered, now, I finally understand that saying. If a cow refuses to eat grass, the cow is stupid, but if I stay behind, I'm even stupider than the cow. It was at dusk at Qingshan sect. 2 young men were training diligently there. The one whose mouth had been slapped bloody spoke first. The duel is only a few days away. If we don't train properly now, we're beyond saving. The young man with a feather duster on his head replied, what use is training like this now? We'll only be offering our faces for him to beat black and blue. Master has entered secluded cultivation. Maybe heaven will bless him with a breakthrough before the duel. Just as the 2 brothers were sharing their worries, an ugly man popped his head out and said, you two, stop talking nonsense. What do you know? I've followed Master for more than 20 years. Whenever he gets into trouble, he always says, I alone can take you all on. Understand? While their master was inside, cultivating, the idle disciples outside had nothing better to do than argue. Distracted by the noise, the old man opened his eyes and said, why are those brats so noisy? I have lived by one motto my entire life. Never sell my honor cheaply, only expensively. But can I put on sale this time? To hell with honor. If Ning Xuanwu spears me through the face, I might as well be cremated. There won't even be a place to bury me. How am I supposed to fight Ning Xuanwu hand to hand? People always say that those who make many promises also break many promises. Should I just sneak over and ambush him tonight? I have been at the martial spirit realm for years and have never successfully broken through again. Seeing that there was no backup plan, he wept bitterly over his shattered obsession. A voice suddenly called out from behind. Disciple Lan Tuet has an urgent matter and requests an audience with Master. Despite being weaker than anyone else, he still loved putting on a cool, dangerous act. The young man said in a grave voice, come in. A book from the scripture pavilion was dropped onto the floor with a thud. Master and disciple froze for 5 seconds, staring at each other. What is this? Don't tell me you brought the deed to the sect so I can say goodbye to it one last time. Lan Tuet then explained everything again and again until the old man finally understood. For the first time, he saw a bright future waiting ahead. The young man asked carefully, you said he is immortal? Seeing how flustered he was, Lan Tuet stammered, yes. It is possible that he is a peerless expert traveling among ordinary people. Yet after she had practically handed him a path to salvation, the old man refused to listen and even shouted at his own disciple. Nonsense! You are the chief disciple of Qingshan sect. Instead of concentrating on your cultivation and saving the sect, you listen to the careless gossip of mortals? Fool! This book is nothing more than a cheap, obscene magazine, understand? Lan Tuet saw that the old man was so enraged that she feared he might collapse on the spot. She hurriedly tried to calm him down. Master, please calm your anger. Read it first. If your disciple has uttered even half a lie, may heaven strike down our sect. The old man turned pale. I've lived with her all this time and only now realized how vicious her mouth is. If I say another word, heaven might really strike me down. Thus, Master gritted his teeth and opened the Scripture Pavilion book for a look. Then it happened. A strange, dazzling radiance appeared, transforming around him. After gaining enlightenment, he examined himself. A grassland at dusk. Is this my inner world? All this time, I claimed to be in secluded cultivation instead of bickering with the children, but in truth, I was running away from the pressure of facing the Xuanwu sect leader. Since becoming sect master, how long has it been since anyone challenged me? As soon as he said it, a skeletal figure appeared before him and began beating him up. No one challenges you, huh? I'm here to beat you senseless, you bastard. Though the young man had already gone mad, he still had his masochistic tendencies. He was getting beaten and yet looked delighted. Then the radiance of the Buddhas of the 10 directions suddenly descended upon the old man. Dike Fong looked around like a circling hawk, fell silent, then smiled and said, "Someone has broken through again. I love how everyone keeps breaking through while I'm still here, slurping noodles." "What is that?" the young disciple asked in surprise. "Master." Then the master put on an extremely serious expression. "Lan Tuet, the time has come. Let us begin the 6 days and 6 nights challenge of beating that man senseless." Lan Tuet sweated profusely, as though she had lost every bet for an entire week. "I've already said that I am innocent until I'm sick of saying it. How am I supposed to get him to accept me as an apprentice now?" Her mind immediately invented countless ridiculous scenarios. What if he gets annoyed and destroys our sect with a single flick? Then we'll really be beyond saving. Usually, Ning Xuanwu was the dirtiest-minded of them all, but as the girl on the other side imagined something impressive, the old man here also put on an impressive act. With an elegant expression of fury, he said, "I knew it. That fool is incapable of doing anything serious." Dike Fong spoke while setting a hot pot on the stove. "Damn, if only I had a crate of beer too, I would forget the way home." On the other side, a young man chewing on a bone shouted, "Try catching me." Several men chased him while yelling, "Damn it, we finally ordered a bowl of bone soup after working all day, and before I even got one bite, that bastard snatched it away. Give it back, you useless dog." The young man ran while thinking in human speech. "They say dogs are people too." He scoffed. "What a bunch of idiots. Is the blessing of 3 lifetimes for your family that I, personally, am eating for free here. I am the prince of the wolf clan from the demon realm, with cultivation equal to the martial spirit realm. If those troublesome clansmen had not harmed me and nearly drained all my spiritual power, I would be chewing on your heads instead of these bones." The young man, who had no ambition beyond stealing food, was running for his life when he saw someone who looked foolish standing in front of him. He thought smugly, "That brat dares block my path? Let me show you how elegantly I can escape." As people say, never listen to a prostitute's life story, an addict's explanation, or a drunkard's boasting, especially not an author's nonsense. He looked like a scrawny chicken, yet the artist drew him like some giant beast. Dike Fong turned in surprise. Their eyes met, and he immediately grabbed the little fellow by the head. "Oh, another wild dog for the hot pot. Didn't I buy extra wild beetle leaves earlier?" The young man panicked. "Damn it, I ran into a madman. Help, somebody save me." Terrified, he unleashed all his power and fired a lightning attack at the boy's front teeth. Unfortunately, it struck the food of a starving man instead. Dike Fong stared sharply at the ruined pile that had cost him 10 gold coins. The young man, meanwhile, panicked even harder. "What the hell? Where did my attack go?" Dike Fong gripped the wild dog's head tightly and said, "You're adorable. I'm going to toss you into the pot now. Do you know how hard I fought to get that pot of food?" As he was lifted up, the young man trembled in fear. Would someone as handsome as this young master really fear him? Impossible, but I really am scared. Dike Fong leaned in and spoke sternly to the dog. "Let me tell you something. My family has castrated animals for 3 generations. I plan to quit, but after meeting you, I've fallen in love with the profession again. Come on, I'll take you on a little walk." somewhere in the world, more specifically on a street in Jeongbin City, a young man who had just been beaten until tears streamed down his face was still being lectured. My family's restaurant sells food to people, not gives it away to wandering ghosts. You don't even have a spirit root, yet you dare order 2 eggs with your noodles? With no scissors to cut away his sorrow, the young man fell to his knees with a thud. People say poverty should be clean and dignity is worth a fortune. Heavens, must Zhongqing remain loyal to the words good for nothing for the rest of my life? Uncle, I have made you lose face. Just as he was about to sink into despair, Dyke Fong interrupted. There is a saying, all bad luck begins with one's own stupidity. It has nothing to do with wandering ghosts. Are you crawling around because you want to steal some of my meat too, like that dog? Though hungry, the young man still had sharp tongue. Stop spouting nonsense. Even if I steal today, I will not steal your meat. Difeng was startled. So this guy really does steal meat. I left a sausage outside the other day, and when I woke up, it had vanished. Now I understand. Ignoring the accusations, the girl followed her father's advice. Ask for more, give away less, and steal whenever possible. So she snatched the poor young man's 2 skewers of grilled meat. When a young man discovered that his 10 gold coin book had vanished without a trace, he angrily said, "Do you know that was all I had for breakfast, little girl?" Zhongqing was taken aback. What? Was I that obvious when I stole it? This person truly is not ordinary. Dyke Fong grilled the remaining food and asked the gluttonous girl, did Hatsune Miku stop singing lottery songs and become a cultivator now? Never mind her beauty. When it comes to poverty, she and I are a perfect match. Having just finished eating, the ragged young man still loved showing off. From your face, I can tell that if you're not sleeping under a bridge, then you're hiding beneath someone's bed. Take this key and visit my martial arts hall. Those 2 places both need people. After saying that, he picked up his things and ran off. Hey, why don't you turn back and follow me? Maybe you'll see that I'm even more impressive than you think. But anyone who is short-sighted should stay away. The girl thought as she walked. Why is he so kind to me? Could it be? No, I've really gone and given him my lonely heart. An hour later, a girl from the mountains arrived at the martial arts hall. So it was the kind-hearted woman and the strange-looking master, sneaking around as if they were thieves. Please subscribe to the Ginmi Go channel so you will not miss exciting videos. This was the scene on Bui Vien Street through the eyes of Lu Qingshan and Lan Tuet. While they were looking around for some long-legged beauty, the old man, obsessed with quarrelsome married couples reconciling through passion, gaped in astonishment at someone even more mysterious than that skinny girl. The young man shouted excitedly, "What powerful martial intent!" Then the painting made strange sounds. May you be blessed with peace and prosperity, protected from misfortune, and granted abundant fortune. Although old Qingshan had not been given any money and had no idea what was happening, his determination surpassed that of the most devoted fan. He firmly believed that this was a miracle of the mortal world. These martial intentions must be teaching me about sectarian conflict and the struggle between the strong and weak. In an instant, the blissful master became a smiling Buddha, calling himself the wandering Wibum monk. Before he had even fed the chickens that morning, 2 people came looking for trouble instead of looking for food. Seeing them, Zhongqing asked, "It isn't business hours yet. We are not receiving guests." The old man and his disciple clasped their hands in greeting. "Greetings, young lady. We are embarrassed to say this, but my disciple and I are traveling in search of enlightenment. This place seems so quiet that we hope to stay for a while." After hearing them, Zhongqing's face darkened. Damn it, if I let them stay, will they make off with Big Brother's donation box too? If they run inside and the 5 million goes missing, won't this month's salary be gone? Determined to risk asking rather than lose everything, the girl begged them, "Please do not let money merely pass from one pocket into your hands and cost someone their life. If you 2 leave with your eyes closed, one of my kidneys will go with you." The old man and the girl were horrified and asked in rapid succession, "What is this? Is she staging some kind of scam?" As Lan Tuet reached out to help her up, the old man waved her hand aside. "Lan Tuet, do not let the words elder sister and younger sister make you give away your ice cream. Haven't you heard of the poor chairman and his disastrous ending? If you help her up, she'll upload it to the internet and we'll be finished." Lan Tuet broke out in a cold sweat. Could it be that person? The leader of the deception cult is using a secret art to blind us with a dog. The thing she is holding is not an ordinary feather duster. It is. The old man thought in similar terror. an object that never leaves her side, able to sweep and covered in feathers. There can be no mistake. There is only one truth. The two thought in unison. She must be the legendary old cleaner who specializes in plucking bird feathers. Something that can sweep and has so many feathers. There is nothing else it could be. Master and disciple then resolved. No work, no food. Those who refuse to work can only eat dirt. With the determination to smash their own rice bowls rather than share pig feed, the pair changed from seeking enlightenment to seeking the girl's guidance. Zhong Qing shouted from below, "Hey, this is my territory. Where did you master and disciple come from, trying to freeload here?" After a full day of hard work, night had fallen. At the martial arts hall, a monumental transfer was taking place. While Dike Fong showed his own disciples 7 ways to prepare young wild dog, Lan Tuet and her master whispered outside, "Master, that is him, the man I told you about. He is so poor that the only thing clinging to him is a single armpit hair." Seeing that the two people outside seemed to underestimate his hidden talents, the young man decided to show off his skills. The master whispered, "Schwer, look, he may appear nonsensical, but every cut he makes is incredibly precise. As expected, he is an unmatched genius among mankind." The master's expression suddenly changed, as though he had seen his wife cheating on him. "That is not all, Lan Tuet. Look, as far as I know, that silly-looking hairy creature is no ordinary being. That is right. It is a rare demon beast, known as the heaven-devouring demon wolf." Hearing her master exaggerate as if telling a ghost story, the girl continued, "People say that if you are a sheep, do not join the game of wolves. Since they are playing wolves, let us join the game of humans instead. I call dibs on the 2 thighs." The master immediately scolded her. "What are you saying? You dare call dibs on the thighs in front of an elder? Watch your mouth. At most, you may have the tail." Zhong Qing, who was eavesdropping at the door, thought, with manners like that, they still want to seek enlightenment? Everyone in my family loves each other, yet no one loves that wild dog. Filled with instinctive rage, the young man roared and tore open the rope amid the crowd's cheers. He had barely looked cool for 5 minutes before that old man turned around. In an instant, the wild wolf who had stolen the hearts of countless hot girls turned back into a female dog in heat. Even Grandmaster was speechless before this poisonous mutt, Ping Xinghe. What the hell? He is the mighty heaven-devouring demon wolf. Why is he acting like some ordinary mongrel? Seeing that this old man was clearly in serious danger, Lan Tuet turned and comforted him. There, don't cry. I promise I'll be the first to attend your funeral, master." Seeing Dike Fong's formidable hand seals, the old master thought to himself, "This man is so powerful. His weapon must be extraordinary as well." Holding the chicken-cleaving knife, the old man continued to think. Calling this a gathering of feminine essence truly was no exaggeration. With nothing more than this chicken knife, he had effortlessly suppressed that fox demon. Knowing that his ugly old face had no chance, the old man resorted to a shameless trick and sent out his most beautiful female disciple to ask for the knife. Dike Fong muttered, "If you want to sleep well, don't get married. If you don't want debts, don't fall in love. If you want to rise above the mundane, don't teach women. And if you want true freedom, go to prison." The girl had barely finished speaking when Karma immediately came around, and he pressed her down hard. He even barked, "Have you never heard that greed leads to ruin?" Then master and disciple took turns praying for each other. "We're dead. What if we've offended Senior?" Dike Fong was quick to seize the moment, even putting a hand to his mouth and striking a cool pose. Just as expected, if this guy was not acting like a comedian, he was acting like a clown. Holding the knife, he said, "Here, if you want it, take it." The master and the elegant young woman both trembled as they accepted the legendary knife. The young man burst into tears and thanked him. "Our sect can see the dawn again. Thank you so much, Senior. I will repay this favor someday." Raising the tiny blade, he shouted, "Ning Xuanwu." "All right, it's done." At Xuanwu sect, someone blurted out, "Has Master finished his closed-door cultivation yet? Hurry up, I need to use the toilet." He ate 1 jar of fermented tofu and has been cultivating ever since. Before all his elders, Ning Xuanwu said majestically, "Quickly bring Qing Shan Sect's envoy to me. I have been eager to meet him." Inside Xuanwu Sect's secret chamber, a young man dressed head to toe in a raincoat said, "I have long admired Senior Xuanwu. This junior, Yu Wujia, has finally been granted the chance to meet you." The old man replied, "Are you here to borrow money or what? Get to the point." The young man answered, "I came today to report that the matter you were worried about has come true. By the light of an oil lamp, 2 supposed close friends, though each was clearly looking out only for himself, spoke in hushed tones. Reporting to Sect Master. A few minutes ago, word arrived that Qing Shan's old ancestor has reached the Martial King realm. The old man replied, I entered the Martial King realm over 3 years ago. He has only just stepped into it. With his old bones aching, the young man sat down and continued. If that were all, you would not have come here in the middle of the night. Get to the point. Looking as though he had been summoned to a parent-teacher meeting, the youth said in alarm. Today, that old Qing Shan fellow returned from outside and urgently gathered all the sect's officials in the square. Elsewhere, a tightly dressed woman with a bare midriff walked along and grumbled, Damn it, I had barely closed my eyes before that old man summoned us again. The others, still half asleep and drunk, suddenly froze for 5 seconds. Holy hell, who put Mount 5 Elements on display here? As Zhou Yun approached, she asked, Hello, brothers. Did the old man fail to take a dump or something? Why are you all standing there like idiots? One of them replied, We were arguing over whether the cow on the canned beef was male or female. Now we're all stuck on it. Lu Qingshan's eyes flew open when he realized everyone was staring at him every second of the day. Why am I the only one being made into a joke? He then gripped the knife tightly, as though preparing to unleash a killing move. Seeing the old man still trying to act young and heroic, Zhou Yun shouted, Hey, old man, you can't take back this move now. Lu Qingshan was irritated by her relentless heckling. Damn these idle fools. They never stop mocking people. But is this knife light because it is cheap or because it is truly exceptional? Let me give it the slightest touch and see. The youngsters ran away screaming, Run? Did he step on a mine or something? At dawn today, a massive fire broke out and burned down an entire hectare of forest within Qingshan sect's territory. According to local witnesses, the culprit was a young man named Shan, who looked old beyond his years, but went by the Buddhist name True Manifestation. Zhong Qing and that unfaithful cur celebrated as if they had won the World Cup. Go look. Isn't that meteor spectacular? Go snapped. If you think it's beautiful, go look at it by yourself. Why drag me out here to block it? Am I your shield? Inside the house, Daik Fong saw the radiant light of the Buddhas of the 10 directions appear on the screen and said, Doesn't this look like an American movie? Except it's more like a local stadium show. Oh, and there's a meteor too. Oh heavens, my teeth are itching. Why is fate crushing me so hard? Please, Santa Claus above, watch over me. Zhou Yun was stunned as 2 mushroom-like objects suddenly fell from the sky. She wondered, so that is what he is like? Does he always bring disaster wherever he goes? Is he trying to send everyone to an early grave in the middle of the night? Hearing the youngsters praise him so extravagantly, Lu Qingshan put on a stern expression. Then he thought, this is the real deal. I only gave it a tiny test, yet it burst out with such power. But this treasure must not be used yet. This little knife is only for a life-or-death crisis. Master Daik, who forged such a formidable weapon, must be an unparalleled grandmaster. Then the old man and the youngsters shouted together, At the coming contest, let our sect show those people what it means to face something they cannot swallow. The young man with sharp eyes then reported everything in detail. With that old Qingshan fellow's talent, it is impossible for him to have broken through so quickly. Someone must be backing him. Ning Xuanwu silently considered this after hearing the report. Noticing the elder's grim expression, a disciple asked, That face looks familiar. Don't tell me that old man invited you to eat mango dipped in shrimp paste this morning. The instant he finished, Ning Xuanwu flicked a stone at him and said, I hear the poison-iced toad within you has been acting up for 3 days now. As the young man turned to leave, he said, This is your payment for the information you provided. Remember not to take too much, or no one will clean up the mess afterward. He had barely reached the door to go sleep when another group arrived. The old man asked, What is it? Why do you all come here at night to cause trouble? During the day, every last one of you sleeps like a corpse. Lin Yuni replied, I cannot wait any longer, master. In an ice cave rumored by market vendors to be haunted, a voice suddenly spoke from within. Senior brother, do you remember what master said before he died? He said the soul-devouring sword lies within this sword seed and must never be released. Annoyed by his brother's endless chatter, the elder brother shouted, Just do as you were told. Stop rambling. It was a move no one expected. Before they could even do anything, disaster struck. The 2 youths ran outside, followed by 500 undead spirits. Back in Jiangbin City, 3 young men ran frantically while shouting, "Who was the idiot who invited me to eat spicy ice cream?" The one with extraordinary movement technique quickly made the toilet his companion, leaving the other two outside in tears. Damn it, the whole martial arts hall has only one toilet. Once it is out, you cannot put it back in. After an eternity of waiting, all three finally reunited. Let me inform you both, I have officially finished. Really? The two of us standing here waiting for you have finished too. Have you never heard the saying, one person contemplates life in a haze while another is dying of stomach pain? While the three brothers chatted about life, Dike Fong somehow managed to lure a group of fools into his latest business venture. He strode forward, slammed his cane against the ground, and declared, "Hello, hello. Does anyone want to buy tickets to see the battle between Qing Shan and Xuan Wu?" The people below practically drooled. "We have waited a long time for this battle." The young man, handsome only from a great distance, laughed and said, "Yesterday, while buying a bag of salt, I heard Annie Seven gossiping about some big fight. I have no idea who is fighting, but whenever there is a match, the betting King Dike Fong will be there." From an unemployed idler, he had suddenly become a ticket-selling businessman. As he sold tickets, he shouted, "Slow down. You all eat like starving beasts. I only have 2 hands and 2 feet, not 3 heads and 6 arms. Stop pushing. If someone falls, the coffin makers will not even have time to look down on you." While everyone above was as excited as if it were a festival, Lu Qingshan stood below thinking, "Damn, it is freezing down there." The two opponents faced each other. Lu Qingshan, "Do you know Old Li?" "Which Li?" "The Li from funeral rites. I swear by heaven that I will bury you here today." Lu Qingshan replied, "Stop talking nonsense, kid. Come over here and try me. Fight." Ning Xuanwu immediately displayed a bizarre kicking technique, his legs whirling like a ceiling fan. The two charged each other and exchanged a flurry of blows. Being the weaker one, Lu Qingshan took a full elbow to the jaw from Ning Xuanwu. He was sent flying 8 meters, while his disciples rushed out and said, "Master, as long as you are breathing, there is hope. Do not worry, we are here to comfort you. Just focus on fighting and leave the rest to us." With his mouth twisted from the blow, Lu Qingshan stood and said, "Stay where you are. Do not come any closer." As Ning Xuanwu approached, the old man thought, "As expected, there is a huge difference between us. If I had not read Master Dike's scripture, I would have been nothing but a punching bag for him." Ning Tuanbu Smilets Mukri. "Go on, keep dancing. Where is that divine, chicken-cleaving blade of yours? Take it out." Lu Qingshan was startled. "What the hell? Has this man been hiding beneath my bed? How does he know?" At that moment, a shady-looking man appeared behind him and thought, "He was not hiding there. I was the one who did it. Not only that, I know about you secretly bringing your beloved boy toy home too." Ning Xuanwu gave a sinister smile and said, "What is there about you that I do not know? I even know what time you relieve yourself and how many times a day you do it." The moment he finished speaking, he leapt into the air, and thousands of undead spirits flew wildly out from all around his body. Lin Yuni said, "The soul-devouring sword can only be used once at the cost of 10 years of lifespan. Its power can easily devour the spiritual energy of any weapon. Before it, even a sacred-grade weapon is no different from an ordinary kitchen knife." As Lu Qingshan drew his weapon, he thought, "Damn it, I was just about to pull out my trump card, and now he is making it sound so humiliating." Seeing Lu Qingshan hesitate, Ning Xuanwu laughed smugly. "I was only joking, but I said, take out the knife, and he really took out a knife." Everyone laughed at him. The entire crowd, already unstable and foolish, laughed as though they had struck gold. "He really is trying to be funny. What a hilarious old man. Hey, old man, do not take the joke too far, or you will be in serious trouble." As Ning Xuanwu advanced, Lu Qingshan said, "Do not take another step closer. If you take one more step, I will jump down." Ning Xuanwu replied, "If you jump down, I will kill you. If you kill me, I will jump down. If you jump down, I will kill myself." "No, wait." Lu Qingshan panicked. "What do I do now? This has become a real deadlock. Oh heavens, am I really going to leave one of my legs to that bastard today? I told you, it was all because of my pride. Losing face is embarrassing, but losing my head means it is over." Just as he was about to reunite with his ancestors, someone shouted from afar, "Old man, if you make a mistake, you will regret it for life." No, that is not the saying. It should be, the young charge ahead and the old regret it. Wait, why do those sound the same? Anyway, keep going. Damn it, I paid for a close-up view of this fight, so you had better fight properly. Do not make me angry. At minimum, let him slap you 5 times. At best, slap him back. Do you understand me, kid? Hearing this, Lu Qingshan unconsciously looked upward. Master Dike, that is right. Master Dike's words are correct. It is still too early for me to give up. As the ancients said, as long as one breath remains, there is hope. Wherever you fall, get back up twice as hard. I will show you the 2 kinds of people you should never provoke. First, those who have nothing left to lose. Second, me, Lu Qingshan. He tensed his muscles, stomped the ground, and prepared to launch himself forward with everything he had. Today, I will show you what it means to learn to jump first and learn to fly afterward, straight into the coffin. Ning Xuanwu looked on and said, "What is this? Are you trying to put on another show? This donkey-faced bastard is getting cocky. Go bite him, everyone. Teach him not to hold his head so high." As the undead spirits flew toward him, Lu Qingshan assumed an attack stance. He raised his hand as though gathering tremendous power. Then, with a boom, the power of the chicken-cleaving knife swallowed every last one of those wandering spirits. Ning Xuanwu stared at the scene and screamed, "What the hell? How is this guy so ridiculously overpowered? I am finished. My courage has been cooked through." Lin Yuni and the others stood dumbfounded. He used that chicken knife to destroy the soul-devouring sword? What kind of monster is our master? Then came an explosion even grander than New Year's Eve fireworks. Watching the massive blast, Lin Yuni said, "Master, please stay strong. When the blast settles, I will come back and retrieve you for burial. Right now, I do not even dare stick a toe in there." Seeing the enemy trapped, Zhou Yun shouted, "Everyone, while they're cornered, rush in and wipe them out completely." Just then, Lu Qingshan descended from the sky and said, "Lan Tuet, remember this. When the enemy does not move, we do not move. Do not pursue them." Lan Tuet questioned him, "Master, do you not know that 1 moment of patience brings 9 moments of humiliation? Why give up such a once-in-a-lifetime chance?" Lu Qingshan looked toward the crowd and said, "Look carefully. The people who bet on us are ready to jump for joy, while those who bet against us are already dancing in celebration. This knife is the bond of fate between us and Master Dike. Since he went to the trouble of lending it to me, I cannot betray his goodwill by returning it too soon. The lender is the fool, and the one who returns it is the bigger fool. I do not want to be the fool, and I doubt he does either." The old man continued thoughtfully. "He must have seen how unbalanced this game was, so he gave me this overpowered knife. Such an eminent master, with a heart as lofty as Mount Tai, is truly worthy of Qingshan sect's lifelong devotion, study, and emulation." The young man, indifferent to life yet defiant toward fate, thought to himself, "I'm back on shore at last. Finally, I'm eating proper food instead of animal feed. Hey, you lot, block off all those who bet on the favorites. Don't let any of them get away. Whoever lets one slip through will pay his share out of pocket. From now on, whenever there's luxury to be had, I'll be there. Wherever there's a bag of money, I'll join the party. Wait, where the hell did the guy holding the money run off to? Did your parents feed you rice and leave me with only crap? And all those who followed me in betting on the underdogs have vanished too. How did I close my eyes for a moment, only to open them and find myself standing in the middle of a forest, as though some mysterious force had dragged me here?" The young man, who acted familiar with everyone he met, immediately asked, "Hey, punk, is that you? My goodness, it's been so long. Do you remember me? I used to carry you around all the time. What brings you back to visit your childhood sweetheart from our school days? Oh, and while I'm at it, I should tell you that I've just come back on shore." The young woman looked at him and thought, how could someone be this hideously ugly? Ugly enough to disgrace the underworld, ugly enough to wreck a family, ugly enough to erase history itself, ugly without regard for time or place, ugly enough to make the city wilt and the countryside ashamed, ugly enough that even plagued demons would avoid him. "Please step aside, brother. Do you know that the scent of golden sunlight mixed with a young man's armpit sweat is making me feel sick?" Dike Fong replied thoughtfully, "What you said hurts me even more. I used nearly an entire bottle of deodorant. How could you say that?" The young woman turned away and said, "Stinky is stinky. I understand how you feel, but I'm sorry. You're a good man, but unfortunately, your armpits are not. They sweat too much. Turning away, the young woman continued. Do you know that girls always rely on and ask boys for help? If we can't rely on them, we step on them. If we can't ask them, we order them around. Do you understand? With the help of senior brother, I already joined Qingshan's sect. Entering Qingshan's sect has been my family's dream for 3 generations. In return for his invitation, I promised not to associate with any other man. Dai Fong stood stiffly as though sprayed with glue, muttering, "Why did you change?" I still have no answer. The words had barely left my lips when you let go of my hand. The young woman slowly walked away, singing la la la. The sentimental young man watched her leave. The moon rises, becomes full, then wanes again. Snow falls, covers the earth, then melts away. After walking a short distance, she encountered her senior brother and smiled. Have you been waiting long? Earlier, I hesitated. I couldn't bear to put horns on that guy's head. But I did it anyway, the young man replied. The cuter a girl is, the easier it is for her to hurt people. But do you still have feelings for that fellow? I'm worried about those smash the pot and steal the flower situations, where a winner goes home while a loser goes to the hospital. Just as he was about to let lust cloud his judgment, the young man came to his senses and brushed her hand away. The young woman clung to him coquettishly. That guy is just an idle martial arts hall owner. I'm someone who doesn't like men who take initiative. I only like men who are presidents. If I hadn't happened to meet him, I would never have cared about him. Good big brother, don't be angry, Zhu Zheng. In Zhu Zheng's heart, there's only you, big brother. Looking at the tender-looking girl, the young man thought, what a hideous woman, ugly in appearance, ugly in character, even ugly in the way she walks. Innocent on the outside, fake on the inside. If that fellow Yu Wujia hadn't fallen from the sky, Ning Xuanwu would never have ended up like this. I need to think of something quickly. If that Ning Xuanwu awakens, I'll be the one knocked unconscious next. All right, that woman Lan Tuet bought a secret manual for forest cultivation from a martial arts hall in Jiangbin City, then gave it to Lu Qingshan so he could make a breakthrough in his martial arts. The young man, both ugly and shameless, caressed the girl's face and said, my darling, do you know how much I need you? Earlier, you said that fellow runs a Fahasa bookstore in Jiangbin City, right? The girl answered in surprise, yes. He thought, now you're in trouble, and so am I. If he truly is an eminent master, then if I pretend I used to carry him around when he was little, he'll surely believe me. If he isn't, then money speaks first. In the end, he's merely an ordinary mortal. All I need to do is flatter him properly, and everything will be settled. As the saying goes, a boneless tongue can twist 100 ways, speak poorly, and even a crooked mouth may still keep its teeth. Even heaven is helping me. Elsewhere in the world, more precisely, at Xuanwu's sect, a man who looked as though someone had plucked him bare raged furiously. Damn it, we haven't even gone looking for you Wuji yet, and you dare show your face here? Terrified out of his wits, the young man stammered, please spare my life. While hiding beneath a bed, I accidentally overheard that old Qingshan had acquired a blade from an expert in Jiangbin City. Ning Xuanwu asked sharply, what? He runs a martial arts hall in Jiangbin City. The youth trembled as he replied, I don't know whether the information is accurate, but that is what my source said. We only need to go there to learn the truth. An eminent master? What nonsense! I'm eager to see which useless fool dares lecture me. Ning Xuanwu. The young woman clasped her hands and said, please don't look at me like that. It scares me. Leave this matter to Ling Yuni. Ning Xuanwu turned and replied, no, I have another arrangement for you. Let Wuchen handle this matter. Although I do not want to ask you after seeing that face of yours. There is no other choice. You know what you need to do, don't you? The unusually dog-like young man replied, do not worry, master. Leave this matter to me. At Daifang's martial arts hall, Zhong Qing stood outside the door and called out, boss, are you still alive, or have you gone to the next world? It's been 3 days since you said you'd lost everything. Did you bet on the favorites or something? Tell me about it. When she entered, she saw a complete pigsty, along with a man who had not only stopped looking human, but seemed mentally unstable as well. What happened? We haven't seen each other for only a few days, and you've already transformed from a man into Zhu Beiji? This time, boss, you've really gone from bad to worse. Don't worry, boss. As people say, when the weather suddenly changes, two strangers may suddenly drift apart. If there isn't this person, there will be another. Then she added, seriously, put down that syringe. As she approached for a closer look, Zhong Qing asked in alarm, "What is it, old man?" Dike Fong replied. "Why aren't you out looking for food so early in the morning? Did you come here looking for trouble instead? You've been standing outside muttering nonstop." Zhongqing instinctively thought, no, that's not right. He's clearly bottling up his pain. Looking at Dike Fong, the overthinking girl asked, "Master, don't keep your pain buried inside. People say that the more you keep it in, the worse it stinks. This is bad. He must be so heartbroken that he has lost his mind. As the saying goes, those destined to meet may meet even 1,000 miles apart, but a faded silver thread cannot bind them for long." Seeing that the girl was an even bigger storyteller than a professional fabulist, Dike Fong said, "Are you talking about Pum? She's only a childhood sweetheart in the eyes of our parents. Don't you know that every rose has thorns? If love cannot even lead to a child, how can it last? This is only the beginning, understand?" Zhongqing wondered, why is he still so poetic after being dumped? Shouldn't he be hanging himself from electrical wires, getting shocked little by little until he dies? Dike Fong said, "We've talked enough. It's time for me to eat. Why don't you go somewhere and play, then come back later? It would be awkward for one person to eat while another just sits there watching." Zhongqing looked down in confusion. Something feels strange. He says he's fine, but all the books he has are things like the poetry of the one who left that year, and do not dwell too much on what is past. Caught red-handed. Referee, where's the penalty? Check what that fat-thighed guy is hiding inside. In the outskirts of Jiangbin City, someone groaned miserably. Is anyone there? Save me. Someone is here. What a group of foolish people who do not know their limits. Even if heaven itself descended, it could not save you now. You are weak yet still act tough. You have no money, yet you insist on getting sick. I only hope that martial arts hall owner can provide me with at least a little excitement. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, an old man who feared neither heaven nor earth, only death, spoke up. "Do not head toward Jiangbin City. I need to go there to visit an old friend. Do not act recklessly." Wuchen, slightly irritated, replied bluntly, "What now, old man? Where you go is your business, and what I do is mine. Stop talking nonsense." The young man's expression plainly said, "Do not waste words." Sound of impact. "What the hell, old man? If you have something to say it properly. I haven't even made a move, and you attacked first." The old man then struck out with his palm, declaring, "My two-handed palm strike is as fierce as a ceiling fan, and my shadowless kick is unstoppable." The moment he finished speaking, a barrage of attacks rained down like fireworks after a drunken New Year's Eve. Have you never heard of Son Goku, son of Sun Heung-min? Huh, where did he go? A martial spirit cultivator can actually escape my technique? Wait, something is wrong. The thing he pulled from his pants earlier was not for carrying on his bloodline. It was the heaven-suppressing stone. Jiangbin City may be in serious trouble. After employing countless divine techniques, the young man finally slipped into the city. Good thing I brought the heaven-suppressing stone, our sect's treasured artifact. Otherwise, I would have been completely finished earlier. As he rushed toward the martial arts hall, he thought, I have already wiped out everyone from the other martial arts halls. This must be the last one. Eminent master or not, come out here, and I'll take you on. Whoever the martial world claims is the strongest here. Step out and spar with me. Let me show you what the world is really like. Brief explanation of the heaven-suppressing stone. It is an evil artifact acquired after Xuanwu sect received its official authorization. Even when facing attacks from higher realms, it can turn danger into safety. Ling Yunyi began, Master, why not let me? Ning Xuanwu interrupted. Wuchen has my heaven-suppressing stone. Even if he is unlucky and gets beaten half to death, he should still be able to crawl back alive. We only need to sit here and wait for news from him. After fleeing for his life without daring to leave even a footprint for that old man, the young man arrived before the martial arts hall. Just a shabby martial arts hall. It does not even have a signboard. How could it possibly amount to anything? As he spoke, he raised his hand and unleashed a palm strike. Go to hell, you show off. You have nothing but a few armpit hairs, yet you still dare put on airs. A surprise cleaver is better than any fancy ring. Your signboard does look pretty good, though. At least it's better than one that says fresh fish for sale. But unfortunately for you, today you have run into the president of the Troublemakers Association. As soon as he finished speaking, the signboard suddenly burst into flames, lighting up the entire area. Wuchen stared in disbelief. What is this? I only touched it a little. Why does it look like they're burning incense paper to drive me away? Then, from within the sea of flames, several weapons emerged, blazing hot as they pointed directly at the young troublemaker's head. taking out the heaven-suppressing stone in a panic. The young man thought, damn it, the power is terrifying. Fortunately, I brought this trump card with me. Otherwise, before he could finish, he was slapped so hard that his teeth flew away first and his lips followed after. I'm dead. That bastard tricked me. The legendary heaven-suppressing stone fell to the ground with a thud, like a lump of dung thrown at a bird. Nothing is more vicious than the human heart. Just as the master and disciple returned from having street noodles, they saw the strange phenomenon. Zhongqing, did you buy this thing during yesterday's sale? Holding the oar, Dike Fong put on a lecherous expression. Looking closely, its patterns are quite beautiful. But at this size, he thought, I knew it. She was provoking me. Damn it, I've tripped over this thing more often than I've tripped over foul grass these past few days. Advance the pawn, retreat the pawn. I never anticipated this move. May I take it back? Brother Dike, when we first began, I thought your skill was on the same level as mine. But now I understand what it means to be a true grandmaster. Dike Fong thought, what is this old man doing here? The moment he asked whether I had been well lately, I knew something was suspicious. I should have said I was weak and sent him away. Although the old man smiled, he thought to himself, I have played chess with him so many times, yet I have never once been able to see through his true cultivation. The cultivation methods and secret arts of the immortal river continent are countless, but he practices a technique that even someone like me cannot see through. He truly cannot be an ordinary person. Dike Fong looked at the old man and thought, there is no way I am wrong. 20 years of life experience tell me that if someone with this face comes looking for me, he is either borrowing money or inviting me to a wedding. The old man continued pondering, how strange. Could this man actually be stronger than me? After waiting too long, Dike Fong urged him, hurry up, old man. Finish the game so I can go take a leak. I've been holding it in out of respect for you. What the hell? When did he checkmate me? He noticed something. What is this? Wasn't this the heaven-suppressing stone from that fellow earlier? Why has it become a brick? Could that evil cultivator have been dealt with by Brother Dike on the spot? Dike Fong stood and clasped his hands. Thank you for letting me win. With his cultivation, he should know that this heaven-suppressing stone is extremely valuable. How can he casually step on such a treasure? No matter what, this man must be an expert. No wonder he is so confident and carefree. I really underestimated my opponent. As he stood up to go find food, the young man said, my back aches from all that chess. Brother Dike, could you use this sacred three-pronged rake to scratch my back for a moment? The young man thought smugly. Master surely has never heard the saying, born kind-hearted, but driven by life into becoming a courtesan. That is right. I officially became poor because I tried to show off with this rake. Dike Fong looked at it and said, what a pity. It's completely rusted. No problem. There are several newer trees in my yard. With tears welling up in his eyes, the young man thought, I understand now. I finally understand. You did not come here to invite me to a wedding or borrow money. You came begging for a rake, didn't you? The young man bit his tongue in shock. What the hell? Are you from a scholarly family or some kind of bandit clan? How can you be so ruthless? Do not be surprised. Though I am poor, I love doing good deeds. When I see someone living in hardship, I cannot simply stand by. Wait here a moment. I'll go inside and get you a newer one. The young man was furious. How dare he look down on my sacred three-pronged rake? Fine, let's see what he can bring out that compares to it. At the martial arts hall's forge, Dike Fong was working when Zhongqing entered. Boss, that old man who borrowed your knife before wants to see you. Dike Fong replied, those people know what is proper. If they want to settle things fairly, we can negotiate. If they want trouble, they get a slap in the face. Two country bumpkins who looked as though they had just arrived from a rural village walked along and asked, Senior brother, why is that guy standing by the road with his pants open, taking a leak? Lu Qingshan replied, what are you talking about? That is a statue. How embarrassing. Stop talking, junior sister. Standing before the martial arts hall, Zhou Yun asked again, why does it look like a temple, senior brother? Lu Qingshan said, you are too young and inexperienced. Don't you know that the Prince of Wind lives by the Dharma name Venerable High Flyer? As she stepped closer, Zhou Yun jumped in fright. A pile of dog crap. At the martial arts hall's forge, Dike Fong was working when Zhongqing came in and said, Boss, that old man who borrowed your knife before wants to see you. I heard those guys want to negotiate the price of some sacred item or something. Dike Fong replied, at least they know how to behave. If they want to do business properly, we could discuss raising the price a bit. But if they want to play dirty, they'll get a slap in the face. The two country bumpkins, looking like they had just come up from the countryside, walked along asking, "Senior brother, why is that guy standing by the road with his pants open, taking a piss?" Lu Qingshan replied, "What the hell are you talking about? That's a statue. How embarrassing. Cut it out, junior sister." Standing in front of the martial arts hall, Zhou Yun asked again, "Why does it look like a temple, senior brother?" Lu Qingshan said, "You're young and inexperienced. Don't you know the Prince of Wind goes by the Dharma name Venerable Get High?" As she stepped closer, Zhou Yun jumped in fright. A lump of dog shit. Wait, isn't that the heaven-suppressing stone? Which idiot designed this house? Come out here and explain yourself. There's no mistake. This is definitely the mountain-founding treasure of the Xuanwu sect. Zhou Yun looked at Lu Qingshan and asked, "Why are you two acting so calm?" "I reacted just like you when I first came in," Lu Qingshan said. "You'll get used to it. Look over there. Behold the 20th wonder of the world." "What is that?" "His 7th Golden Ball Award." "What? Is that the Dragon Star?" "Senior brother, does that guy have all 7 dragon orbs or something?" Zhou Yun stared in disbelief. "Is this man's house a circus?" One surprise after another. And that is the 7-star sacred trident, the divine weapon used to purge the demons of Shengjing. Even the 9 heavens mystic maiden uses one. "Senior brother, is this guy for real?" "I'm going to ask for his contact information," Lu Qingshan replied. "If you manage to win him over, you'll be set for 3 lifetimes, girl." "Senior brother, there's someone sitting right there who has impersonated the demonic cult, the sacred cult, the shadow cult, and practically every cult in existence." "Hey, are you insulting me? That man must be the owner of that trident, right? Since ancient times, very few people have been able to wield a sacred-grade artifact. Why would someone like that be here?" Zhou Yun said, "Senior brother, doesn't that man's face look familiar? Wasn't he that killer from back then?" "Probably not. That man disappeared more than 30 years ago. Could we really be that lucky?" The old man heard them and turned to ask, "What the hell are you two shouting about? Are you here to visit Brother E too? To drink tea and play chess like me?" Lu Qingshan scratched his head foolishly. "Brother E? You know Brother Feng?" Lu Qingshan continued. "Zhou Yun, have you heard the saying that a nearby wealthy neighbor is better than a distant relative? Go ask this old man for his contact information too. Get lost, you old fossil. Stop pretending not to notice me." Lu Qingshan suddenly shouted, "Heavens and earth!" He really summoned the dragon god. Then Dike Fong used every bit of his strength to bring down a thunderous blow. Finally finished. "Honestly, working this hard barely gets you anything. Let me introduce you to it. I've upgraded this rake into a top-tier weapon." "What?" "It went from a pile of scrap metal to an ultimate treasure so quickly. Being able to forge a sacred-grade weapon is enough to dominate an entire region." Zhou Yun trembled in fear. "Senior brother, why is it swaying toward us? Does it want to test its weapon on us?" The old man watched Dike Fong approach and thought to himself, "You really can't judge a person by appearances. He may look ordinary, but he is a master craftsman. He turned my rake from trash into a peerless artifact. But I don't have any money left. If he asks for payment, all I have left is this body. Why do I suddenly feel so violated? Are you thinking something disgusting? Why am I getting goosebumps? This is bad. Even if the price were slashed to nothing, I still wouldn't dare touch my trident again." Dike Fong looked at him and asked, "Don't tell me you don't even have a single gold coin. If you nod, I'll seriously wonder what you live on. Well, if you're poor, I won't make things difficult for you. Consider it charity." The old man stared at him, unsure whether he was genuinely foolish or merely pretending. Then the old man suddenly cried out, "Senior brother E, I love you. Please accept my bow." Dike Fong replied, "What happened to this guy? Did someone pour boiling water down his pants? Why is he suddenly so hyper? Mr. E, I will forever remember your kindness. Even if rivers run dry and stones crumble, I will never forget this debt of gratitude. I swear that whenever you have drinks but lack company, I will always be there. I won't leave until I'm drunk." The master and disciple stared at him in bewilderment. Manure takes time to become mud, but people can turn into beasts in an instant. Someone should run this man over with a carriage. I swear with all my heart that if I ever tell another lie from this day onward, may heaven strike me down. Dike Fong stepped aside and said, Wait, let me move away before you swear. If you stand too close and get struck dead along with him, don't blame me. Damn it, he made one oath, and lightning immediately struck like it was going to tear the heavens apart. But because of that, we were able to witness a heaven and earth covenant. Zhou Yun asked, "Senior brother, what is a heaven and earth covenant?" It is said that only martial emperors can establish such a contract. Heaven and earth serve as witnesses, making it an absolute covenant. There could be no mistakes whatsoever. Looking over, they saw the words, I love you too." Lu Qingshan gaped. Are these two planning to do something filthy to each other or what? Dike Fong looked at the man, who was neither human nor beast, and asked, "Are you all right? Did you have a stroke or something? Should I call emergency services and have them take you to a mental hospital?" "Hey, I was just joking. Don't bite me. I know rabies is transmitted through blood, but at your terminal stage, I'm guessing saliva and urine can spread it too." After hearing Dike Fong's words, the man seemed embarrassed. He ran off while whining. "Why are you scolding me? Jokes aside, I'm deeply grateful to Mr. E. I will certainly repay this kindness. Even if water wears away stone, my gratitude will never fade." Dishfang Zeit Invatli. Listening to him talk has completely driven away my sleepiness. If I'd known he was this long-winded, I would have just said one nice sentence and left it at that. Zhou Yun stared wide-eyed. "Senior brother, did you see that? Even a heaven and earth covenant is nothing more than an everyday occurrence to Master E. All right, why did you two come here in the first place? Do you want this fruit? Oh, is that all? Go ahead and take it. All right, then I'll keep it. It would be inconvenient to carry it here and then carry it back." Dike Fong examined it and said, "Whoever made this glass orb is quite skilled. Hang it under the bed, turn off the lights at night, and it would look amazing. The flame pearl, someone else's mountain-protecting treasure, and he sees it as nothing but a glass bead to hang beneath his bed." Dike Fong held it and said, "But this is really warm. I've decided I won't put it under the bed after all. I'll hold it while I sleep. If we had known he needed warmth this badly, we could have bought him some firewood to hug. Why do we drain the treasury and nearly bankrupt ourselves buying immortal pills and divine medicines? All right, they say that gifts should be reciprocated. I've just finished writing a little novel. Take it as a token of my thanks." Zhou Yun took it and read, "The flying snow shoots the white deer across the sky." Could this be a pure martial intent manual? Afraid that he might ask for the treasures back, the master and disciple hurriedly said their farewells. "Thank you for your kindness, Master E. There are urgent matters at home, so we must take our leave. Take care, Brother Fong. Take care." After watching the two of them leave, Dike Fong thought, running into devoted fans first thing in the morning is pretty nice. Just then, Zhongqing shouted from afar, "Boss, the dragon carriage. No, the horse carriage is here. I thought ordinary horse-drawn carts wouldn't protect Master from rain and sun, so I rented a sedan chair instead. Aren't I clever? You little rascal. You don't have a single coin to your name. How are you going to pay for it later? Are you going to make me run like a track athlete again, like when we ate noodles?" Zhongqing replied, "It's all right. Everyone has ups and downs in life. In a moment, when you run, that will be the down part. Once you stop and collapse from exhaustion, that will be the up part." Dike Fong fumed. "Shut your mouth. Did your mouth swell up this morning? Why are you talking so much nonsense? Stay home and take care of everything, understand? I buried all the property deeds and documents, so don't bother looking for them. When I become a millionaire, I'll come back." Zhongqing asked, "Master, where are you going that you're planning to become a millionaire? Haven't you heard of turning a loss into profit?" Back at the Qingshan sect, Lu Qingshan looked as though someone had plucked all his feathers in his sleep. He was furious. This is not the time for closed-door cultivation. I wanted to refuse in the first place. So why did you bring the book back on your own? The pure martial intent within this book is of the highest order. Do you think you can comprehend it so easily? Just say what you mean. Why are you twitching like that? Whoever brought it back should benefit from it. Let go. You must listen to me, understand? If you keep it, it will be no different for toilet paper. Give it to me. You're pretty but foolish. You wouldn't listen to reason, so I had to resort to force before you let go." Zhou Yun lowered her head and thought, "But everything that has happened around that senior, there is an extremely high chance that he is. I'm the chief manager of the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce." At the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce, Dike Fong entered while carrying his manuscript. Dike Fong thought, "Damn it, I'm already poor, and I had to put on airs by riding in a fancy carriage. Now, I'm completely broke. I used to be a dashing gentleman in Jiangbin, enjoying every pleasure the mortal world had to offer. But now, while the autumn wind rocks me to sleep, thieves are prying open my cupboards. As soon as he entered, a young man with the bearing of a company executive asked, "Master E, you've come again?" Difeng smiled awkwardly. "Yes. The president asked you to go to the reception room immediately. Master E, please have some tea." An elderly man, Mao Lin, president of the Pingqing Chamber of Commerce, smiled and said, "Your novel has completely sold out. It is truly outstanding, especially that battle between the Essence Spirit and the Golden Bull Palace. It was an absolute masterpiece." Dike Fong thought, "Did I even write that part? Why don't I remember it at all? He seems to know my story better than I do." Dik Fong Laokit. Ha ha ha. So it's good, right? That's great. President Mao smiled. "Yes, it is indeed an excellent story. Then you agree to keep printing my books? Oh, those fairy tales? Forget it. We are a major chamber of commerce, and we have many people to support. I cannot do something that would ruin us." The old man continued with a smile. "Just thinking about it gives me a headache. Don't you agree?" I have always been straightforward, so I hope you understand. How about I give you some money to try other shops? Besides, you once saved my life, so consider it a gift in repayment." Dike Fong abruptly stood up. "No need, then. Thank you for taking the time to see me." Like a lone traveler beneath the evening wind, he slowly walked away. Under his breath, he muttered, "Damn it, that man is ugly in person, ugly in spirit, ugly down to his bones. He has been ugly since the dawn of creation, ugly from childhood to adulthood, ugly enough to make the earth collapse." Mao Lin thought from behind him, "Is he cursing my ancestors? Why is my ear twitching?" Living with a daughter sometimes means suffering in silence. Just then, a crazed girl ran over and asked, "Father, who was that just now?" The old man asked, "Ener, why are you here? Didn't you say you would introduce me to the author of Dream of the Red Chamber? Was that man him? He will not be publishing books here anymore." Ener asked, "What? Why? Didn't the sales of Dream of the Red Chamber earn our chamber a fortune?" As he tore up the young man's book, the old man said, "He is only some country bumpkin, yet he acts so arrogant. Without me, he would never have had the chance to publish anything. Ener, focus on learning commerce properly from the chamber seniors. Ener chutet, commerce, commerce. Is that all you ever care about? I told you I don't like business. And even if I do business, what is wrong with reading more books? You ungrateful child. I raised you and educated you, and now you dare argue with me like this? Guards, take the young lady away." Do you know that we are at a crucial stage in our competition against the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce? If we publish those books, we will be reduced to eating dirt. And these days, even dirt is taxed. The door slammed shut, just like someone's heart had shut itself away. Life is unfair, so even a strand of hair cannot stay straight. Lan Tuet and her junior sister arrived and wondered, "Why does that beggar with the strange hair color look familiar? Is that Mr. E? Why are you here?" "Oh, so you wanted to publish a book, but the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce rejected you? I never expected that all the popular novels in Jiangbin were written by you. By coincidence, our martial uncle has some fruit he wanted to give you as thanks." "Oh, speaking of novels, hasn't elder sister been obsessed with a certain series lately?" "What did you say? Keep your mouth shut. Nobody will think you are mute if you stay quiet. Understand? And do you know what people do when their close friend turns against them? That's what other people do. I just pinch." "Ow, elder sister, I absolutely won't mention that you like his novels anymore. So stop pinching my mouth." Dike Fong sat below in a daze. My heavens, a giant but not a green one. After fooling around for a while, the two girls finally calmed down. "Since everything is settled, we'll be leaving now. Please enjoy the fruit, Mr. E. Don't stand on ceremony. Someone with such extraordinary presence looks heroic even while sitting and eating. Right now, the only difference between us is our clothes. Strip them away, and everyone looks the same. I never imagined Master E was the author of such masterpieces, and I certainly never imagined he would be this handsome. Oh, is this the handsome man my heart has been waiting for? The more I look at him, the more stuck I become, like a mouse on glue." Dike Fong noticed the girl standing there and thought, "Don't tell me you're giving me hope just to crush it. You gave me the fruit, and now you want to take it back. Even when disaster is right before me, I still don't dare act. Fine, since you are so sincere, I, Luo Li, will help push this match to the end. Mr. E, I have a way to help you. Why don't you come with me?" Dike Fong turned around in surprise. "Really? Are you sure? Do you have a way to breathe air and fill my empty stomach?" "Oh, I have a way to get your books published. My father is the president of the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce. Publishing books is as easy as eating porridge for him. Lan Tuet thought. True wisdom emerges in difficult times. Luo Li really is clever. She found a way to help Master while keeping that hidden matter secret. But there is one condition. You have to kiss my elder sister Lan Tuet. Can you do that? Just kiss my sister once, and your books will be published. Dyke Fong smiled foolishly, his eyes unfocused. This is the first time I've ever heard a request like that. I've been single since birth. How exactly am I supposed to kiss a girl? But for someone who has spent his life alone with nothing but fantasies and his right hand for company, isn't this a chance to get close to such a beautiful lady? Farewell, first kiss. Farewell, virginity. I'm going in. If this is my junior sister's proposal, then I am willing to use these hands, steeped in masculine passion, to send you to paradise today. They say form is emptiness and emptiness is form. Without form, there is no form. So let's go. Come here, love of my life. Lan Tuet watched and thought, damn it, I ran into a daredevil. I'm not afraid of heaven or earth, but today I'm afraid of you. Stay away from me, you perverted old teacher. But in the 3,000 great worlds, there are countless paths of cultivation. I've heard of a dual cultivation technique, where yin and yang assist each other through physical contact, raising one's realm severalfold with every breath. Could it be that, out of compassion for me, Sir wishes to lend a hand to the weak? No, calm down, Lan Tuet. We don't know whether Master Dyke means well. But looking at that ugly, lecherous, slovenly, and cheap-looking face, I honestly can't feel anything at all. Then Lan Tuet shouted, enough. It would be one thing if my junior sister were ignorant and reckless enough to make such an outrageous request. But why would you, sir, at your age, and with that rotten, disgusting face, actually agree to it? Stop puckering those lips. Where has that extraordinary, dignified bearing of yours gone? Dyke Fong answered in surprise. No, I truly didn't mean anything by it. I won't do anything, I swear. Lan Doi Sai. Fine, no need to swear. As long as Master Dyke puts those lips away, I'll feel at ease. Otherwise, if someone walks past and throws up, you'll be the one cleaning it up. Understood. Once people meet, it is always hard apart. After some time, at the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce, the three of them heard a voice coming from inside the building as they walked. Well, I heard Linger brought a friend home today. Hurry and introduce him to your father. Why did every chamber president have to look so ugly and creepy? This was the president of the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce, Yin Xiao. Luo Li ran over, crying, Father, I'm back. My daughter, you grown up now? You should watch that mouth of yours a little. Luo Li replied, I know, but I just got back and you're already lecturing your floor tiles again? Aw no, those aren't floor tiles. They're reinforced concrete. Daughter, get down, Luo Li. Otherwise, our guests will laugh at you. Master Dyke, please try this pastry. It is called dragonberry cake, and it is my favorite. Meanwhile, Yin Xiong quietly asked Lan Tuet, Master Dyke has such an extraordinary bearing. I hope, dear niece, that you can tell me a little about him so that I may receive him properly. I cannot reveal much about Master Dyke's identity. You only need to remember that even my master must address him with the utmost respect. Linger, what kind of person have you brought home? This was bad. One wrong move, and he could go from owning property to sleeping in the dirt. They said there were two kinds of people you should never provoke, desperate men and madmen. This man was both, so he was doomed. Yin Xiong hurried over and sweetly addressed Dyke Fong. Master Dyke, would some tea and pastry suit your taste? Could you let me finish speaking? Dyke Fong lowered his head and replied, They're indeed very much to my liking. Thank you, President Yin, for your hospitality. Yin Xiong immediately answered, You are too kind, sir. Please rise. I do not wish to lose my home, so please do not stand on ceremony. My daughter being fortunate enough to befriend you is already a blessing for the Yin family. Then the chamber president loudly declared, Steward, from today onward, our chamber will fully support Master Dyke's book publishing. Typesetting, calligraphy, printing, everything must be done perfectly. If there is any mistake, I will personally hold you accountable. But, Master, our chamber has always focused on jewelry, gold and silver, and cultivator supplies. We are at the critical stage of competing for first-ranked chamber status. If we divert our efforts into selling books, I fear, what nonsense are you spouting? Do as I say. Do you want to go from being a merchant to a cripple for life? Although Dyke Fong knew nothing about business, he at least knew how to behave appropriately. He said, President Yin, there is no need for this. Your chamber's previous business remains more important. I'm already grateful for your goodwill. Please do not overthink it, Master Dyke. In truth, our chamber has long wanted to expand into cultural goods and food-related commerce. Now that we have your books, we can finally begin putting that plan into practice. Luoli thought to herself, really, old man? Didn't you just decide that on the spot? Dyke Fong clasped his hands and said, your generous favor is truly appreciated. A few days later, under the full operation of the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce, books titled Supreme Treasure and Fairy Zixia flooded Jiangbin City. Everyone rushed to buy them, as though it were a festival sale. Curious about the love, hatred, fate, and misconnections within, people quickly bought out the first editions. Thus, a citywide craze for books arose, even spreading to the cultivation sects outside the city. Sitting on a boulder with the book in her hands, Lan Tuet thought, to love her for 10,000 years. Truly, only Master Dike could have written something like this. Suddenly, Zhou Yun appeared through teleportation and asked, Schwerer, while I was in seclusion, what happened in the sect? Why is everything so quiet? There are only a few people left at the training grounds. Wiping away her tears, Lan Tuet said, it must be related to Master Dike's new book. Right now, nearly everyone throughout Jiangbin City has bought one of Master Dike's books. Everyone is completely engrossed in them. How could they still have the mind to cultivate? Zhou Yun thought, Master Dike's books? I understand. How could they cultivate when their minds are filled with voluptuous breasts, round hips, and passionate thrusting? I have something to do. You stay here and watch over the sect. What was that? It was a romance novel, not some obscene book. Why did she make it sound so disgusting? That wildly popular book inadvertently awakened a new power in Jiangbin City, the power of imagination. A whole crowd listened to a young woman ramble. I wonder when a peerless hero will appear and marry me. The others replied, actually, finding a husband is not that difficult. You just need a little imagination. Indeed, those destined to meet can do so even from 1,000 miles away. Those without fate can face each other and still argue endlessly. An old man also flirted with the woman. If I had to put a time limit on this love, I would hope it lasted 10,000 years. Then he added, do you know that you are like an incomplete song? Because I have removed the bass note and erased the treble note. The onlookers stared at another member of the crowd and spoke in unison. Then the pair turned around and said, do you see that man wrapped up like a beggar? Even he has come here to bless our relationship. The people below began shouting, why are you covered up like a thief so early in the morning? Are you here to rob someone? My lord, deduct his taxes. After being cursed at so badly, Yu Wujia ran away. But before one disaster had passed, another arrived. Someone else said, even a beggar puts on airs these days? Ha ha ha. Yu Wujia gritted his teeth. Damn it, if I lose my temper, I might wipe them all out. We have searched for so long, yet we have not found even a trace of Senior Brother Wuchen. This cannot continue. Let us withdraw for now and report back. At the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce, the most influential people had assembled. Everyone knew that a city could have only one first-ranked Chamber of Commerce. Now was the crucial time for determining the rankings. The Baofeng Chamber has earned far more than us with just one book. Worse, their reputation is steadily surpassing everyone present. If we do not find a way to restrain them, the title of first-ranked chamber will belong to them. After hearing this, Mao Lin broke out in a cold sweat. Damn it! In a moment of carelessness, I handed such a profitable opportunity to the Baofeng Chamber. That old thief Yin Xiong must be laughing at me now. A young man pointed at Mao Lin. I heard the author of that book originally came to speak with you about business, but you drove him away. Are you trying to make this entire chamber eat filth instead of food? If we lose our chance at becoming a first-ranked chamber over this, your position as president will vanish as well. Mao Lin snapped angrily. You need not say another word. I am the president of this chamber. I know how to handle matters effectively. Furious, the young man slammed his hand on the table and stood. Someone prepare gifts. I need to pay Master Dike a visit. Meanwhile, in the martial arts hall kitchen, Zhongqing held a bunch of vegetables and asked, Boss, didn't you say you would be a millionaire when you came back? I thought we would get fish noodles or beef pho. So why are we still eating plain noodles? Dike Fong answered, well, I'm trying to turn this piece of tofu into the beef you were talking about, but I do not even know whether it has expired. He found it strange. The books have been sold, and people have praised them. Why have I not seen any money yet? With you two looking so bright-eyed, surely you have not gone and robbed poor people. As he was thinking, someone shouted from outside, I am the steward of the Yin residence, here on behalf of the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce, to request an audience with Master Dike. Zhongqing, remember, money cannot buy happiness, but it can buy a bowl of rare beef pho with extra brisket, tendon, chili, and a poached egg. Forget everything else. We're going out to collect the money. As he hurried outside, Dike Fong said, "You came at just the right time. I had just lit the stove to cook something, but it looks like I will be eating out instead. Where's the money? Even if there is no pile of coins, there should at least be a chest or a bag, right? Do not hand me a rubber band, or I might die from anger on the spot." The old steward thought, "This is settled. People say one should not interrupt others while they are about to eat. Yet I barged in just as they were preparing food. If I anger him, the whole chamber could be finished. Master Dike, this is the payment you earned through your hard work. Since there is no mobile payment system, I had this card prepared for you, which is why I arrived late. I hope you will forgive me. There are 100,000 gold coins inside." Dike Fong looked at the card and thought, "What? 100,000? They really gave me 100,000? Oh, this feels even better than smoking. From now on, money will be deposited into this account every 10 days. Hee hee. I no longer have to fight pigs over their feed. You filthy pigs are not worthy of sharing a table with me." The old man looked at Dike Fong and thought, "Is that expression because he thinks it is too little or because he needs the toilet? Could my presence be making him uncomfortable? I should probably leave. Master Dike, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave and no longer disturb you while you prepare your meal." Dike Fong replied, "Then get going. Remember to lock the door on your way out." Hee hee. I have never felt the sin of wealth surrounding me so strongly. Zhongqing, here's one for you. I'll go. Here's one for you too. Zhongqing, did you see that? 100,000. And this is only 1 month's profit. At last, I have my first real money. The author, keep tormenting me if you dare. At the beginning, you made me eat pig feed and pig manure. If you have the guts, bring Mount 5 Elements down on me too. Hey, you there. On behalf of the author, I must say your mouth is like a cruise ship, close by, yet still very far away. Exactly. Your mouth has wandered far too far. Dike Fong ran out and pointed. Did someone hide under the bridge outside my house? How did you get here so quickly? My salary just arrived, and I have not even had time to enjoy it. Yet you are already planning to spend it? How much do you want to borrow? I am rich now, so I can lend it to you interest-free. Mao Lin replied, "No, I came first to apologize for a few things, and second to offer a modest gift, plainly speaking, to curry favor with you. I am a straightforward man, so I will not beat around the bush. Here are 1,000 gold coins. Please accept them. Your family's monthly income probably is not even 1/10 of this amount." You will surely nod and agree. Seeing how pretentious the old man was acting, Dike Fong asked, "President Mao, if you have something to say it directly. Why go through all this trouble?" As expected, nothing can escape Master Dike's eyes. This is an age of cultural revival. Although the Pingjiang Chamber is large and well-established, we cannot keep relying on the same old business. We must constantly develop according to demand. Therefore, I wish to continue cooperating with you, young Master Dike. This time, our chamber will do everything in its power to support you. Dike Fong asked, "When heaven handed out morality and conscience, did you put on a cap to block them? You personally said before that selling my books had no benefit whatsoever. Why are you saying this now?" Seeing how sharp Dike Fong's tongue was, Mao Lin hesitated before replying, "Just consider me foolish and ignorant yesterday. Why would such a righteous young master hold on to old grievances? I believe you are certainly not the petty sort." Dike Fong immediately replied, "Yes, I am. Did my ears and nose itch when I left yesterday? I really did curse you. I'm a petty person. Damn it, with a mouth like his, no wonder he became a writer." Young Master Dike, stop right there. What kind of man runs away simply because he cannot win an argument? If you do not cooperate with us, do you think you will be able to sell books in Jiangbin City? As Dike Fong walked away, he said, "You're not my type. Our conversation does not suit my taste, so I am not receiving guests." All right, please do not be angry. People should help one another in difficult times, should they not? I know I unintentionally offended you. Tell me, how much will it take for you to cooperate with us? It is not proper to pester someone so shamelessly in broad daylight. You should keep at least a little dignity. Mao Lin finally shouted in anger, "Fine, 10,000 gold coins. Is that enough? You probably could not earn that much even in 10 years. 10,000, and you dare bring that up? Let me tell you how my friends live. What the hell? How could this happen?" The Baofeng Chamber actually gave him their highest grade savings card. It contains at least 100,000 gold coins. As he walked away, Dike Fong said, "Zhongqing, go, see the guest out for me." Once he entered the room, he laughed like a madman. "Ha ha, hee hee hee, ho ho ho. Seeing that old man so furious was absolutely delightful. Meanwhile, over at the Xuanwu sect, Ling Yuni was kneeling outside a door. Master, the people you sent to Jiangbin City have returned. They report that there is no trace of senior brother Wuchen in the city. Does that not seem strange? A voice echoed from behind the door. Where is Wu Feng? Come out. Master, your disciple is here. Go down the mountain and investigate exactly where Wuchen disappeared. Return and report to me immediately. Looking at Wu Feng, Ling Yuni thought, will this really be all right? You need not worry, Ling Yuni. Once Wu Feng puts on the swift cloak, no one can match his speed. Even if he were struck to pieces, no one could touch a single hair on him. To put it plainly, he is almost impossible to injure. Back at the martial arts hall, Dike Fong hurriedly prepared to leave, not forgetting to bid "I'll go farewell." My dog Demon, stay safe at home. When I return from the celebration banquet, I will bring you bones to eat. Go panted with his tongue out and thought, does this man really see me as some ordinary mutt? I am the dignified, heaven-devouring demon wolf. If I had not been beaten half to death, would I ever have endured such humiliation? Just wait. My motto is to stay calm and confident, not hold grudges, and quietly take revenge later. Goodbye, love you, boy. Keys. Looking at the paintings, Ago thought, I want to run away so badly. I have followed that man for so long, yet I still do not know whether he is some kind of lecherous pervert. How else could he draw pictures that look so disgusting? But I have to admit, anyone capable of painting such surging martial intent is truly extraordinary. As long as these paintings remain here, why would I need to guard this place myself? Come to think of it, where did he hide the property deed and land papers? He always tells me not to look for them whenever he leaves, so why not today? While Ago was lost in thought, a violent gale suddenly swept through from nowhere, startling him badly. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the Wind Demon of Northern Jiang. My legs strike like an invisible whirlwind. Old man, move aside at once. Damn it, is he looking down on me? Another mortal fool who has eyes but cannot recognize Mount Tai? This is the only martial arts hall left in the city. I can sense a faint remnant of Wuchen's aura here. Could he have died? It seems the person we have searched for all this time is here as well. Then I may as well drag Wuchen's corpse back with me and bury you too while I am at it. Today will be the day of your destruction. Better to kill 1,000 by mistake than let a single enemy go. Ago rushed inside, nearly in tears. What debt did that fat-legged bastard rack up for some big shot this time? Every time he leaves home, someone comes looking to smash the place. Suddenly, a powerful force burst forth from inside. Dozens of hands, each making every imaginable rock-paper-scissors gesture, shot toward Wu Feng. What is this? How could that man possess power on this level? I underestimated him. After taking the full blow, his entire 50-kilogram body was reduced to less than 100 grams of bone before falling to the ground. The old masters in the paintings flew away as they spoke. Come on, let's go back to sleep. First thing in the morning, we run into some fool who should be out earning a living instead of picking a fight. Come in here and sleep some more. Although Ago was terrified out of his wits, a sinister smile crept across his face. That tickles. Stop acting stupid, you fool. That tickles. I understand now. With Senior's martial attainments, he could have turned me into 7 dishes of dog meat in an instant. Yet not only did he refrain from harming me, he has taken such meticulous care to protect my body. He kept me here and used martial intent to heal my injuries. He fed and clothed me, and even gave me the chance to cultivate my inner state. Regret is useless now. I will devote myself wholeheartedly to my master's path, so that he will know accepting me was not a mistake. One day, he will recognize my loyalty and entrust all his property to my care. Then this stray dog with no home will become Ago, the great real estate tycoon of Jiangbin City. Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, at the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce, several prominent figures sat listening to a young man speak. This is precisely the time for the chamber's evaluation, and Mr. Dike has come to us like timely rain. Setting profits aside, you have all seen the reputation and influence he has brought us. We absolutely cannot offend Mr. Dike. With him, the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce is no match for us. In Xiong said, the steward reported last time that Mr. Dike did not seem particularly satisfied with the profit of 100,000 gold coins. I am considering increasing it somewhat, lest we lose something great over a small matter. Another young man interjected, I suggest that aside from recovering our capital, the chamber takes only 1 share. Give all the remaining shares to Mr. Dyke. Lan Tuet thought to herself, why are you looking at me? I only came to fill a seat. Do I have to give an opinion too? Incheon replied, fine, then it is settled. In short, we will spare no effort to preserve this business relationship. At a Baofeng Chamber of Commerce shop, while waiting for Peng Ying to buy something, Yu Wujia stood there deep in thought. There is still no trace of Jing Wuchen. The men searching for the martial arts hall are taking far too long. If this continues, Ning Xuanwu will surely blame me again. While he was occupied with his thoughts, a young shop assistant, plain-looking but shrewd, said, Sir, the total is 103 taels, but I will round it down to 100. Will you be paying in cash or with a banknote? Yu Wujia flew into a rage. A mere mortal dares to overcharge me? It seems you no longer value your fingers. The shop assistant trembled as he replied, In mercy, sir, I deserve death. I will recalculate it for you immediately. Dyke Fong, I told you before not to follow me anymore, didn't I? Are you pretending to be deaf, or are you really that stupid? Do not let me see you again. Do you understand? Dyke Fong stopped to reason with the crazy woman. What is wrong with you? You walk away with half my soul, and the other half stays behind cursing? I was merely passing by. Why are you suddenly picking a fight with me? Peng Ying said bitterly. Again? Every time, you claim it is a coincidence. The young man beside her, eager to impress a woman, stepped forward. You say you have moved on, yet you still cannot forget your old feelings? Sister Peng, why should we concern ourselves with a lowly nobody like him? Even if I die, I will never let you return to him, not for a moment. Having heard her say that, the young man immediately prepared to show off. Since you say so, why not deal with him right now? Lan Tuet suddenly appeared. Sir, there is no need for you to act. What fools, daring to stage a scene and provoke you in broad daylight. If you anger, sir, you will have only yourselves to blame. With a single palm strike, Lan Tuet smashed Yu Wujia's insolent mouth, making him cough up blood. Lan Dui, why is she here? Her gaze has fallen upon me, igniting a golden flame in my heart. Serves you right for being such a fool. Seeing Yu Wujia barely clinging to life, Peng Ying asked, Brother Wujia, are you still breathing? Brother Wujia. Lan Tuet and Luo Li then greeted Dyke Fong. Sir, we are terribly sorry for startling you. Dyke Fong Zeit. Fortunately, you arrived in time. Otherwise, she might have claimed she was pregnant with my child and demanded support money from me every month. Even with his mouth smashed open, Yu Wujia still tried to speak. Why has that woman appeared here at this time? Damn, it hurts so badly. Brother Wujia, if you cannot speak, then be quiet. No one can understand you anyway. Peng Ying suddenly dropped to her knees and listened to Lan Tuet's rebuke. You are a disciple of Qingshan Patriarch, yet you dare disrespect a mortal such as Mr. Dyke? You even tried to attack him. The girl trembled. Lady Luo Lan. Lan Tuet said coldly, State your name. Let me check for myself. Outer Sect, disciple Peng Ying of the Mystic Hall, under the supervision of the Outer Sect Elder Fong. You joined the Qingshan Sect only 1 month ago. Your aptitude was never sufficient to enter the Qingshan Sect in the first place. Even if someone accepted you without authorization, you need not come back from tomorrow onward. You are hereby expelled from the Qingshan Sect. But he was the one who attacked. I did not even touch a hair on him, senior sister. As soon as she finished speaking, Lan Tuet slapped her hard across the face. This is your final warning. If you dare provoke Sir again, or use the Qingshan Sect's name to bully the weak, I will personally tear that insolent mouth of yours apart. Do you understand? Peng Ying trembled as she thought. I paid an immeasurable price to join the Qingshan Sect. Yet today, because of Dyke Fong, a man I discarded, all my efforts have gone to waste? No, I refuse to accept this. I must get to the bottom of this. At the Xuanwu Sect, Lin Yuni and Ning Xuanwu were currently cultivating. Ning Xuanwu said, A tranquil heart is the foundation for comprehending one's realm. Your aura is unsettled. Is something troubling you? Lin Yuni replied, Master, we have always suspected that the great expert in Jiangbin City was the enlightened master who helped the Qingshan Sect grow stronger. But if that is so, why do we send only senior brothers Wuchen and Wufeng to investigate? Perhaps we underestimated this matter. After all, the Qingshan Patriarch suddenly obtained an extraordinarily divine weapon. If that man truly is a master, sending those 2 senior brothers, who were so indifferent to everything, was a grave mistake. If that person can truly create such divine weapons, senior brothers Wuchen and Wufeng alone cannot contend with him. Therefore, Master, I ask that you permit this disciple to descend the mountain and investigate personally. Ning Xuanwu, moved by her earnest words, gave the order. Very well, but be careful. The moment she entered the door, Lin Yunyi called out, "Where's the waiter?" "I am here." Apparently worried that he had not heard clearly, she grabbed him by the collar as she spoke. "I know you gather information in Jiangbin City. Tell me, do you know who owns the martial arts hall and writes books?" "Oh, you're looking for someone? That is no trouble at all. His name is Dike Fong. Would you like me to lead you there personally?" As Dike Fong ran in, he said, "I'll go look what delicious food I brought back for you. Kajda, enjoy it. I had to fight my appetite with all my strength to save it for you." Ago turned his head away as soon as he smelled it, and Dike Fong asked in surprise, "Hey, look at him. Zhong Qing. He is acting like I murdered his grandfather. Does he want it served on an ancestral altar before he will eat it? What did he bring back?" Dike Fong looked at it and thought, could this bone be? "Henry, you have eaten your fill at someone else's home, so now you cannot even be bothered to look at the food I bring you? Are you showing me this because you want praise?" Ago thought, could it be that everything which happened yesterday was within Senior's calculations? He specifically told me to stay home so I could witness that scene, to tell me that if I remained careless, my end would be exactly the same. After Zhong Qing found a strange object while cleaning up, she quickly brought it to Dike Fong. "Master, look at this. What is this? Did I go steal something again?" "Well, it is fine. We happen to need a rag. We are so poor that I wear the same clothes all the time, so I do not have old clothes to use as cleaning rags. This has fallen right from the sky. Why worry about dirt now? It is already fortunate enough that the house was not burned down and no documents were lost. Surely just bringing home a bit of rubbish cannot be bad enough to land it in a hot pot restaurant." As he reached down for the bone, Dike Fong thought, it would be a waste to throw this away. Instead, what is this? Could I go be sneaking around and stealing again without asking? But it is fine. We happen to be short of cleaning rags at home. We are so poor that I keep wearing the same set of clothes, so we do not have any old clothes to use as floor rags. Now that one has fallen from the sky, why worry about getting it dirty? As long as the house has not burned down and no documents have gone missing by the time we get home. Appear Pikachu. Suddenly, someone exceptionally brave appeared and dared to snatch the bone right from in front of Ago's jaws. The instant she grabbed the bone, Lin Yunyi thought, damn it, I snatched his food. That was the wrong move. Let me take it back. Damn it, he will not let go. What do I do now? Master once told me that one mistake could make me regret it for a lifetime. Fine, today I have no choice but to play dirty. The woman was bitten on the hand, yet blood spurted from her mouth. Seeing this, Dike Fong quickly asked, "Miss, are you all right? Why not come inside and sit down first? I will take your pulse and see whether you are injured. If you're fine, I have some wild beetle leaves and shrimp paste at home. I can make you something to eat." As Lin Yunyi hurried away, she thought, no, even if I am innocent, there is no witness to prove it. I should just say I am fine. I am all right. I would not dare trouble you, sir. Seeing that she was unharmed, Dike Fong said with relief, "Oh, I see. Miss, next time, try not to be so rash, conspicuous, and theatrical when you come looking for an opportunity. There is nothing left in my house for you to stage another scene over." Hearing this, the woman was terrified. How could he see through me? He truly is a demon. "Oh, right. Is this bone yours? Here, take it back. No wonder you snatched it the moment you arrived. Hey, why are you running? How am I supposed to return it to you, miss?" As she fled, Lin Yunyi thought, have my two senior brothers, who love showing off so much, already been reduced to graveside remains? Dike Fong said to Zhong Qing, "Do you know where the coldest place in the world is? It is the human heart. A girl suddenly flew in here earlier to make false accusations, but when it failed, she ran away." Ago thought. With only a glance, he saw through a martial spirit's disguise. His methods are truly unfathomable. At the Xuanwu sect, Lin Yunyi rushed back in a panic to report the terrible news. "Master, there truly is a master in Jiangbin City. Furthermore, both senior brothers have met their end, leaving behind only 2 bones." "What? Lin Yunyi, everyone is here. Calm down and tell us what happened." Senior brother Wufeng was reduced so completely that only his bones remained. Senior brother Wuchen fared slightly better and still had 2 bones left. But now there is only one, because that man cruelly gave the other one to his dog to gnaw on. Ning Xuanwu punched the wall furiously. Bastard. Very well. Ha Dike, I have been too merciful to you. This time, I, Ning Xuanwu, will personally come to your door and settle this debt. The only people capable of inheriting my Xuanwu sect are Lin Yunyi, Jing Wufeng, and Jing Wuchen. Now he seeks to cut off our entire line of succession. This is outrageous, Ning Xuanwu continued. Then where are those two treasures? Lin Yunyi answered, Please do not be angry, master. Your heaven-suppressing stone has been fitted perfectly into his doorway. As for Wu Feng's swift cloak, it has been made into a cleaning rag. That damn bastard, the disciples, their legs shaking with fear, tried to calm him. Please calm down, master. Excessive anger clouds the mind and may bring the house down. Ning Guanlu lauket. Ha ha, he is even more vicious than I am. Very well. Lin Yunyi, what else is there? Tell me everything. Please calm down, master. Although I took every precaution, my abilities were still insufficient. He saw through my disguise in an instant. Not only did he spare me, he told me, be less rash, less conspicuous, and less theatrical next time you seek an opportunity. Those were his exact words. Ning Xuanwu rose furiously. If he intends to pursue us to the bitter end, shall the Xuanwu sect simply stand here and wait for death? Issue the order. Every master is to follow me down the mountain. I will personally kill that villain to avenge Wu Feng and Wuchen and reclaim the two priceless treasures that he treats like rubbish. Kill him without mercy. In Jiangbin City, preparations for the plan to destroy the martial arts hall and retrieve the magical treasures were complete. Pointing at one of her subordinates, Lin Yunyi said, Master, this is the death-sworn scout I selected to investigate the terrain. His name is Zhang San. Zhang San awaits the Patriarch's orders. With killing intent blazing around him, Ning Xuanwu said, Go to that martial arts hall and investigate every corner thoroughly. Above all, find out everything about its master and the reasons behind his actions. Lin Yunyi added, Even I was seen through by that man. He saw not only through my outward appearance, but even into my heart. Moreover, he is a genius in the use of formations. His martial arts hall is filled with hidden traps concealed in things you would never notice. That moment of carelessness was precisely why my two senior brothers died. Ning Xuanwu sat and thought, something is not right. Have I overlooked something? If the crescent blade in Lu Qingshan's hand was forged by this man, then his strength must surpass even that of a martial king. If he is truly an extraordinarily gifted master, probing into him may accidentally provoke his wrath. Ning Xuanwu then rose and solemnly declared, If you do not return, I guarantee that the Xuanwu sect will take care of your family. They will receive a monthly allowance of 2 or 3 coins. But if you dare run away, prepare a coffin big enough for your whole family to lie in together. Though pale as death, the young man still dared to ask, Then what if I can return? Ning Xuanwu replied, If you return, I will immediately make you a personal disciple and allow you to choose an elder as your master. Before you leave, let me give you a piece of advice. If a mosquito lands on your balls, you will understand that violence is not always the answer. At the martial arts hall, Dike Fong and Ago were sprawled out, humming nonsense. Now you know what to do. Stuff the bird into a fuse, grind it into flour, pull it out black as soot. Seeing Zhong Qing work so diligently really puts my mind at ease. I am fortunate to have accepted such an obedient child as my disciple. Oh, right, there was heavy rain a few days ago. Hurry and take down the 18 paintings hanging in the front hall and air them out in the sun. Dry them in the courtyard, though. If they get blown away, your teeth will go flying with them. Zhong Qing replied, Okay, sir. These paintings are not useful for anything, and no one would buy them, even if I try to sell them. I might as well hang them up as decorations to make the place look a little different. At least outsiders will think I'm doing well for myself. Just as he was relaxing, a voice called from outside. Excuse me, is anyone here? Zhong Qing turned around in surprise. Sir, I thought no one ever came here except ghosts and tax collectors. Dike Fong replied, Who knows? Maybe some billion-dollar deal has come looking for us. You have worked hard, so go rest. I will receive the guest. Why do I suddenly feel like I went from being a double agent to a thief? Well, once the arrow is loosed, there is no turning back. Remember, eloquence is no match for having plenty of money. Those writers and monks cannot possibly fool me with their tricks. Dike Fong walked out, cupped his hands, and said, One look at you tells me that you are a martial arts prodigy. Our martial arts hall is currently offering a buy one get one free promotion for registration. That guy looks a little dumb. Maybe he came with a free chicken. Zhang Xin walked over, scratched his head, and asked, "Hello, may I ask which way the Xuanwu sect is?" Dike Fong's face darkened. "You came here looking for the Xuanwu sect?" Zhang San's heart nearly leapt out of his chest. "Oh no, Buddha, please help me survive this disaster. Damn it, I forgot that this man is on the Qingshan sect side. The Xuanwu sect and the Qingshan sect are like fire and water." Dike Fong glared at him. "Oh no, I am done for. Master taught me that in moments like this, I need to make an unexpected move. But I'm about to have a heart attack. To reach the Xuanwu sect, turn right, walk straight for a while, then turn left. When you see a lake, dive straight into it." Damn it, I thought a good deal had come knocking first thing in the morning. Turns out he only wanted directions. Zhang San thought, his heart pounding. I thought I was going to die. So he was actually seriously giving me directions? It was all just a coincidence. That scared me half to death. He looks foolish, but I still failed to deceive him. My business skills are far too immature. If I had not become a writer, this martial arts hall would probably have gone under long ago, just like those failed noodle stalls. Zhang, Sam began doubting his life. This man looks stupid enough. He does not seem clever at all. So why did those people make such a huge fuss? I thought he was a hidden master, but he is just a fool. Brother, this place seems rather deserted. I suppose there are no disciples here. Damn this ugly, ill-mannered brat. That question hit me like a punch to the face. If you were not the first customer of the day, I would have shoved the kitchen cleaver straight into your mouth. Zhang San, driven by his need to provoke people, continued, "Why not turn your martial arts hall into a restaurant? At least then people would come and go. If you keep it like this, only ghosts will enter. Keep talking and do not blame me when the sea turns salty and my armpits turn sour." Seeing that Dike Fong was getting irritated, Zhang San laughed with satisfaction. "Ha ha, he is obviously just an ordinary mortal. This martial arts hall is just an ordinary hall. It is not some dark, cursed hellscape. Those people really exaggerated things. This time, I have struck it rich. What kind of lunatics are these? Lunatics dripping with madness, spreading insanity through the streets, terrorizing the ozone layer, and driving the entire universe insane. First thing in the morning, I get mocked, and now these troublemakers have come to cause chaos too. One after another, Martial Sect Chu Shirkwang, Martial Sect Sun Juga, and Martial Sect Li Mos arrived together with that eccentric old man. "Greetings, Mr. Dike." Old Wu's brought some friends to visit again. As he led the three men inside, Wu Yonghong said, "I am truly sorry to trouble you again." Dike Fong replied, "You know you were troubling me? I am joking. Kumain." Someone suddenly patted Zhang San on the shoulder and asked, "This is the hidden master, Mr. Dike, you were talking about? No matter how I look at him, he is just a mortal. Average appearance, poor background, short-sighted, clumsy, and without any cultivation." The teasing old man replied, "Did you not say that there was a sign above his martial arts hall that contained martial intent?" Wu Yonghong immediately jumped up. "My ancestors, keep your voices down. Do you want to die? My 7-star sacred trident was obtained thanks to him. Believe it if you want. No, you had better believe it whether you want to or not." Fine, we believe you. You are all hundreds of years old. Why argue like children? Besides, look at what he is using as floor tiles. He is really extravagant. They're emperor-grade treasures. Even we would cherish such things as dearly as eggs. Yet he uses them to pave the floor. I guarantee he is no ordinary person. As they entered, the men noticed something strange. "Brothers, does that rag hanging out to dry look familiar?" That is right. There is no mistake. It carries the aura of an emperor-grade treasure, a sacred item capable of founding a sect. As they eagerly grabbed the household rag and inspected it, they said, "This is the first time I have ever seen something this precious." Dike Fong replied, "Do your families not have enough rags? Are you trying to take mine too?" "It is so torn and rotten that I was planning to throw it away anyway." "Then, if you are so well off, could you give it to me? If you will not give it to me, I will take it myself." Zhongqing blurted out, "Say another word and I will steal it." The entire group lowered their heads. "We pay respects to Master Dike. We came unannounced today and have greatly disturbed you. If he gives it to any one of you, split it into 4 shares. Dike Fong replied, "Did you all take the wrong medicine? I said there was no need for formalities. We are all poor folks struggling to make ends meet. Helping one another is perfectly normal." On the other side, Zhongqing was putting up a poster inside. "The one who works himself to death is always the one, while the idle ones merely know how to criticize." Suddenly, a surge of power appeared on the porch, illuminating the entire area. The men were startled. A monster is coming. A monster! The stone's illusion was so powerful that it dragged the men into an underground world. One of them stood at attention beside a dinosaur and an astronaut. The oldest man was still obsessed with playing soccer despite his age. Another had spilled a bowl of sour soup and became completely delirious. Outside Dyke Fong's side, they only passed through a doorway, yet they already look like they have gone completely mad. By the way, the martial arts hall is closed today for cleaning, so the place is a little messy. Go inside and squeeze yourselves in somewhere to sit. The four men sat silently and whispered among themselves. Sit still. If one of us asks to use the toilet, he might accuse us of stealing 20 or 30,000 coins when we return. Then set up a camera to record everything. Another person blurted out, "What if he says you stole it before setting up the camera? Would you have anything to say then?" Still, this man's house has every kind of treasure imaginable, and his martial intent is unbelievably powerful. My cultivation realm has been stuck for hundreds of years, yet the moment I entered, I felt a stir for the first time. Wu Yonghong said, "A martial emperor? No, with his level of strength, he must be an immortal martial artist. I cannot believe we have encountered someone above even the martial emperor realm. Ha ha ha. No wonder I cannot sense even a trace of his cultivation. He truly stands supreme above heaven and earth." As soon as he finished speaking, the men fled outside. No, his martial intent is too powerful. We cannot continue sensing it. If we stay any longer, we will either suffer cultivation deviation or go insane. The four men panted as they spoke. "You are already so old, so why do you run so fast? I am exhausted from chasing you. Could you not have walked out slowly? You suddenly told us to run. My blood pressure is either about to shoot up or my blood sugar is about to crash." Dyke Fong came out from inside. "Why are all of you sitting outside? Now you know what to do. Stuff the bird into a fuse, grind it into flour, pull it out black as soot. Who taught you that song? Forget it. Living with a fool means silently enduring it. Zhong Qing, once they calm down, tell them to move aside so you can hang up the sign. No matter what those people ask you to do not do it. They're all crazy. I'm going to cook." After a while, Zhong Qing finished hanging the sign. The men stared at it and said, "Hey, I remember an old language lesson about a sign where someone took advice and changed it until only one word remained. Is he the author of that story? Yet even with only one word, we can understand every meaning behind his words. Yes, he knew we could not withstand his martial intent, so he personally had his disciple hang a different sign with a gentler aura for us." The two men whispered outside. "Earlier, one glance at it nearly made me ugly enough to blacken the sky and distort space. Now it is making me cry too." At the Xuanwu sect, Ning Xuanwu was getting ready to go out when someone hurried over to report, "Master, the death-sworn scout you sent out has returned." Overjoyed, Ning Xuanwu replied, "What? He actually made it back? Bring him in at once." Reporting to Master and to all the elders present, "After enduring untold hardships, I have discovered the truth. He is nothing more than a useless mortal." Ning Xuanwu sensed something strange and asked sharply, "Are you telling the truth?" "I came back alive, so I dare stake my life on it." There was nothing unusual in the martial arts hall, including that Dyke Fong. I tested him repeatedly, and every reaction he showed was that of an ordinary human. I suspect senior brothers Wuchen and Wufeng did not die at all. It must have been some sort of misunderstanding. They may even still be alive. Ning Xuanwu replied, "So I've been nothing but a bull led around by rumors? You made everyone think that I, Ning Xuanwu, was afraid of a mere mortal." "Yes, master. That man is just a swindler who deceives foolish people." Seeing how shifty the scout looked, Lin Yuni whispered to an elder, "Master, this matter is too unusual, and we do not know the other party's strength. Please allow Lin Yi to go." "No need. Whether he is a real god or a fraud, I can see for myself. This time, I will descend the mountain personally. What exactly is inside your martial arts hall? Spit out now. I am coming to tear your place apart from the foundations. Everyone, prepare yourselves." What is our slogan? Throughout the realm, the Xuanwu sect obeys only Master's command. What is this? Why are there suddenly a few wandering ghosts here causing trouble? Ling Yeo Ni Pai Den Up what? Master, they are over there. But why are 4 random men sitting there sunbathing today? Did he hire guards? Ning Xuanwu raised his voice. Guards or not, anyone who blocks my path will be killed without mercy. I will charge ahead first. Keep your eyes open and watch how I crush these cockroaches with one hand. You fools who care nothing for life and defy the world, get out of my way. Are you deaf? I have shouted myself hoarse, yet you are still sitting there silently? Then prepare to enter your graves. Wu Yonghong glanced up and said, A mongrel who does not know his place dares put on such airs. Look at him, like flies swarming dung. Ning Xuanwu sensed that something was wrong. Something is not right. Can I take that move back? Those are the auras of martial sex. 4 of them, in fact. That bald man appears to be Limos, the death-calculating abacus, holding the one and only sacred heaven mechanism abacus. Next is Chu Shirquang, the peerless madman. After betraying his sect, he slaughtered everyone within it, then polished the skulls of powerful experts into ornaments for his body. That is Sun Zhuge, the heaven-born cripple. His meridians were severed from birth, yet he later cultivated a forbidden art that defied heaven and changed his fate. And finally, that man is Wu Yonghong of the Nine-Shame Trident. After being deceived by someone, he flew into a rage and massacred an entire city. Countless experts have pursued him, but none could do anything to him. After hearing their reputations, I know exactly where I am headed, straight to hell. Why have these 4 overlords suddenly come to this martial arts hall? Realizing the situation was bad, Ning Xuanwu, fearless of everything except death, turned to flee. But life was not a dream. An arm suddenly shot out and grabbed his leg. Sun Zhuge calmly sipped tea and said, Why are you in such a hurry? You might trip over a stone and get caught. Seeing the crisis, Lin Yunyi shouted, Everyone, hurry and help the patriarch. Ouch! Which bastard put a mirror in the middle of the road? Master, it is not that I do not want to save you. He blocked us with a dirty trick, so my fellow disciples and I will head back first. Please take care of yourself. Ning Xuanwu said, Hey, do not abandon me like this. Sun Zhuge said, We are drinking tea and conversing here. Please shut your mouth, sir. As soon as he finished speaking, an evil force emerged and gathered around an enormous skull. Lin Yunyi looked up in horror. This has gone way too far, everyone. The surrounding space was swiftly torn apart, and the bystanders were ripped to pieces. Lin Yunyi was not harmed except for her clothing being torn, but she still vomited blood everywhere. Wu Yonghong rested his chin on his hand and said, A mere lowly martial king dares attack us. Ning Xuanwu forced a smile. Seniors, please calm down. This is all a misunderstanding. Let's settle this peacefully. My original intention was only to smash this martial arts hall and deal with that owner inside. How could I possibly dare offend you seniors? I caught one of those fools, everyone. You are quite bold to dare lay a hand on Mr. Dyke. Chu Shirquang raised his hand, preparing to seize Ning Xuanwu by the mouth. You still dared threaten to destroy our master's martial arts hall. It seems we must teach you a lesson today. Ning Xuanwu slapped himself while suppressing his pain. I was young and ignorant. I failed to recognize Mount Tai. But the ancient said that ignorance is not a crime, right? Seeing that he was about to be beaten to death, Wu Yonghong spoke up. Wait, brothers. It is true that the ancient said ignorance is not a crime. But knowing better and doing it anyway is still a crime. I can tell from his face that he is a slippery liar. Brothers, tear him apart. You dared insult our master. You truly have the gall of a tiger. Though Ning Xuanwu cried until he had no tears left, he still thought, the master they keep mentioning must be the true owner of this martial arts hall. That Dyke Fong is probably only his subordinate. Sun Zhuge said, although you dared to commit such outrageous acts and even slander our master, this is his home, so I do not wish to make a move here. Ning Xuanwu immediately kowtowed and begged forgiveness. I know my sin, senior. Just who is this master to have subdued the 4 great madmen of the world and made them guard his door? Chu Shirquang suddenly asked, Are you Ning Xuanwu of the Xuanwu sect? Ning Xuanwu quickly replied, Yes, senior. Even Ning Jiuqian of your family would not dare behave recklessly here. Yet nobody like you dares? You have more guts than brains. Just as the tension mounted, someone came back from the market, loudly arguing, You shortchanged me. I'm sure of it. Damn it. I lost money and got cursed it too. Everyone immediately lined up and greeted him. Welcome back, Master Dyke. Difeng answered, Why are you all acting like my disciples? Ning Xuanwu sensed that something was off and wondered, Is this the legendary master? Wu Yonghong said, "Master, he is no need to explain. I remember that face. Thanks to you, I backed the underdog that day and ended up fighting pigs for Brand Kid." Ning Xuanwu broke out in a cold sweat. How would he be the master? The man guarded by those four monsters looked no different from an ordinary mortal. The four men whispered among themselves, "Master is knowledgeable of heaven above and earth below. Everyone knows that. He indirectly made me lose money. How could I forget? Just looking at you old men, I can tell you are bullying this kid. You're no different from me in my previous life." Sun Zhuge asked, "Then how do you intend to deal with him?" "Well, his life or death is up to you." "No, his fate is for you to decide. This is Master's Martial Arts Hall, so we shall follow your decision entirely." Dike Fong scratched his head. "Honestly, I do not know how to deal with him. But if someone does something stupid for fame, he should bear the consequences, right? Besides, you know how it is. When a mosquito lands on your balls, you realize violence is not always the best solution. So if you teach him a lesson, at least leave him able to breathe." Dike Fong ran away as he spoke. "I have something to do, so handle the rest peacefully on my behalf. I should get out of here. All I hear are names like ghosts, monsters, and demons. If someone dies later, at least I will have an alibi." Ning Xuanwu watched Dike Fong leave and secretly rejoiced. So, my life has been spared. Meanwhile, the four men began overthinking in earnest. Master's words must mean that we are to continue observing every move this man makes. Giving us full authority means he wants to see how we face and resolve this trial. If this somehow affects the immortal king's daily life, we will be finished. Ning Xuanwu was sweating profusely, thinking their faces look like they have soaked in sewage. "Does that mean they're letting me go?" Limos said, "We are already so old, yet we still make Master worry. How can we possibly be fit to teach our juniors?" Wu Yonghong looked at Ning Xuanwu and thought, "The elders behave shamelessly, so the juniors follow suit. Hand over your storage pouch." Ning Xuanwu watched his storage pouch fly away on its own and felt as though his guts had turned rotten. So the saying is true. Make one mistake, and your whole clan gets dragged through the mud. Handsome Senior, everything inside is the accumulated wealth of the Xuanwu sect over 30 years. I was young and foolish and caused this disaster. Please accept it as my apology." As he tossed it toward Limos, Wu Yonghong said, "Get up." The moment he finished speaking, Ning Xuanwu fled as though fire were burning his backside. "This junior shall take his leave. I will not trouble you any longer. That is why I say never trust the mouths of women, the elderly, or breastfeeding children." Seeing him run, Sun Zhuge was already prepared. He launched a palm strike straight at Ning Xuanwu's arm. "I have good news and bad news for you. The bad news is that this is the Heaven Pride poison. Within 3 days, the poison will spread throughout your body. The good news is that I only struck one of your arms. You heard it yourself. This was Master Dike's intention. We will not take your life, but neither can we simply let you leave unharmed. That would be improper." As soon as he finished, someone sent Ning Xuanwu flying with a kick straight to the jaw. "I will send you off by air. It is faster that way." Back at the Xuanwu sect, one disaster had barely passed before another arrived. Yet another disciple had been beaten half to death. "Sect Master, there must be some misunderstanding. You have to believe me." Ning Xuanwu snapped back. "Misunderstanding? Have you not said enough about being innocent?" He was truly furious beyond measure. The fool beside him asked, "Sect Master, what should we do next? The foundation of our sect has been crippled. What about revenge?" "Revenge? Have you not seen my arm? Do you want me to cripple both of my legs too?" Damn it, they even mocked me earlier. They said they had spared me by striking only one arm. But damn it, I do not even have another arm left. Is that what they call mercy? Lin Yuni came out and asked tremblingly, "Master, it is freezing. So why did you make me wear such revealing clothes? Do you not know that it was so cold this morning my backside froze when I went to the toilet? Autumn is already turning into winter. Besides, as far as I know, those 5 men included at least 4 martial sect experts and 1 martial saint. They might even include a martial emperor." Ning Xuanwu turned to everyone and said, "When facing such powerful enemies, we must understand that all we have are foolish companions. Put revenge aside for now. What we need to do is guard against the Qingshan sect." Lin Yunyi asked, Master, what do you mean? For thousands of years, the Xuanwu sect and the Qingshan sect have been evenly matched here in Jiangbin City. But now, some reclusive great master has fallen out of the sky. Lu Qingshan has formed a good relationship with him and was favored with a peerless azure divine saber. If we continue to ignore this, the Qingshan sect will eventually devour our entire sect. Therefore, our most urgent task is to flatter and win over that martial arts master. Do you understand? Do you know why I suddenly looked at you? That is right, Lin Ni. With your beauty and charm, seduce him and become his beloved woman. I know this is difficult for you. I have always regarded you as my own daughter. Do you regard me as your father? If so, save the Xuanwu sect this once. Consider it my final wish in life. Lin Yunyi answered shyly, It is not that I do not want to. I am only afraid that he will not even spare me a glance. Ning Xuanwu replied, Then it is settled. Now, where are the makeup and wardrobe teams? Get over here and dress up my precious daughter. Lin Ni, have I not always taught you to hold your head high every morning like I do? You are a member of the Xuanwu sect. How can you think of failure before you even begin? Master, I understand. Leave this mission to me. At the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce, Mao Lin sat there panting as though creditors had chased him around the entire market. Iner approached and asked, Father, why did you suddenly wish to speak with your daughter? Mao Lin said, Daughter, what do you think of the author of Dream of the Red Chamber? Iner hesitated. Father, why do you ask such a question? I have never met him, but judging from the book, I think he must be a very sentimental person. You're done for. To tell you the truth, thanks to his supreme treasure, the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce has officially risen to a new position right over my head. The evaluation for first-class chambers of commerce is about to begin. So I want you to make a move, not get aroused. Can you go and win over that Daifeng? I was foolish enough to smash my own rice bowl in the first place. Now the only way to recover is to rely on my daughter. Father, say no more. They say a girl smitten with a man has not finished reincarnating yet. Back at the martial arts hall, Daifeng and Zhongqing returned after having noodle soup and found something strange. It seems those 4 people left these 4 items for you, boss. They said they were gifts of thanks for the rake you gave them earlier. Daifeng Zeit, is my house not crowded enough already? Why bring back this junk? They could have given me money instead. In a few days, Go will chew these things until only the handles remain. Then Daifeng noticed something unusual, and his expression changed. Go also turned to look. They even gave me cosplay clothes. Tell me, do I look like this? Little girl, walk slowly. Do not hurry along. Do not crush my heart. Zhongqing replied, No, boss. That is disgusting. Stop it. I can tell by your faces that you have no artistic appreciation for cosplay. Throw this pile of rubbish into the storeroom. The 2 hurriedly carried the items into the storeroom as Daifeng ordered. Suddenly, Go stared fixedly ahead as though he had seen a ghost carrying a leg of meat down the street. What is wrong with the boss's books? As soon as he unloaded them and prepared to bring them in, an overwhelming aura surged out. Even my grandfather would not dare put them away now. Seeing Go acting strangely, Daifeng rubbed his head. Why are you tearing up? If you're tired, go lie down and rest. One little item already has such an aura. If the storeroom door suddenly opens, I will either run away or be scared speechless. Suddenly, 2 women approach from outside, continuing their search. Excuse me, is Master Dike at home? I am here to collect a debt. I heard you have not paid for months. I have come today, and if you still do not pay, I will seize your belongings. Luo Shui said, Watch your mouth. One careless word can bring bad luck. Your mouth has wandered too far today, old man. When he comes out, choose your words carefully, understand? Daifeng opened the door in surprise. I paid everything already. Who is making trouble instead of earning a living so early in the morning? Master Dike, do not be angry. I was only joking. I came to inform you that your supreme treasure is now extremely popular in Jiangbin City. Thanks to it, you have leaped from a beggar into a literary star. A poetry convention will soon be held. If you have time to attend, it would be a blessing for Jiangbin's talented young scholars. Daifeng took the invitation and replied, All right, I will stop by and see how lively it is. Maybe I can at least find a pretty girl there. I have been single for decades. Youth is like a cup of tea. Without admiring beautiful women, it has no flavor. At last, the annual poetry convention began. It was always an occasion for the most outstanding young heroes to gather. No one relied on family background, status, or qualifications. Here, rankings and judgments were based purely on literary talent. As for poetry, I have plenty. At an inn where I take my rest, you whisper softly, giving yourself to me. You offer something worth 1,000 gold. Together we rejoice. The whole village celebrates. When you left, you said you would wait. But after only a few months, who are you with now? My military duty wore my shoulders down while you were holding someone else's gun. Daikfong thought to himself, what kind of garbage poetry is this? A young man shouted, wonderful. Brothers, take out your paper and write it down. Hearing this, Daikfong grabbed him by the collar and cursed at him. Are you deaf? I thought there would be something worth learning, but this poetry is utter trash. Girl, do you know that love is the trembling of 4 bed legs and the nakedness of 2 bodies? My bed is still empty. If you are willing, come by tonight. Lin Yunyi thought, not only are these people ugly, they're also shameless. Besides, I have already studied your daily habits and devised the perfect plan. Now watch this sister's acting skills. Ah, she tripped. Daikfong glanced over and thought, this is bad. Move away. One look tells me she is either a scammer or about to fake an injury. If I bump into her and she claims she is pregnant, even selling my martial arts hall will not cover the compensation. Several thick-skinned men looked at her and said, Beauty, did you deliberately fall into my arms? Here, fall into these arms. Hey, do not hit my face. Fine, then I will not hit your face. You filthy toilet water scum, and you think you're soapberries. Hearing you talk alone makes me want to vomit. Master Dyke, I have finally met you. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Mao Yin Air of the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce. Damn it, did I do anything improper after drinking that day? Why are women suddenly swarming around me? Just as he opened his mouth to speak, a familiar voice called out from afar. You think that little effort is enough to attract Master Dyke's attention? Damn it, who is this girl? Your mouth has wandered too far, little one. Lin Yunyi thrust out her chest and said, It is me. If you want to compete, compete properly. Inair refused to back down. I have tolerated you for too long. Have I done anything to you? Why are you putting on such an attitude? Because I feel like it. Someone outside shouted. There is a cat fight. Come watch. On the green tree grows a green lemon. Beneath the lemon tree lies a yellow lemon. Someone heard the absurd poem and turned to ask, What kind of poem is that? It sounds like a pile of crap. The man replied, I am still practicing, okay? Suddenly, someone shouted, Daikfong, a poor man who hides behind women like you dares come here? If Brother Wu Jie sees you, will you not ruin all my efforts again? Daikfong turned and walked away. Those fated to meet will meet across 1,000 miles. Those without fate will quarrel face to face. Hey, what did you say, you bastard? Do you know what I hate most? That arrogant attitude of yours. You always act as though you are superior. You published a few books that pleased Lan Shui, and now you speak as if you own the place? Do not forget that, in the end, you are only a mortal. You are someone who will never be able to rise in this world, a lowlife at the bottom of society. No, forgive me, Fine, say whatever you want. I do not wish to see you again either. Mountains are high and rivers are long. Let's never meet again. You're just leaving like that? I have not finished cursing you yet. A hypocrite like you will spend your entire life clinging to that shabby martial arts hall. I am now a disciple of the Qingshan sect. You will never be worthy of me. As soon as she finished speaking, slap. Damn it, did you hear that? Stop spouting nonsense, you woman. Peng Ying said furiously, You dare strike me? Inair replied, Little sister, do not look at me like that. I'm afraid of dogs. She only made one move, and that girl was already scared stiff. As expected, she was just as useless as that man. Slap. Still have not heard enough? What do you think you're doing here? Listening to you insult Master Dyke all this time has made my hands itch. Peng Ying thought angrily. Another crazy woman dared slap me. It is only a lousy book. Why are all these women so infatuated with him? Why does everyone worship him like a saint? Very well, you are quite skilled at sneak attacks, but you are merely a group of mortals with no cultivation. Let me show you what the real world is like. Peng Ying quickly activated her cultivation technique, unleashing her power before the 3 onlookers. Ling Yeo spoke up. This woman is not worth you dirtying your hands over, sir. Leave teaching her a lesson to me. Peng Ying snapped. What are you lot whispering about? Are you bad-mouthing me? Do you want me to send you on your way first, little girl? Air asked in confusion. What did I ever do to you? She was the one talking. So why are you suddenly trying to deal with me? You still dare say you did nothing? You were the first one to slap my mouth crooked, weren't you? And now you're pretending to be innocent again? Get on your knees and beg me for forgiveness, and I might let you go. Peng Ying angrily gathered her strength and shouted, "Are you deaf? Didn't you hear me tell you to kneel? Look at that face of hers. Doesn't it make you furious? She slapped me so hard earlier. I need to return it twice over before I'll be satisfied." Then, driven by the belief that it was better to die fighting than live humiliated, she leapt into the air and attacked. "Wait, something's wrong. How about you stop my sword with just 2 fingers?" Lin Yunyi merely flicked her hand, and the sword in Peng Ying's grasp immediately began spinning like a top. With one swift motion, the sword flew away into the distance. Lin Yunyi said, "I admit that your swordsmanship has some spirit to it, but on closer inspection, it is a pathetic spirit. You cannot even hold your own sword steady. What right do you have to call yourself a cultivator?" Lin Yunyi raised her hand. "Slap. These 3 slaps are for your foul mouth, and that one is for your reckless behavior. Tell me, is your face made of cowhide? How can it be so thick? My hand is sore from slapping you." Peng Ying replied through her swollen lips, "I am sorry." While the girl's jaw had been slapped out of place, the instigator watched the spectacle from the sidelines. No fight can compare with jealous women fighting over a man. After she was done, Lin Yunyi turned and said, "Sir, I have dealt with her. Thank you for helping me." Dike Fong thought to himself, "Last time, when she was acting so strangely at the martial arts hall, I thought she was some lunatic causing trouble. Who would have thought she was actually so chivalrous?" He thanked me. "Excellent. This time, I have him hooked." Dike Fong continued, "And thank you as well, Air, for your help. It is fortunate that the 2 of you took care of this trouble for me." Air modestly replied, "It was nothing. I simply helped someone in need. You need not be so courteous, sir." Seeing their sincerity, Dike Fong invited them. "Why don't you both come to my home for a meal? Consider it my way of thanking you. I would be honored to accept." Meanwhile, Peng Ying, having received a harsh lesson, sat there weeping bitterly. Vu Van Kiet descended from afar and asked, "Is that Air?" With her originally pretty face now badly swollen, Peng Ying looked up and said, "Brother Van Kiet, avenge me." Vu Van Kiet was so startled that he nearly struck her on instinct. "What hideous woman is this? And how dare she imitate my Air's outfit?" Peng Ying knelt and cried, "It's me, Brother Van Kiet. Dike Fong and his crazy admirers did this to me. That is your business, not mine. Do you understand? Get lost, you ugly woman." Vu Van Kiet turned away and added, "Come back when you are beautiful again. Until then, get out of my sight. I thought you truly considered me your beloved. Why does every one of you treat me like this? The judgment in your eyes is no different from that of wild beasts. What did I do wrong to deserve such consequences? All I wanted was to cultivate and become stronger. Is it really so difficult to want a better life? Am I really too greedy? As the old saying goes, the most dangerous creature in the world is a woman." Peng Ying charged toward Vu Van Kiet. "You bastard! You think you can leave me? Fine, I will let you leave this world with me, once and for all." On a clear morning, Dike Fong had barely finished relieving himself when he noticed Ago sitting there like a gloomy prison warden. He hurried over and coaxed him. "My dear Ago, have you been heartsick lately? Why do you look so depressed?" Looking toward the storeroom, Dike Fong asked, "Don't tell me you." He narrowed his eyes. "There must be a problem. There is only one truth. I know it is mating season, but you must restrain yourself, understand? At the very least, 1 book, at the most 5 books. There is no doubt about it." One look at Ago's expression confirmed it. Zhongqing walked over and asked, "Boss, did you have any fun at that poetry convention? Tell me about it." "I would have had more fun staying home and playing chess with the others." In other words, it was just as boring, only slightly less so. "Watching that badger get excited has made me excited too. I need to go to the Crimson Courtyard and have some tea and pastries with the ladies there. Stay here and watch the house." Zhongqing stammered, "But boss, is there really anything fun there? What is a child asking about that for? It is like kindergarten, learning to spell and pretending to be a horse. Nothing more. Is that all?" But I remember that when I went there, several older sisters came out and asked strange things about pumping something and sweeping holes. As if he were about to save the world, Dike Fong thought, "In this whole world, I alone am the master of Big Two. I taught it to the ladies of the pleasure house myself. It is time to inspect their skills and see how they have been doing." That afternoon in Jiangbin City, Lin Yunyi walked along, thinking Air may be a little clumsy, but her beauty and personality certainly know how to make people fall for her. Look at yourself instead. You're skipping dinner tonight, understand? Only by getting ahead of her can I improve my chances. Besides, I still do not know what kind of woman the sir prefers. Why does this martial arts hall feel both unfamiliar and familiar every time I come here? And its owner was once my enemy, but may soon become my beloved. She remembered her master's earnest instructions. This meal is extremely important. You must seize the opportunity, understand? For your master's future, you must take a chance. This humble woman is Lin Yuni. I was fortunate enough to meet and become acquainted with Mr. Dyke. I have come today to pay my respects. Zhong Qing came out, scratched her head, and said, I am sorry, but the boss is not home today. I will let him know when he returns. Lin Yuni replied, he is not home? This morning, I even held hands with your boss. I thought he would be waiting for me at home. Well, the boss went to the Crimson Courtyard to see the young ladies. Could you tell me what your master went there to do? Well, that is, when a grown man goes there, what else could it be for? Ling nie unis mai. I see. You seem rather knowledgeable yourself, little brother. Fine, I shall go home and educate the old bachelor in my family. Zhong Qing ran inside awkwardly, saying, I do not know anything. Please leave. I still need to train, so excuse me. Lin Yuni thought, when men are troubled, they really do think with something other than their brains. Although the Sir's cultivation is unfathomable, he still cares for women. This is bad. Then she noticed something. Why is that rag over there? I remember my brother treasured it so much that he even took it to bed with him. I will take it back and place it before his memorial tablet to make him happy. Just as she used her demonic power to draw it toward herself, a voice rang out from inside the house. Who is stealing? Someone actually dares steal from the Sir's home? Zhong Qing recognized her. So it is you. While I was training, you learned the habit of taking things without permission and try to steal Ago's rag. Lin Yuni replied gently, little brother, it is only a rag. Do not be so fierce with me. Zhong Qing said, put it down. What? You dare raise your voice at me? I said, put it down. Are you deaf? Lin Yuni crouched down and thought, oh no, may the heavens protect me. I have encountered a terrifying woman. I need to choose my words carefully or my head may leave my shoulders. Yes, I will return it. Please calm down and spare my life. Zhong Qing held the rag and replied, let me remind you, do not even think of taking anything from here. Not even a cleaning rag or one hair from Ago. This is the warmest home I have ever known. For the boss, for Ago, and for this home, I would give my life to protect it. Understand? Zhong Qing went inside and added, this is the last time. Get rid of that filthy habit. Lin Yuni replied, yes, I would never dare do it a second time. Ago watched and sneered. So weak, yet you still put on airs. That dog is taunting me? I will not argue with that girl, because she is the Sir's disciple. But you dare act arrogant, just because you live here. Agubakid. So you have chosen death. Fine, I will teach this woman a lesson. A blast of energy shot straight at her. Though it struck her soul, Lin Yuni coughed up blood and thought, what is this? Even a mere dog is this powerful. She collapsed to the ground. Feeling the overwhelming demonic power, she thought, impossible. No matter how I look at him, he is only an ordinary dog. How can he be a demon wolf? What kind of place is this martial arts hall? At the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce, Mao Lin said, let me tell you, this spring passion powder is more effective than a dozen hours of seduction. If you can get him to take a dose tonight, it will be as certain as rice becoming cooked rice. In Air thought to herself, fine, I have decided to make the Sir drink the entire bottle. Only after meeting him in person did I learn just how handsome and talented he is. I absolutely cannot let that woman steal this opportunity. At the Crimson Courtyard, a strange scene was unfolding. One of the ladies twisted about and said, I am ready, Mr. Dyke. Be gentle, please. Oh, pillow, my pillow. Be gentler with your hands. Stop moaning like that. Show me all the cards you have. Thinking they were about to do something improper, the woman kicked them and scolded, damn it. The Crimson Courtyard sells entertainment, not bodies. What nonsense are you talking about? What is it, sister? I will sit this round out, Mr. Dyke. At the Great Ocean Tavern in Pingjiang, Dyke Fong stood there wondering, should I act friendly or play it cool later? After all, she is one of my devoted admirers. If I treat her well, perhaps I will become famous tonight. Just as he was thinking, a strange man stepped out and startled him. Brother, you appear to be in some difficulty. As people say, all suffering in the world begins with having no money. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wang Xian, an entrepreneur who lives by the slogan, when young people suffer losses in business or their relationships fall apart, we are their benefactors. Just make one call, and money will arrive at your door. Then the man shouted loudly. Looking at Dyke Fong, he continued, see, I always keep my word. With his bearing and beauty, she is certainly one of the finest ladies in Jiangbin City. I have a job for you. See that poor, average-looking fellow over there? Just stroke him a few times, and he might sell his house to give you the money. Men like that come here because they're desperate for a woman's attention. As soon as he finished speaking, the man panicked as if he had seen a ghost. "Oh, the young lady has arrived." The waiter led them in and said, "It is a great honor for our humble establishment to receive you, Mississippi. I hope our little tavern can satisfy both of you. Will the two of you be seated together?" From the girl's bearing alone, it was clear she was no ordinary person. Dyke Fong raised an arm in greeting. "Here I am." "Greetings, Master Dyke," the waiter said. "So you're friends of Mr. Dyke. He is truly generous. Please allow me to arrange the finest table, one worthy of all three of you. After meeting, it is hard to part. So many feelings still linger." Inside, Enair picked up some food and said, "Mr. Dyke, close your eyes and open your mouth." Lin Yunyi thought, this woman is no simple opponent. She may not be using overt seduction, but her approach is subtle and persistent. Ling Yunyi zai set heku. "A toast to you, sir." As Dyke Fong drank, he thought, drinking already, just after we sat down? Since she is so sincere, I cannot back down. Lin Yunyi thought, let us see how many cups you can handle. I have used this drinking tactic on plenty of men. Enair refused to be outdone and offered him more food. "Sir, try this dish. Alcohol should be sipped and savored. Do not gulp it down, or you may wake tomorrow not knowing what happened." Dyke Fong replied, "Please do not scare me, sister. I am frightened." He thought, one is pouring wine, the other is stuffing me with food. At this rate, I will be completely done for. No, I must keep a clear head. At least one book, at most 5 books. "Sir, I heard you must manage countless affairs every day. You must be exhausted. Let Lin Yunyi give you a massage to refresh you." Dyke Fong thought, so the author still considers me the protagonist. This body of mine is about to be worn out. Seeing how aggressive Lin Yunyi was, Enair went all out as well. "Speaking of massages, how can we neglect the pressure points on the soles of your feet? I guarantee I can make you feel better than any masseuse." Dyke Fong thought, this is bad. Her pressure is so good that I can barely endure it. If I lose control, I will lose for sure. I cannot surrender. I'm a grown man. How can I give in to these ladies so easily? What exactly is she pressing? It feels unbearable. Have you two caused enough trouble? It is not that I dislike it, but you are both young women. You should show some restraint. The two women exchanged sharp looks and cursed inwardly. "It is all because of you, you useless young miss." "What? Is it not because you nearly squeezed the life out of him?" Ling Ye spoke foot. "Sir, why do we not play Big Two together tonight?" Dyke Fong asked. "You know how to play two?" "No, I have only heard of it. I have never played before. Even with you, Mr. Dyke, it would be my first time." Dyke Fong put on a grave expression. "This game is highly addictive, especially at night. If you promise not to cry while playing and not to quit halfway through, then we can do it." Lin Yunyi shyly covered her face. How can he say such things so openly? But if it really is like that, could he truly be that impressive? Dyke Fong continued, "But 2 people are not enough for that game. Enair, come with us too. The more people, the merrier." Enair replied, "Thank you, Mr. Dyke." Lin Yunyi thought, what is this? Does he prefer having several women at once? He may look ordinary, but he is not simple at all. Well, 3 of us may be enough to play, but according to the rules, we need 4 people. That's what I mean. After hearing this, Lin Yunyi replied, "Why does it have to be so crowded? Does it need to be packed like a festival before it counts?" Dyke Fong answered, "Those are the rules. Do people where you're from play alone or something? Waiter, hurry and get us a private room. Then send someone to the martial arts hall and have my disciple bring over the tools we need." Dyke Fong asked Enair, "Do you need me to teach you how to play?" Meanwhile, Lin Yunyi stood there thinking, there are even special tools involved? I really can't figure this man out. He looks like such a simple, bookish person on the outside, but could he secretly be so wild? Dyke Fong then turned to both of them. "I'm going to wash up." "No, wash my hands. You two sit here and chat for a while." Enair asked, "Hey, isn't playing that game basically fooling around together? Can we put aside our personal grudges for now? You and I need to work together tonight. Just a few drops, and tomorrow Mr. Dyke will be shopping for a calendar." As Lin Yunyi burned the love talisman, looking as though she were about to do something improper. Elsewhere, Ning Xuanwu said in astonishment, "Whether Lin Ni and Mr. Dyke spend the night together, and whether our sect prospers or declines, will all be decided tonight." Ha ha! That old man from Qingshan's sect may have gotten there first, but it is only a matter of time. The fat disciple found this strange and asked, "What wonderful news is this, sect master?" Ning, Xuanwu answered. Lin Ni has officially gotten together with that man at the foot of the mountain. As long as they work hard tonight, our Xuanwu sect can rise to the heavens in a single step and reach the pinnacle of the martial world tomorrow. The people below began whispering among themselves. Damn, that's great. Then we won't need to fight anymore. Exactly. We old men have been sent to fight so often that we are practically crippled. If this happens, wouldn't our Xuanwu sect become the #1 sect in Jiangbin City? Those worthless Qingshan sect fools can get lost. At the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce, while they waited anxiously, a subordinate suddenly rushed in with a report. Young Miss asked me to inform the chairman that everything has been arranged. Starting tomorrow morning, we will have 5 million every month. Our time has finally come, everyone. The others were startled. If I ever become successful, it will all be thanks to you. But what are you shouting about? Has the chairman found a way to suppress the influence of the books from the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce? If not, we should start preparing either a chicken coop or a latrine for ourselves. Mao Lin replied, I'm your father, and you are my sons. Never even think of trying to devour me. Understand, let me tell you, my daughter is about to marry Dike Fong. From now on, whenever he comes and goes, he will have to call me father-in-law. Did you hear me? Father-in-law. One person blurted out, what does that have to do with you, old man? Mao Lin replied, think about it. What son-in-law would join the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce and bite back at his own father-in-law? Anyone with half a brain could figure that out. The others finally understood and said, so that's how it is. As expected, no one is better suited to lead the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce than the chairman. Ha 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 ha. Why didn't you say so earlier? You had us worried sick for days. At the jade-gazing tower, Dike Fong entered and immediately knocked hard on the table. This table seems sturdy enough. Lin Yuni and Yin Er shyly asked, are you planning to do it on the table, Mr. Dike? We did not expect you to be so bold. Each of them then braced herself against one side of the table invitingly. We are both already on the table. Now it is your turn. Dike Fong replied, what are you two doing? If you sit on it and break the table, will you just go without playing? Let me explain the rules of this game. They're very simple. The 3 of spades goes first. A 2 beats an ace. 3 consecutive pairs beat a 2. 4 of a kind beats 3 consecutive pairs. Lin Yuni and Yin Er began questioning their lives. What the hell is this? So we misunderstood everything from the beginning? How did this turn into a card game? The 3 of them sat at the table as Dike Fong explained. The ancient said that the gambler who does not play is the winner, while the loser is the one who does not know how to play. To create a festive card game atmosphere, everyone should put up something as a wager. This dagger was passed down by my great-grandfather, and I will bet it against you ladies. Seeing the dagger, Lin Yuni thought, what kind of joke is this? He is wagering a sacred-grade weapon? Even my grandfather would not dare draw a card now. Is this how rich people play? Since her storage pouch had been taken, the Xuanwu sect had only 2 sacred-grade treasures left, the heaven-suppressing stone and the twin blades. And now she was putting up her last treasure as well. Sir, this is the only thing I have left. Dike Fong replied, that is fine, as long as the values are not too far apart. Ling Yu Ni Inwali Guset. Is that how rich people decide things? He says they're not far apart, so they're not far apart? This is infuriating. It was fine. She only needed to wait for the drug to take effect. Once he was drugged, she could take both treasures back and recover some of her losses. Why does that girl keep rambling on? Once the drug takes effect, I will take both treasures. Suddenly, Yin Er took out an odd-looking object and asked, can I use this? She thought to herself, fine, bring out all your weapons and treasures. I will stake this bronze token. Lin Yuni saw it and thought, this bronze token seems to be the key to one of the secret realms. This girl is really going all in. Whatever she puts up, I will take it all if I win. If I lose again, Master will probably shave my head. Meanwhile, Yin Er thought, although this bronze token looks like an ornament, it is quite valuable. Wake up, you two. Why are you crowing like roosters when you are just hens? 4 tens beat your 2. Lin Yuni clutched her head in despair. Damn it, we really ran into a card shark. Master, this time is not my fault. It is fate. Dike Fong smiled broadly. I have won so many rounds tonight. If we were playing for money, I could probably buy a Lamborghini by now. Dike Fong stood up and said, I need to use the restroom. I will be right back. In Air asked first. So, has the blood rushed to your head yet? I have been sitting here all night, and I am nearly dead. My medicine is strongest at dawn. We can only take a gamble now. Since yesterday, we have not gained anything and have only lost more. Just as Air picked up the bottle of immortal medicine, Dyke Fong came out. Good heavens, there is nothing more comfortable than relieving yourself in time. The two women thought they had an easy chance and reached for their things, but Dyke Fong stopped them and asked, "Trying to cheat?" The two women replied awkwardly, "No, of course not. A player must accept the consequences. Since we lost, we will pay up." Dyke Fong said, "Let me give you some advice. Play properly, and we can discuss round 1 or round 2. But if you play dirty, you'll get slapped. Understand?" Air suddenly ran over, took Dyke Fong's hand, and said, "Sir, you have been playing cards all night. Why not have some tea? Otherwise you will get kidney stones and die early. Come sit with us for a little while." Dyke Fong replied, "You do not need to be so polite. If you're thirsty, just drink. There is no need to invite me so formally." The two women drank deeply as they thought, "Just drink it already. We are exhausted from dealing with this troublesome man." They watched as he drank like an ox. The plan was halfway complete. They only needed to wait for the drug to take effect. Lin Yunyi asked, "Sir, we have been playing since last night. Would you like to try another kind of entertainment now?" Dyke Fong fanned himself and said, "Why is it suddenly so hot?" The two women shared the same thought. The time has come. He took off his outer robe and tossed it aside. Lin Yunyi eagerly grabbed it, pressed it against her face, and inhaled deeply. "It smells wonderful." Thinking she had lost her mind, Dyke Fong asked, "Are you all right? Why is your face so red?" Air suddenly appeared and said, "Sir, you cannot hide it from us. Your heavy breathing has given you away." Dyke Fong was startled. "Have I been found out?" As she held his hand, Air thought, victory or defeat depends on skill. I will show him what real seduction is. Lin Yunyi watched and thought, "Go ahead and make your move. Once he does, the 5 books will be ours." Dyke Fong thought, "Are these women trying to test my self-control?" No. Mother always said, "If you want peaceful sleep, do not marry. If you do not want debts, do not fall in love. If you want to achieve greatness, do not teach women. And if you want real comfort, go to prison." All right, I will be honest. I had a medical examination, and they said my kidneys are failing. Believe it or not, I've been drinking too much tea, so I need to handle some urgent business. As he ran off, Dyke Fong called out, "Stay well." In an instant, he rushed inside and slammed the door shut, leaving the aroused women outside. "What do we do? Mr. Dyke has gone inside. What if he never comes out again? What should we do? Hey, are you even listening to me?" When Air turned around, Lin Yunyi suddenly flew over and kissed her forcefully. Pulling back, Lin Yunyi said, "I truly cannot endure this anymore. What did you make that medicine from? Why is it so strong? If I cannot relieve this right now, I am afraid I will die." Lin Yunyi pushed Air down and panted, "Forgive me. Until Mr. Dyke returns, you will have to become my prey. I cannot bear it any longer." With one hand, Lin Yunyi tore open Air's clothing. Air lay beneath her and cried out, "Stay away from me. Do not come over here and ruin my life. I did not mean to do this. I never expected my medicine to be this powerful. Do not." Meanwhile, inside, Dyke Fong was simply relieving himself. "Why does it feel like there are grains in it? Damn it, do I have a urinary tract problem?" Outside, the two women were tangled up together in every imaginable position. After finishing, Dyke Fong returned, only to witness a strange sight in his own room. He immediately darted back outside, shut the door, and muttered, "This must be a dream. That patch of black hair was just hair. Yes, it was all just hair. May goodness prevail. Why are two women sleeping together? I only went to relieve myself, and came back to find them tangled up with each other. Are there not enough men in the world that the two of you have to do this?" At the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce, Air had just returned and delivered the shocking news. Her father coughed up blood and nearly collapsed. Mao Lin said, "What did you say? Not only did you fail, but you also lost the bronze token that took me 30 years to acquire, and you were even forced by another woman." Air sat down in a daze. "I cannot believe it either. My first time was stolen by Lin Yunyi." Mao Lin coughed up blood again. "I have truly lost this time. It is not a powerful enemy one should fear, but betrayal from those closest to you." Things were no better at the Xuanwu sect. Lin Yunyi had barely returned before she was scolded. "What did you say?" "The result of this entire trip was losing my pair of blades and sleeping with another woman." I do not care who you sleep with. But let me ask you again, where are my blades? Lin Yuni cried. I lost them as a wager in Big Two. Heavens, you are going to make me die of anger. How did I ever accept such disasters as disciples? You, go to the back mountain of Xuanwu and reflect on your mistakes for 1 year. Without my permission, you are forbidden from taking even one step outside. Do you understand? Somewhere on the continent, more precisely behind Mo Manners Mountain. Though there were not 4 disciples traveling west for sacred scriptures, for people were still traveling together. Shi Kuang asked, Old Li, what exactly is this fragmented treasure you mentioned? Li Mocha replied, It is right here. Can't you sense it? Sun Zhuge added, Look carefully. Do you not see anything strange about this canyon? It looks safe, but it is extremely dangerous. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of thorny vines sprang out. It turned out Li Mocha had used his inner power to form a barrier of crimson vines, trapping the other 3. Wu Yonghong angrily cursed. Li Mocha, what the hell are you doing? Li Mocha replied, Thank you, brothers, for escorting me here. Such a precious treasure should belong to one person. Why would I share it among 3 or 4 people? This place is not merely a natural formation. 30,000 years ago, it was also the site of an ancient battlefield. During that battle, those great powers added many grand formations to this place. And I have now added 2 more formations. Altogether, there are quite a few layers. Neither immortals nor ghosts can save you from this. Go on, shout all you want. Even if your throats go hoarse, no one will come to save you. We 4 have been friends for years, yet you were foolish enough not to guard against me. You asked me to travel with you in search of the world's treasures? How naive. Tell me, what treasure in this world could possibly compare to that martial arts hall? That is right. Everything else is trash. The true treasure is Mr. Dyke himself. The 3 trapped men were furious. Shut your mouth. Do not you dare mention Mr. Dyke's name with that filthy mouth of yours. Li Mucha, snut up. And what can you do to me? To tell you the truth, I have nothing to fear from him. If I want the treasures in that martial arts hall, I can take them all, whether he has weaknesses or not. Once I activate that thing, his fortune will be suppressed, and he will immediately become an ordinary mortal. Ha ha ha. After listening to his grand speech, Wu Yonghong and the others asked, So what exactly do you want? Li Mocha said, Tomorrow is a day when the day, month, and year are all in. Such a year is rarely seen on the immortal river continent. Shi Kuang asked in alarm, The Heavenly Yin Grand Formation? Are you planning to use the Heavenly Yin Grand Formation against him? Sun Zhuge said, Anyone below the immortal realm who is caught in the Heavenly Yin Grand Formation will lose all cultivation without even realizing it. Wu Yonghong added, This formation defies heaven and violates the natural order. If you dare use it against Mr. Dyke, you will certainly come to a bad end, you bald old man. Li Mocha replied darkly, Mr. Dyke's strength is indeed unfathomable. Even we cannot probe even the slightest trace of his cultivation. That is why, if I can seize his treasures, the title of Invincible in the East will surely be mine. Wu Yonghong, enraged by his vile talk, shouted, You ungrateful bastard! Mr. Dyke helped you so much, yet you repay kindness with hatred? Even if I die today, Li Mocha was so moved that he fulfilled Wu Yonghong's wish by striking him directly in the abdomen with a palm attack. Seeing his friend nearly become a corpse for real, Sun Zhuge angrily said, Damn it, you truly are a wicked man who will meet a wicked end. If Yonghong keeps lying there like this, he will be in the graveyard before half a day passes. Shi Kuang broke out in a cold sweat. Has this man gone completely insane? Li Mocha continued, Among the 4 of us, I am surely the oldest. Therefore, you should know how to respect your elders. Wu Yonghong, I must also thank you for introducing Mr. Dyke to me. Once I become a martial emperor, I will attend your funeral and send a generous gift. At the Qingshan sect, a hidden presence was lurking outside the door, peeping at women bathing. The rare sight of Lu Qingshan standing there, naked and straining himself. Lan Shui came in from outside and reported, Master, Lu Daxon, South Sand's foremost alchemist, has been waiting at the sect gate for half a month. As he hurriedly put on some clothes, Lu Qingshan said, Damn it, he came all this way and you didn't tell me? You let him stand there for only half a month? That's kind of awkward, isn't it? Lan Shui replied, Master was in seclusion, so I didn't dare disturb you. Just then, Lan Shui heard someone singing terribly and covered her ears as she cursed. Damn it, who the hell is making such a racket this early in the morning? Shut up already. That sounds awful. Lu Daxon replied. A tiny Qingshan sect like yours dares to make me wait? And you even dare use the excuse that your master is in seclusion to brush me off. Lu Qingshan walked over, cupped his hands, and said, Greetings, Master Lu, among the cultivators of South Sand, who had not hoped to meet you. I did not know you had arrived earlier. Please forgive my discourtesy in failing to receive you properly. Lu Daxon replied, I need to refine a 5th-grade medicinal pill for a martial emperor of South Sand. I need to borrow your fire flame pearl for a few days. If you lend it to me this time, not only I, but that martial emperor will owe you a favor as well. Lu Qingshan thought, that mouth of his snaps up things faster than a fish gobbles filth. He came here out of nowhere, so of course he wants either to borrow something or borrow money. Good thing I already gave the damn pearl to Mister. Then he said, Unfortunately, the fire flame pearl is no longer a treasure of the Qingshan sect. I have given it to my benefactor. Knowing that his skin was thicker than a cowhide, Lu Daxon pressed on shamelessly. Then I should go meet him myself. I hope he can be understanding enough to lend it to me. Take me to see him. Seeing that this would be difficult, Lu Qingshan thought, does this guy not have the nerve that feels shame or something? When I gave it to Mr. before, his face lit up and he thanked me endlessly. If I go there now and ask for it back, he might tear my whole house apart. So Lu Qingshan said, I'm afraid that request is rather difficult for me. If it were anything else, perhaps it could be arranged, but this matter, Lu Daxon replied. Oh, is this person you fear more than the boogeyman, kid? And there it was. He had insulted Lu Qingshan's idol. Lu Qingshan's face lit up as he said, Mister is the benefactor who saved the entire Qingshan sect. Although his appearance may seem somewhat ordinary, how could a shallow person like me dare say anything about his true ability? As if to prove his face was thicker than a cow's hide, Lu Daxon continued, Then I want to meet him even more. Lu Qingshan replied, But you can't. Mister, are you a person or a gecko? Why won't you listen no matter how many times I tell you? The moment he finished speaking, a flock of sheep suddenly swarmed Lan Shui and seized her by the head and neck. The old fool, both stupid and meddlesome, said, I really need the fire flame pearl, understand? If you won't give it to that old guy, and something happens to me, do you think you can afford my coffin? Why keep dragging this out? Being strangled, Lan Shui forced out, You bastard. Lu Qingshan panicked from outside and said, Lan Shui, shut your mouth. Stop cursing recklessly. He thought, if I don't take him there, I may as well take Lan Shui to the graveyard. Fine, I'll take you there, all right. Let her go. Damn it, he's so old, yet stubborn as a bull. He won't listen to a word anyone says. At the martial arts hall, Ago sensed the surging aura from the house and began to twitch uneasily. Watching the little fellow roll around, Dyke Fong wondered, did someone castrate you or something? Why are you writhing like that? Looks like you're in heat. If I don't deal with this now, the neighbors might come complain in a few days. Fine, there's only one way. Solve the problem at its source. Just as he took out his tool without having done anything yet, Ago feared for his manhood and ran away. Why was it that, even after following Senior for so long, every time he approached the aura behind that door, he still could not stop shuddering? Whenever he tried to get closer, his 2 balls bounced harder than his heart during a cramp. No, I'm too scared. Behind the door, someone lurked around like a thief and thought, what exactly is that dried civet? Is it a primordial ferocious beast or an unparalleled demon? The moment he finished speaking, the door latch snapped. A deep violet demonic aura slowly seeped out of the room. It grew denser and denser. Holding Ago in his arms, Dyke Fong's expression immediately changed. Damn, from the darkness, a skeletal foot stepped out. It was a skeleton whose ex-lover had not merely cuckolded him, but had stuck 2 swords through him. No wonder he had become a skeleton. Ago jumped in fright when he saw the pantsless ghost. What the hell? How am I seeing a ghost in broad daylight? Dyke Fong stood like a wanderer in the wind, staring fixedly at that emaciated skeletal youth. The skeleton pointed toward the martial arts hall and said, Although I cannot see any cultivation on him, nor can I sense any aura, the danger I feel from him is constantly present. Ago looked at him and thought, is this idiot dead because he got high on something? The moment he opened his mouth, I could smell the rocks on him. But more importantly, why does this walking skeleton give off such a terrifying sense of pressure? Out of nowhere, a spear flew through the air along with a stream of sweet words. Damn it, you retard. You made me think some god had descended and nearly scared me into wetting myself. As he punched the skeleton, Dike Fong cursed, "This damn system never taught me how to fight, never taught me any sword techniques, and never taught me how to cultivate. What kind of useless system is that? All it does is scare the villagers until they curse me so much my ears are drowning in spit. It's completely useless. I already locked you away, and now you crawl out here acting all dangerous again." I'll go with struck dumb. Something that intimidating got smacked on the head by master. The skeletal youth crawled on the ground and muttered, "A dog eating shit. Truly a dog eating shit." Dike Fong grew even angrier and punched him again. "Who the hell are you cursing, bastard?" His hand hurt from hitting him. That's why I say only an idiot would stick his dick into a fan, and only an idiot would pin down a skeleton and punch it. As the skeleton reattached his head, Dike Fong's foul mouth kept going. "Good heavens, why did I drag this stupid skeleton home? Are you insane? Why did you put your head on backward, you old fool?" After being thoroughly cursed out, the skeletal youth realized it and turned his head the right way around. Then a gust of wind suddenly swept through, wrapping the underwear, no, the cloth, right around the youngster's head. Dike Fong could not even be bothered to speak. He merely thought, "One look at your face this morning tells me I shouldn't buy a lottery ticket today. Put that thing on and stop scaring people." The skeletal youth walked out and said, "I'm tired. I'm going to bask in the sun and clear my mind. First there was one I wanted to send to the funeral home, and now there's another. At this rate, I really need to find a coffin shop. What could be more wonderful than lounging around all day?" Ah Go thought in terror. Something like that was beaten senseless by Senior without a single miss. If I say one wrong word, my teeth and lips might get mixed together. Better keep quiet and pretend to be obedient. As he raised his paw, that ghost, Dike Fong waved his hand and said, "Please, just get lost. Why do you haunt me everywhere I go?" After being shouted at, the little ghost felt somewhat sad. I got scolded again. At dawn today, the residents of Jiangbin City spotted a stone monkey climbing onto rooftops, not to catch chickens. According to witnesses, strange noises come from the eaves every morning, severely disrupting the residents' lives. If anyone sees the creature described above, please contact us so we can chain it up as soon as possible. Limoka laughed and said, "The Heavenly Een Grand Formation, the 8 directions, and all 16 gates have been arranged perfectly. Now, I only need one more thing before everything is ready. Mr. Dike, keep lying there with your crotch in the air and sleeping. It will be your eternal slumber." Looking up at the sky, Limoka said, "The auspicious hour has arrived. Domain expansion." The old fellows outside saw lightning strike and fled in panic. "It's raining. Whoever hung out clothes, bring them inside. Heaven and earth tracking, radiant might of heaven, tyrant evil life extinguishing, yin-yang reversal, sun replaced by moon, galaxy flow reversed." The moment he finished chanting, thousands of pillars of light stabbed down from the heavens. Limoka said, "This is the ultimate full power technique of a martial sect expert. Cultivation sealing. Now that you have no cultivation, even a martial emperor will become a rabid emperor. Prepare to die, you pest." Up above, he was going all out with his martial arts. But down below, Dike Fong had no idea what was happening. He was sleeping as though he had worked until 8 in the morning to meet a deadline. Sleep, sleep. When you wake up, you'll find the Grim Reaper standing before you and learn what it means to stand at Heaven's Gate with smoke pouring from your mouth. The energy beam instantly flew toward Dike Fong's forehead. Limucha laugasmuli. The Heavenly Een Grand Formation is truly terrifying. This man does not even notice or react to my attack. In other words, I have completely sealed his cultivation. Ha ha ha. The flashing light struck right between the brows of the young man, who remained utterly indifferent to life itself. Meanwhile, Limoka wore an expression as though he had just smelled something foul. What is going on? Why does my head hurt? How the hell did he swallow my entire sword? I'm seriously beginning to doubt life itself. How is that possible? Didn't I seal his cultivation? Why can he block an attack like that? If my Heavenly Een Grand Formation had malfunctioned, there should at least have been an explosion upon contact. Why was there nothing at all? Something must be wrong. Even if he is not a martial emperor, he must be at least a martial saint. Even without cultivation, this fellow's innate defenses are clearly extraordinary. Limoka flew up, flexed his muscles, and took a deep breath. You are impressive. I truly enjoy playing with weaklings who put on airs like you. After all, killing a powerful expert is much more interesting than crushing an ant. Then the young man spat something disgusting out of his mouth. The old man below looked as though he were ready to pounce on prey. Limoka said, "Before my life-stealing goo insect, no matter how strong you are, once you swallow it, you will either enter a coffin or a jar. Prepare to die, you fool." Hearing a strange noise in his sleep, Dike Fong demonstrated his extraordinary mosquito-slapping skill, never missing once. Why do these mosquitoes keep wanting to buzz around my face while I'm sleeping? My head hurts now. According to what that fat guy said, this formation may be powerful, but it violates the laws of nature. You actually dared to set up a formation to deal with Mister. If you're not struck by heavenly lightning this time, I'll be your son. Damn it, this mouth is not right. Should I take the chance to beat him down now? With the belief that victory meant entering the camp and defeat meant entering the hospital, the young man decisively turned and ran first. As he stood there panting blood, he thought, the Heavenly Ean Grand Formation clearly succeeded. He has no cultivation, yet he caught a life-stealing goo insect, an insect said to defy the heavens, with his bare hands. Is this fellow an immortal sent down from heaven, or a devil dragged up from the underworld? Though devils are supposed to stay underground, aren't they? There was only one explanation. This man's fortune was so immense that no one could shake it. In short, I lost this round. I should go home and set up some mousetraps instead. For now, I need to run. Just as he was about to flee back home, a black figure suddenly appeared and blocked his path. Limoka asked in alarm, "Who are you?" Since you sincerely want to know, I will sincerely tell you. I'm your grandfather." Terrified, Limoka fled while thinking, what the hell? Even after killing him, he came back out to play the next morning? I make offerings at home all the time. Could this be one of Dike Fong's disciples coming to punish me? From behind him, the skeletal figure moved like a ghost, instantly flying before the youth and making him tremble. What the hell is this? Who are you? Why am I even asking? Has anyone ever asked a ghost who it is? Whether you are a god or a demon, I'll strike your head first and seize the advantage. Limoka unleashed a barrage of palm strikes and arrogantly shouted, "You went looking for trouble before breakfast, but you were unlucky enough to run into me. Your life ends today." The immense force caused great explosions to erupt across the boulder. The stubborn old fellow looked up. "Are experts fighting up there? You all wait here. I'll fly up to take a look, then come back and tell you about it." Lu Qingshan reached out to stop him, but inwardly thought, this mouth of his is more gossipy than the old lady at the end of the alley. Up above, Limoka thought he had it in the bag and laughed smugly. Ha! If that hit him head-on, even if he is Dike Fong's disciple, he will be done for. Suddenly, he sensed that something was wrong. The skeletal man had not taken even the slightest damage. Even the blanket around him was completely intact. Limoka stared in shock. What the hell is happening? He took one of my palm strikes head-on and can still stand there like nothing happened. That was already my strongest ultimate technique, and it did not even hurt him? Forget it. I'm leaving. I may be handsome, but I'm not stupid enough to stay and let him slap my face apart. The moment he spoke, as though his wish had been granted, a massive slap was already waiting to smash his jaw. Truly, before one disaster had passed, another had arrived. Not only had he failed to strike that man, but he was about to be flattened by the disciple instead. The skeletal figure's arm pressed down on him, nearly crushing him flat. Limoka shouted, "Life is hard. My life is hard. I have no grudge against you. So why are you beating me up?" The skeletal youth asked, "No grudge?" Limoka replied angrily, "What do you mean by that? You are definitely the disciple of that average-looking, poor, short-sighted, useless Dike Fong, aren't you?" The skeletal figure sneered at the difficult question. "Damn your grandmother. How dare you speak of my master that way?" Limoka's mouth fell open. "Master? Then is this fellow merely his servant? A great expert capable of challenging me is only Dike Fong's servant. Could that old man actually be an immortal?" Hearing Limoka mutter, the skeletal figure asked, "What are you mumbling about?" Limoka replied, "Nothing, big brother. But may I ask what kind of being your master is, to have produced someone as overbearing as you?" The skeletal youth replied, "A god." Upon hearing that, a huge word appeared on Limoka's forehead, despair. The true existence of a god is 10,000 times higher than an immortal. It is an entity capable of governing the laws of heaven and earth within an entire domain. Even a martial emperor is merely an ant before God. How could such a supreme being possibly appear here? The skeletal figure continued, since I have already bragged this much, I might as well say it all. By rank, I too am a god. Limoka gaped and replied, God, my ass. The two of you are gods of nonsense at most. What kind of gods are you supposed to be? Damn, he picked a fight with a real madman. Now I know who the top 5 people in the world you should never provoke are. Number 1 is none other than that Grandpa Dyke Fong, and the other 4 are probably all his lackeys. As Limoka was still lost in thought, a bolt of heavenly lightning suddenly struck him right in the head. Limoka was blasted into the air, blackened all over and barely hanging on. Before he could recover from the previous blow, ice suddenly began freezing over his face. He had gone from sweltering 40-degree heat, where he would sweat before even stepping outside, to taking his first toe step toward the North Pole. Just as he was freezing, it suddenly turned hot again. A stream of lava burst violently from the ground. Before he could regain his senses, he was hit by a Category 15 storm and hurled 4 to 10 kilometers through the rain. Limoka was spun around as though trapped in a washing machine, forcing out the words, "Save me." Then he slammed into the ground like a sack of salt. Panting heavily, he thought, so this is the legendary law of nature. The skeletal youth replied, Why do you still not get it? You don't know a thing, so stop talking nonsense. Then the skeletal youth gathered his aura and said, Boundless void. A succession of scenes from the old man's past appeared before him. His first confession of love, rejected after 12 years of studying. Then his successful rise as a businessman through lottery tickets. And finally, the immense pressure he had suffered because he had been born with an extraordinary spiritual root. The skeletal youth then accelerated the process. Limoka's arm gradually aged and weakened. In the blink of an eye, he went from being in his 50s or 60s to looking 80. Limoka asked, Is this the power of the law of time? Are you really gods? The skeletal youth replied coldly, What a stupid question. Enough talk. D. Amid the fading mist, Limoka was sent away from this world for good. What a blind fool. After living all these years, is this truly how I must end? I really regret it. Lu Daxon watched as Limoka slowly dissolved, terrified beyond words. What the hell did I just see? This has to be a dream, right? How could a martial sect master have his soul scattered and vanish in an instant? A voice suddenly whispered behind him, straight into his heart. How was that? Watching me send that guy to Ascension in direct 4K. Lu Daxon jumped up in fright and said, Handsome senior, I'm just a passerby. Let me introduce myself. I am South Sand's foremost alchemist, capable of refining yellow-grade pills. If you need anything, just give the word and I'll have it delivered right to your door. The skeletal youth asked, Who asked you? Why are you answering on your own? Lu Daxon bowed and replied, No, I was foolish. Please forgive me. The skeletal youth flew away, leaving behind one final warning. Slap yourself until you reach 100 slaps. Then get lost and don't ever come near this place again. Otherwise, you'll die even worse than that man. As he slapped himself, Lu Daxon thought, Damn it, this is like crushing my own balls. Why is my life so miserable? First, I got stood up for half a month, and now I came to watch some drama, only to end up being ordered to slap myself. Lu Qingshan then flew over and saw Lu Daxon doing something strange. He asked, Old man, what did you encounter up there that made you sit here, slapping yourself like a prison warden? Lu Daxon replied, Get lost. Don't piss me off. Lu Qingshan asked, Why are you so hostile all of a sudden? Your face is so sour it looks like a wooden stake could grow out of it. Whatever. At least it's better than seeing you rolling around in pain. After all the ups and downs of life, the old fellow finally woke up, yawning and stretching. That was such a refreshing sleep. Dyke Fong asked, Where did Zhong Qing, that troublesome little ghost, run off to now? Zhong Qing replied, He was just here a moment ago. Where did he go? Oh, heavens, I'm scared of that disaster already. He wrecked that wealthy old Wang's vegetable garden, and I had to pay him who knows how much in compensation. Then, even though he knows he's a ghost, he still loves scaring people. Someone had a heart attack, and I had to pay their medical bills too. Every time I can't find him, I feel like I'm about to meet the king of hell. It was a busy morning in Jiangbin City. Several young women were out shopping and preparing for the new year. Suddenly, A gust of wind swept through, except it seemed especially fond of blowing up beneath people's skirts. Oh, it turned out to be young Master Bai, currently disguised as young Master He, racing through on his silver scooter. As he passed a pair of gorgeous legs, he drooled and stopped. Wow, those legs are so white. Not even a mosquito bite on them. Such white legs. Let me give them a sniff and see whether they smell good too. Damn, this is amazing. Not content with merely sniffing, he intended to go further and touch them. Just as he raised his hand, rapid footsteps came rushing over. Daifeng kicked the brat squarely in the balls. As he beat him up, he cursed, "Damn it, I wake up from one nap, and you're already trying to cause trouble for me again? If you touched her, I couldn't compensate her even if I sold my house. You little bastard." Daifeng grabbed him by the head with one hand and by the pants with the other, then ran off at full speed. The women behind them whispered, "Hey, I had the feeling someone was about to grab my tiger earlier. Thank goodness. We almost exposed a state secret." Back at the martial arts hall, Daifeng pressed the boy's head down as though unclogging a toilet and said, "Why does this disaster keep following me around? If I let him go and he gets some girl pregnant, I'll be crying blood. If you don't die today, I'll go insane." The boy lifted his head and said, "I'm dead already." "Go insane then." Daifeng was so furious, he nearly coughed up blood. "You still dare talk back, you bastard? If I don't beat your balls off today, I'm not human." After being beaten black and blue, the skeletal youth thought, "Damn, is this guy wearing armor or something?" This time the beating actually hurts. Having been beaten until his head swelled, the little fellow instinctively raised his middle finger at Daifeng's forehead. Daifeng exploded with rage. "Do you want to die or not?" Just as he was about to give the skeletal youth another round, Zhongqing spoke from behind him. "Master, someone outside claims to be from the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce. They even brought a sedan chair. They say they hope you can visit the chamber to divide up some money and belongings." Daifeng turned around and said, "Forget it. What could that old bastard possibly have left for me to see? There's no way he'd offer to split money with me. Just consider a loss and treat it as charity for a wandering ghost." Zhongqing raised her voice. "How can you say that, master? Money is being delivered right to us, and you want to turn it down? This martial arts hall is so poor we don't even have a coin left. Now, there's an extra skeleton to feed too. If you refuse the money, are you planning to fight pigs for food this month?" Daifeng smiled and replied, My, you really are sharp-tongued. I know you care about us, and about your own stomach. I'm only afraid that with a personality like yours, you'll be easily taken advantage of someday." Zhongqing replied, "I only wish to serve Mr. Dike for all eternity." Daifeng patted her head and said, all right, I know. Don't bristle. No one is chasing you away. So why do you look like you're about to leap over and bite my leg? How about you go in my place today? Just go in, collect the money, and come back. Whatever nonsense they say, ignore it." That afternoon in Jiangbin City, Daifeng held the skull in his hand and thought, "If I leave you alone to do whatever you want, you'll come looking for me again sooner or later. I can only store each part of you in a different place and see what you can do then. Today, in the name of justice, I'll set up this handmade seal. I guarantee you'll never see the sun again." He shut the well cover and secured it. Suddenly, someone ran over from afar, shouting, "Master Dike, something terrible has happened. Your little disciple Zhongqing has met with trouble. I'm afraid things look grim. Hurry and see what happened." Damn it, she fell into a trap. Daifeng used every bit of his movement technique and arrived at the scene in an instant. The people outside said, "Move aside. Master Dike is here." Inside, Zhongqing lay in a pool of blood, her head swollen from a brutal beating. Holding Zhongqing in his arms, Daifeng asked, "Zhongqing, are you all right?" Zhongqing replied, "Master, there was an unexpected incident. I'm sorry for troubling you again." Carrying her, Daifeng fled at full speed. "Don't say another word. No matter what it takes, I'll save your life." Back at the martial arts hall, Daifeng searched everywhere for medicine. As he searched, Daifeng cursed, "Damn it, where the hell is that medicine bottle?" "Zhongqing, don't worry. As long as I'm here, no one can hurt you again." "Where is it? Why does it vanish whenever I need it?" Ago thought with tears in his eyes. For a mortal, injuries like these are beyond saving. Only an immortal herb might have a chance. Holding an immortal pill, Daifeng said, "The system gave me this soul pill to preserve my own life. Take it first." Ago thought, "Senior, you know that pill can only preserve a trace of vitality in her dantian at most. This time, I fear that even you cannot turn the situation around." Daifeng gently said, "Sleep, Zhongqing. When you wake up, your body will surely have recovered somewhat. No matter who did this, even if it costs me everything, I'll make them pay blood for blood. A voice echoed from inside the well, singing, "Cuckoo, I'm learning to drive." Meanwhile, at the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce, someone was kneeling as he was berated. "Useless trash. Is this what I raised you all for?" The young man replied, "It was not my intention to alert the enemy." But that man realized we had ill intentions toward Mr. Dyke and struck first. I never expected his skills to be so formidable. Several of our brothers were killed as well. Mao Lin slammed the table. "Shut your mouth. Go find a high riverbank and dive headfirst into it. All you do after eating is bring me trouble." Mao Lin's son, Mao Yi, then stepped out. Mao Lin sighed. "Now everyone in the chamber wants to kick me out of the chairman's seat. I had planned that if Dyke Fong continued to refuse, we would eliminate him to silence him forever. I carefully arranged every step to perfection, even sacrificing a younger sister. But heaven truly loves to toy with people." Maui clapped 2 or 3 times. Immediately, 3 short but dark-skinned men emerged from beneath the ground. Mao Yi said, "Rest assured, father, he is nothing more than a mortal. Knowing how to hold a brush does not mean knowing how to wield a sword. Leave him to these 3 martial spirits from the heaven-exploding gang." Mao Lin's face brightened. "If it is these 3, then even Lu Qingshan's own children would be no match for them, right? But you must still be careful. In-air met him before and said Dyke Fong is not ordinary." Mao Yi replied, "He is still only a mortal, father. No matter how strong he is, without cultivation, how could he compare to cultivators? It is just like training all you want. 1 or 2 strikes are enough to send someone flying. So you need not worry about dealing with him." The father and son leaned closer and whispered, "Hey, won't hiring those 3 bankrupt us?" Mao Yi answered, "No, they are not interested in money. They only like women. Give them a few beautiful girls, and, as people say, when men are aroused, they let their lower halves do the thinking for their brains." Mao Lin's face lit up even more. "Excellent. My lords, as long as you help me deal with that man, forget a few girls. Even dozens or hundreds will be offered to you." The 3 men smiled and replied, "Very well. Let's rest here for a few days. Crushing that little brat will only be a matter of time." At the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce, In Xiong welcomed Dyke Fong inside and said, "Please forgive our poor reception. We did not know Mr. Dyke would visit, so we were unable to prepare much. Bring out the Snow Mountain Peak tea." After setting down a cup, In Xiong added, "Mr. Dyke, please enjoy the tea." Seeing the old man remain silent for a long time, In Xiong grew nervous. Did I offend Mr. Dyke somehow? Why is he looking at me like that today? Could it be that the chamber owes him money again? Dyke Fong finally spoke. "Chairman In, can your chamber kill people?" In Xiong began sweating profusely. "What is the matter? Why did you open with that? I want to send a few insolent bastards to their graves. They nearly killed my disciple." In Xiong was so shocked his soul nearly left his body. Who is crazy enough to do such a thing? With Mr. Dyke's status, someone actually dared attack his disciple. If we mishandle this and anger him, our entire family may be dragged into ruin. Dyke Fong asked again, "So will you take this job?" Though In Xiong was drenched in sweat, he had no choice but to agree for the greater good. "Of course, Mr. Dyke. May I ask who dared attack your disciple?" Dyke Fong replied, "So you agree? It may have been someone from the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce, but there is no proof yet. I need you to investigate. There is only one requirement for this task. Place the head of the person behind this matter before me." After saying that in the tense silence, Dyke Fong rose and left. In Xiong turned to his subordinate and said, "Prepare the horses. We need to make a trip to the Qingshan sect." That very day, In Xiong and his men hurried to the Qingshan sect and reported the entire matter to Lu Qingshan. Filled with fury after hearing the report, Lu Qingshan kicked a boulder with a loud bang. Damn it, which idiot ate a tiger's guts? They dared lay hands on Mr. Dyke's most beloved disciple and nearly took her life. Lu Qingshan then turned to his subordinate. "Return to the city immediately. At any cost, uncover the truth of this matter for Mr. Dyke." The subordinate replied, "Yes, Lord Qingshan." In the Qingshan sect's great hall, Lan Shui said, "Mr. Dyke is kind and gentle by nature, so he does not wish to make a big fuss and disturb the people around him. But even so, we cannot simply stand by. We must deal with those bastards to the end." Lu Oli replied, "I heard from father that this matter has made Mr. Dyke extremely angry." Zhou Yun added, "Mr. Dyke has shown our Qingshan sect great kindness, and his disciple was beaten on Qingshan sect territory. We must give him a satisfactory answer." Mr. Dai conveyed this message to our Qingshan sect indirectly through the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce. It is clearly a warning not to force him to act personally. If that happens, even our elders will be unable to bear the consequences. The disciples below shouted, "Why waste words? Just beat them all to death." Another person chimed in, "I agree with him. Are we, the people of the Qingshan sect, supposed to be afraid of those cowards? Sir has already helped us far too much. This time, we must not disappoint him again. If we cannot wipe out these wretches, then we might as well shut down the martial arts hall altogether." Lu Qingshan raised his hand and said, "Careful now. Your spirit is commendable, but do not overdo it. Deliver my order. No matter who attacks Zhongqing, kill them on sight without mercy. Activate the Mountain Guardian Grand Formation. Notify the 12 elders and 18 protectors. Dispatch the 36 heavenly spirits and 72 earthly fiends. Not one of the 108 disciples is to remain behind. Zhou Yun, lead everyone down the mountain and slaughter them all. I want those villains who dared harm Sir to regret ever being born in Jiangbin City." The force Lu Qingshan dispatched this time was unprecedented. Even during wars between sects, such a massive deployment had never been seen before. Meanwhile, in Jiangbin City, every business under the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce, large and small, immediately ceased operations. All shops closed, and countless intelligence agents were sent out. Outside the city, Lu Qingshan and his disciples stood waiting for news. Holding the letter Baofeng had sent to the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce, they saw only 2 words written on it: "Get lost." At the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce, while everyone was feasting and enjoying themselves, a subordinate suddenly rushed in with alarming news. "Chairman, something terrible has happened," Mao Lin replied. "Can't you see I'm dining with these 3 honored guests? Who are you to barge in here?" The subordinate reported, "The Baofeng Chamber of Commerce has shut down all its businesses because of Yifeng. They are preparing to move against the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce." Mao Lin broke out in a cold sweat. "What? If that happens, the 2 chambers will be locked in a deadly conflict." One of the men asked, "Chairman Mao, you have not even finished the wine in your hand. Where are you going? Are you planning to leave the 3 of us drinking alone?" Mao Lin forced a smile. "Please forgive me, honored sirs. My son can entertain you with wine in my place." The problem was that the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce had a close relationship with the Qingshan sect as well. Before he could finish, one of the men cut in. "The Qingshan ancestor may indeed possess some strength, but there is no way he would lower himself to come to a place like this. Besides, would the Qingshan sect really dare offend 3 martial spirits over such a small chamber of commerce?" Mao Lin felt relieved upon hearing this. "You are absolutely right. With the 3 of you here, what is there to fear?" The young man with sideswept hair chimed in, "When they come, we can wipe them all out with one hand. They are nothing but insignificant trash." Mao Yi added, "Exactly. Once Yifeng and the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce arrive, we will kill them all in one stroke. Would that not be killing several birds with one stone?" The entire group shouted, "Forget them. Let us keep drinking and dancing." Outside, powerful auras drew closer and closer. From afar, figures seemed to descend toward the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce. Under the night sky, an entire formation of cultivators flew through the air on swords. Lu Qingshan gripped his blade and said coldly, "Today is the day you meet your end." A subordinate who had gone outside to check the situation suddenly ran back in, stumbling and falling flat on his face. "Chairman, this is bad. Yifeng's people have reached the gates." The pink-haired young man asked, "Chairman Mao, is your subordinate always this cowardly?" Mao Lin furiously pointed at the man and cursed. "Are you blind? Can't you see I'm entertaining 3 honored guests? Stop rushing in here and making a fuss over every little thing. With these 3 honored sirs here, I would not be afraid, even if they came right up to me." The subordinate continued, "But chairman, this time they have come in overwhelming numbers. This is a full-scale assault." One of the 3 men struck the subordinate with his palm. "You talk too much." Then he said, "Chairman Mao, it seems your men do not have much faith in us." Mao Lin quickly replied, "Not at all. It was only that fool, and now he is dead. He was merely a servant who failed to recognize greatness. I hope the 3 of you will not take offense." One of the young men placed his hand on the table. "Drinking is no longer enjoyable. Let's go outside and deal with those pests first, then come back and enjoy ourselves." Just looking at his frightened face has ruined my appetite. As the 3 men headed out, they said, "When we return, remember to summon more beautiful women. And do not forget your promise. Inside, Mao Lin and Mao Yi beamed. We have already won before the fight even begins. Not only will Li Feng be dealt with, but the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce will be eliminated as well. Raising you was worth every grain of rice. As they stepped outside, the three men arrogantly called out, "Where's the worthless fool who came here to disturb us? Step forward and let the three of us admire your stupidity." But in the next instant, their arrogance vanished completely. What the hell is this? Did they bring their entire clan with them? How are we supposed to fight this? A dragon among the group roared, and the golden-armored disciples immediately leaped down from its back to engage them. The pink-haired young man sensed something strange and muttered, "What exactly is this aura?" Lu Qingshan held his blade and answered, "It comes from this. Say another word, and this aura will cut straight through your throat." While the three men stood frozen in shock, Mao Lin and Mao Yi came out as well and asked, "Why are there so many people? Are they enemies or allies? Should we invite them in for a drink?" But what is there to worry about? No matter how many of them there are, our three big brothers will handle everything. Let me tell you, my three big brothers said you are all just insignificant trash. Do you understand? The three men silently thought. Can someone make him shut up? One of them replied inwardly, "Even if you had not said anything, I was already thinking of ripping out his throat. If he keeps provoking them like this, we may not leave here alive." Mao Lin asked eagerly, "Three honored brothers, have I gained us an advantage by talking them down like that?" The three men raged inwardly. "Hold me back. I'm going to tear that loud-mouthed idiot to pieces. They have formed such a terrifying lineup. Forget martial spirits like us. Even martial kings would be doomed here." Seeing that they had fallen silent, Mao Lin asked, "Three big brothers, why are you all so quiet? Why do you look like you have gone mute?" One of them turned and slapped him across the face. "Mute your own mouth, you fool. Can you shut up for once?" As the three men began to leave, they said, "Well, that was a pleasant drinking party. You two can handle the rest yourselves. We have already received our payment, so we are going home. If anything happens, have your disciples contact us. We know some very cheap coffin shops, and they make any size you need. One large enough for both father and son to lie in together." As they walked away, Lu Qingshan fixed them with a piercing stare. Mao Lin shouted, "You promised to defeat them for us. Aren't we all on the same side? Three honored sirs, please do not leave. If you go, they will crush us into dust." Ignoring their pleas, the three men held firm to their resolve. When the enemy was hidden, they hid. When danger came, they fled. But before they could get far, a powerful force appeared and blocked their path. The pink-haired man trembled in fear. "Thank heavens. If we had moved a little faster just now, we would have been dead already." Lu Qingshan narrowed his eyes and asked, "It seems the three of you were involved in this matter as well." The three men cursed inwardly. Damn Mao Lin and his big mouth. We should have torn him apart earlier and shut him up for good. One of them then shouted, "That is right, we are involved. What are you going to do about it?" "Let me tell you, I am an elder of the Heaven Exploding Gang in South Sand. At the height of the Heaven Exploding Gang's power, your Qingshan sect would not have been worth a speck of dirt to us. We may not be as glorious as before, but if you dare touch us, you have some nerve. The people of all South Sand could drown you in their spit alone." After hearing this, Lu Qingshan thought to himself, they may have a point. Starting a war between sects would cause tremendous losses. In that case, by my order, the 18 protectors shall remain here to guard this place. Everyone else, under Commander Zhou Yun, depart at once. Within one day, wipe out the entire Heaven Exploding Gang in South Sand. The three men paled and shouted, "What the hell is happening? You would go against us and even destroy the Heaven Exploding Gang over such a trivial matter involving a mortal?" Lu Qingshan answered, "That is exactly right. You dare defend, sir. Even if the Heaven Exploding Gang were at its peak, I would crush you beneath my hand as easily as flushing dirt down a drain." In an instant, the golden-armored men appeared and bound the three men hand and foot. Mao Lin cried out in shock. Were they really super-powerful martial spirits? Damn it, after hearing them boast, I thought they were the strongest people in the world. Lu Qingshan turned and barked. Silence. "Kneel." An immense pressure immediately descended upon the father and son, forcing them to their knees. Lu Qingshan slowly approached the two men. "You two are the masterminds behind the attack on Sir Yi's disciple, are you not?" Mao Yi froze, thinking, You already know, so why bother asking? Then he hurriedly replied, no, it was not me. I swear I had nothing to do with this. Ask my father about it. Pointing at his father, he continued shamelessly. Everything from beginning to end was caused by this old man. So if you want to beat or kill someone, leave me out of it. Mao Lin cursed. You unfilial brat. I raised you, and now you turn around and bite me. Mao, he then asked, you are the Qingshan ancestor of the Qingshan sect, correct? Lu Qingshan replied, yes. What? Are you trying to get acquainted with me? Mao Lin replied, no. I know that sooner or later I would have to pay for what I have done, but I do not understand. Why are you willing to sacrifice so much for Yifeng? Who exactly is he? Lu Qingshan roared. Without him, the Qingshan sect would exist in name only. Sir, he concealed his cultivation and came here to experience the lives of ordinary people. Yet, because of scum like you nearly killed his most beloved disciple. Tell me, do you deserve to die? Does the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce deserve to be erased? Sir gave you countless chances, but you failed to seize them. Once you lost them, you continued committing evil. You are ignorant, heartless, and beyond redemption. In short, you might as well throw yourself into a river. You are completely worthless. Lu Qingshan then pointed to the 3 captured men. And I have not even dealt with you 3 yet. Shut your mouths. The 3 large men suddenly turned into 3 fleeing shadows. Since you have decided not to kill us, we will take our leave. If you have the courage, come find us at the Heaven Exploding Gang. Ha ha ha. Lan Shui watched them flee and asked, Master, that person cultivates an evil art. His style is completely unlike that of the Heaven Exploding Gang. Lu Qingshan replied, I know Mao Lin and those 3 men are the real masterminds, and that the Heaven Exploding Gang has nothing to do with this. But they dared claim they were heading back there. Could there be something in the Heaven Exploding Gang that even I cannot handle? Lu Qingshan ordered, you 2 will deliver this father and son to serve for him to decide their fate. Also notify Yin Xiong and tell him to seal every entrance and exit at once. As he flew away, he called out, the 18 protectors shall follow me to the Heaven Exploding Gang. At the martial arts hall, Lan Shui's footsteps seemed to erase the silence that had settled over the place. Lan Shui asked, why is it so quiet here now? This does not resemble the martial arts hall I know at all. Yifeng placed a hand on Zhongqing's forehead and thought, her life is clearly no longer in danger. So why has she still not awakened? This does not look good. Suddenly, Lan Shui's voice sounded from outside. Sir, I have come on behalf of the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce to report that the mission has been completed. After investigating, we found that the one who attacked your disciple was Mao Lin's son. Yifeng slowly opened the door. Mao Lin immediately dropped to his knees. Sir, everything was my doing. I beg you to be merciful and allow my son and me to settle this matter within our family. I am willing to bear all the consequences. Just as the others were about to speak, Yifeng raised his hand to stop them. Lan Shui thought, could it be that Sir Yi intends to act personally? For the sake of his young disciple, he is willing to expose his identity and abandon his secluded life. Mao Lin saw Yifeng walking toward him and cried out, killing me alone is enough. Please, I beg you. His worthless son immediately spoke up. Yes, take it all out on him. I had nothing to do with this. He was the one who raised those assassins. He was afraid that what you would do might threaten his position as chairman, so before he could finish, Luo Li snapped, shut up. Yifeng raised his hand again, signaling everyone to be silent. Then Yifeng glared at Mao Lin and asked, Mao Lin, you are filthy to the core. Your blood is as dirty as mud, and your life is worth less than a penny. My disciple is only an innocent child. How could you be so cruel to her? A sword suddenly appeared from his sleeve. You did it to someone close to me, so I will do the same to someone close to you. As the saying goes, one must repay what one receives. As the blade moved toward Mao Yi's throat, Mao Lin rushed forward. This has nothing to do with him, Yifeng replied. Then what did your grudge against me have to do with my disciple? Mao Yi, seeing death approach, wailed, Father, did you not say that everything in this world can be solved with money? Then throw money at him. Are you going to wait until your son is dead before burning money for him? As Mao Lin rushed away, his son continued kowtowing. Debts have their creditors. What did I do to deserve taking the blame for my father? Mao Lin ran toward a tree and said, Sir Yi, I will use my death to atone to you. Just as he was about to slam himself into the tree, Yin Er suddenly cried out from afar, Do not, Father! She ran to Yifeng's feet and begged, "Sir, please spare my father and brother. Even if I must serve you like an ox or a horse for the rest of my life, I am willing." Mao Lin said, "Sir, please show mercy and spare my poor daughter and my unfilial son." Then he drove his head straight into the tree, leaving behind his final words. "I'm sorry, Unia. I failed as a father. If there is another life, I hope you will still be my daughter, except for that brat." Yifeng thought to himself. He actually went through with it. Yin Er burst into tears upon seeing her father die. Her brother, however, was delighted. "Congratulations, Sir Yi. The mastermind is dead now, so you can let me go, right? Have you had enough?" Yifeng said as he approached Mao Yi's corpse. "I told you all I wanted was the culprit's head. That deal was still rather favorable for you, wasn't it?" As he raised his hand and slashed again and again, the young man continued, "If Shongqing had not come that day, and it had been me instead, would you have spared me?" After thousands of cuts, fresh blood splattered onto Yifeng's face. The young man closed his eyes and thought, "This feeling is truly unpleasant." Yifeng turned to Yin Er and said, "If you still wish to take revenge, I will gladly welcome it." Yin Er wept until there were no tears left. "Thank you, sir, for being fair and impartial. It truly had nothing to do with my brother that your disciple was attacked. Now that father is dead, the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce no longer has anything to do with the Mao family." Dragging Mao Yi away, Yin Er bid farewell. "Everything is over. For now on, Yin Er will not trouble you again, sir." Yifeng thought to himself, "Zhongqing, no matter what it takes, I will make you wake up." Seeing the gang expanding its territory, Lu Qingshan descended and asked, "Chuyin, what is going on?" Lu Qingshan and his junior brother stared wide-eyed. "Damn it, we have run into a ruthless opponent." Though uneasy, Lu Qingshan asked, "May I ask who you are?" The young man answered simply, "Yi Bei." Lu Qingshan thought to himself, "So he has been hiding in the heaven-exploding gang." In only 15 short years, he rose from martial king to martial emperor. With such talent, perhaps in 12 or 20 years, all of South San will be under his control. Lu Qingshan was stunned. What the hell? Why has this suddenly become a matter of life and death? Before they could do anything, a tremendous force instantly knocked down several of the Qingshan sect's core disciples. As Bei approached, Lu Qingshan hurriedly explained, "The Qingshan sect did not intentionally offend you. It was the 3 elders of the heaven-exploding gang who first offended one of our seniors. Please, use your judgment. Do not use your power as an expert to shield criminals." Raising his hand to strike, Yi Bei continued, "By your logic, perhaps that is true, but by mine, the weak who act arrogantly deserve to be crushed." Lu Qingshan launched a slash. "I will fight with all I have for my senior." Then he suddenly felt a slight burning pain and thought, "What is this? A mere martial king, like you can actually injure me with a spell? I understand now. It must be that chicken-cleaving knife in your hand carrying you." The moment he finished speaking, Yi Bei dashed toward Lu Qingshan. Lu Qingshan swung his cleaver in all directions, thinking, "Though I possess a divine artifact, my physical cultivation is only at the martial king realm. Fighting a martial emperor is like an ant trying to shake an elephant." After taking that devastating blow, Lu Qingshan spun like a top and accidentally dropped the legendary chicken-cleaving knife. As the old man crashed to the ground, Chu Yin shouted, "Someone call the coffin shop." At the same time, Yi Bei reached out and caught the knife. The young man said, "This knife belongs to me now." Yi Bei launched another move and asked, "You never stop talking about your senior. Let me see what he looks like that makes you worship him so much." "Fine. At the very least, he should be better than these pawns here. I might as well make a trip there and borrow your divine weapon for some fun. When my heaven-exploding gang has risen again, I will return it." After traveling for some time, Yi Bei finally arrived before the martial arts hall. According to the memories of the Qingshan patriarch, this was the place. Looking at the signboard, the young man thought, "It only has the word martial on it. What kind of ridiculous business is this?" I suppose his face and brain are equally unimpressive. Sensing something unusual, a sound suddenly came from deep within the well. Then the legendary British ghost released an incredibly powerful aura. In the end, it formed a protective barrier around the entire martial arts hall. As Yi Bei approached the paintings, he thought, the sign at the entrance was one thing, but even these paintings do not match what was in that man's memories. There is not the slightest spiritual energy or martial intent fluctuation. I would not even take these if they were given to me for free. Other than that heaven-suppressing stone over there, which is somewhat interesting, there is nothing remarkable about this martial arts hall. As he stared at the Bagua formation, the young man thought, here is a genuine weapon formation created by a true expert. It is perfect, but its owner is not here. Taking it without asking would be no different from theft. Then the old fool began displaying his continent-shaking arrogance. If you enjoy playing gods and ghosts, fine. I will tear this entire martial arts hall apart from its foundations. A Go, who was lying inside, was startled awake by a loud boom. Who is making such a racket? Yifeng returned from the market and asked, what are you doing outside my home so early in the morning? Yifeng asked, challenge the hall? Do you even know what that means before saying it so confidently? Yibei taunted him, what is it, kid? If you are scared, just say so. You should leave. I am not in the mood to compete right now. I traveled hundreds of miles to challenge your hall, and you say you are not in the mood? Do you want me to slaughter your entire family? Then come on. I am Yibai. I was born with the talent of a genius, and by the age of 30, I had already reached the martial emperor realm. Yet why does a worthless mortal with no cultivation like you dare? Yibei said, let us begin. Even in a time like this, Yifeng was still holding tightly onto his vegetable basket. This man really knew how to provoke others. Someone like you is not qualified to fight me. Take my palm strike and return to dust. Prepare to die, you brainless fool. Yifeng's eyes widened. With seemingly effortless reflexes, he dodged Yi Bei's palm strike, then even turned back to mock him. What have you been eating to make you pose so much, kid? Let me tell you, martial arts begin and end with 3 words. First, speed. Second, precision. The young man struck swiftly, landing a punch directly on Yi Bei's jaw. Yifeng turned back and said, people like you, who love showing off whenever you fight, will end up boosting the coffin shop's business someday. How can this be? Has the Azure Dragon body ever been beaten so badly before? I, Yi Bei, have never suffered such humiliation. Yifeng, you forced me to do this. Yi Bei gathered his strength and unleashed his killing move. Twin souls converge. Before he could finish, Yifeng suddenly hurled the vegetable basket straight into his face. As Yi Bei fell, he shouted, damn it, do you not know the unwritten rule that you do not attack while someone is introducing themselves? Even monsters have better manners than you. Yifeng replied, that is just how I live. Then he asked coldly, still want to continue? Or should I send you to meet the Buddha? Your little bit of strength is weaker than the old noodle vendor at the entrance to my alley, and you still dare to come challenge my hall? Have you lost all sense of shame? Yi Bei was so furious that he could only say one word. You? Yi Bei gritted his teeth, circulated his inner power, and shouted, heavenly soul pearl, kill him for me. Forcing me to use my ultimate move means you have some skill. But prepare your coffin now. Yi Bei starred in disbelief. What kind of monster is this man? We were both born of the same mothers. So why is he strong like a demon? Looking up, he saw Yifeng radiating killing intent. From the very beginning, you never had any chance of winning. The young man braced himself to flee. You may be strong, but of the 36 stratagems, fleeing is the best. Yifeng said, do you know that showing mercy to an enemy is cruelty to yourself? I only learned that saying a few days ago, and you're the first person I have used it on. This bastard may be as weak as a chicken, but I cannot let him go just because he is a chicken. Since you dared to utter the words Hall Challenge, you should have prepared yourself to sit on an ancestral altar. I do not kill chickens, but I do kill people who are chickens. Yifeng pinned Yi Bei's back down with one foot and grabbed his arm with one hand. With a light twist, there came a crack, followed by Yi Bei's agonized scream. Yifeng glared at him. Negotiate. Then he stomped on Yi Bei's face. Negotiate my foot. You challenged me, and now that you have lost, you want to run? Suddenly, something inside fell with a loud crash. Yifeng instinctively turned around and asked, Zhong Qing? With his sharp eyes, Yifeng immediately spotted the words Heaven Exploding Gang. To Yi Bei, it was as though every second now determined whether his enormous debt would be erased. Back at the Heaven Exploding Gang, Yi Bei returned holding his bleeding head, thinking, if that man comes here, the Heaven Exploding Gang will be leveled instantly. I cannot let decades of hard work turn to ashes in a single moment. Whether I can live to see another new year depends entirely on this one move. Seeing Yi Bei slowly approaching, Lu Qingshan thought, it seems he intends to slaughter our entire sect today. But no matter what happens, I, Lu Qingshan of the Qingshan sect, will never regret my decision. As soon as he arrived, Yi Bei broke into laughter. Brother Qingshan, it was all just a misunderstanding. Men, quickly dismantle all the formations. Laughing and chatting, he invited everyone inside. This sudden friendliness frightened Lu Qingshan and all his disciples even more. They feared that he was setting them up for something worse. Finding the situation deeply strange, Lu Qingshan asked, "Yi, are you all right? If you have any difficulties or troubles in life, tell me immediately. I may not be able to help much, but I can at least offer my condolences." "All right then, to show my sincerity, I will drink first. I, Lu Qingshan, am old. I have fought in countless battles, shed blood, and suffered every kind of wound. But could it be that I am about to die because of my last meal? Life truly is unpredictable." While Lu Qingshan was overthinking things, Yi Bei had already downed a whole cup. "What are you waiting for? To stop my old brother from looking at me like that. Bring those 3 fools up to the chopping block too." After being hauled up, the 3 chained men wailed and cried, "Gang leader, what kind of brotherhood is this?" With one slash, Yi Bei sent all 3 of them to meet the Buddha. He even said, "I should have given my old brother these 3 heads sooner, shouldn't I?" Lu Qingshan broke out in a cold sweat. What the hell? They were his own brothers, yet he cut them down as easily as chopping vegetables. Why would he possibly treat an outsider and an enemy like me well? Then Lu Qingshan forced a smile and said, "Gang leader Yi, have you heard of the red spider lily? There is no need to beat around the bush. Enmities should be resolved, not deepened. Let us consider the grudges between our 2 sects wiped clean." Yi Bei replied, "Since old brother no longer considers us enemies, why not eat and drink to our heart's content? Ah, I have a great treasure I would like to offer you." The young man snapped his fingers, and a woman stepped forward. Yi Bei began explaining. This was made by the alchemists of the Heaven-Exploding Gang using flower roots, purple spirit leaves, and many other precious medicinal herbs. It is called Flower Child. Old brother, I'm not bragging, but only 20 plants of this stuff are produced each year. One puff, and you will feel as though you have ascended to the immortal realm. Watching Chang'e play cards with the moon rabbit, Yi Bei sold it so hard that Lu Qingshan took a puff as well. As the effects hit him, Lu Qingshan thought, Yi Bei is a martial emperor, and he even has treasures like this. The Heaven-Exploding Gang must have plenty of good stuff. When we first met, he looked at me as if I owed him money. Lu Qingshan sat down properly and asked, "Gang leader Yi, if we do not speak openly, how can I possibly put my mind at ease?" Yi Bei replied, "Since old brother says that, it means my gifts have failed to please you." After that, the 2 men stared at each other. Then they burst out laughing like 2 idiots. Lu Qingshan thought, this man is indeed tight-lipped. He refuses to release the Qingshan sect and keeps stringing me along. I can only go along with him, or else he will send all of us to the altar. Meanwhile, Yi Bei thought, do I look that easy to read? How could you possibly guess, old man? Thus, what had nearly become a bloody clash at the Heaven-Exploding Gang turned into a cheerful drinking party meant to strengthen their bond. The 2 old men exchanged affectionate looks. Lu Qingshan suddenly asked, "Brother Yi, let's have a heart-to-heart. Who in this world does not admire your talent? In merely 30 short years, you have already become such a monster." As he watched the disciple's father go off to relieve himself, Yi Bei thought, Yi Bei, became a martial emperor at 30. I possess enormous resources, and you think it is all simply fate? Just then, a junior rushed over. "Gang leader, this is a report on Lu Qingshan's personality, preferences, and every one of his bad habits. It also contains information on Chu Yun and the other disciples." Then the youngster leaned closer and whispered, "The others are easy enough to handle, but Chu Yun." Yi Bei asked, "What is wrong with him?" The junior answered, "He does not like cold, mature men. He is obsessed with young boys. According to the customs of our Heaven-Exploding Gang, satisfying his tastes would require at least 1 volume, and perhaps as many as 5. Yi Bei replied, "That many? Fine, this is useful information. Tomorrow, I will give you money to visit the internet cafe." The junior was puzzled and asked, "Gang leader, the Qingshan sect is just a minor sect. Why we need to keep them around so carefully?" Yi Bei suddenly answered gravely, "Have you heard the saying, stay foolish and you will spend your life shoveling dung? I have already shoveled enough. They are the only ones who can save our Heaven-Exploding Gang." In the darkness of night, Lu Qingshan suddenly exclaimed, "What? He is even returning my chicken-cutting blade? How strange." In martial cultivation, there are naturally strong and weak practitioners, but divine weapons greatly enhance one's strength. He is actually returning such an excellent blade? That man must have something wrong with his head. But wait, after he locked us up, he flew away. Could he have gone to meet that senior? No wonder I have felt that something was wrong with his aura all along. He must be injured. Perhaps he is even concealing severe injuries. Yi Bei must have arrogantly gone to provoke Mr. E, only to be beaten senseless and return gravely wounded. And now he wants to curry favor with me, so I will put in a good word for him. Everything makes sense now. Other than wanting to survive, what else could that coward possibly want? With a sinister smile, he seemed to understand something. Damn it, I am dead. In Mr. Yi's eyes, Lu Qingshan is no different from a pile of dung. That man has already stepped in it, and now he is smearing the Qingshan sect onto it as well. Would that not be adding another layer? That bastard is truly vicious. Just as he was about to open the door and check the situation, Lu Qingshan suddenly saw something strange. What is this? Two beautiful women said sweetly, "Ancestor, we have been sent by the gang leader to attend to you." Lu Qingshan raised his eyebrows and thought, I never told anyone that I liked this sort of thing. How did Yi Bei learn such a state secret? The two women began showing off their skills. Ancestor, you are a cultivator, so why are you chanting Buddhist prayers as soon as you see us? Is it because you can no longer stay calm? Your mind may be holding out, but your body certainly is not. Come, let us serve you properly. The closer the women pressed against him, the more Lu Qingshan's eyes twitched. They twitched so violently that he shot into the sky with a bang. As he flew away, he cursed, Yi Bei, you shameless bastard. You actually resorted to such despicable tricks. Then that lecherous old man crashed headfirst into a nearby lake. Above them, Yi Bei stood talking with his disciple. It seems Lu Qingshan has seen through my intentions. The junior asked, what should we do now? Yi Bei continued, Qingshan's ancestor is merely a thorn in that man's eye. He has no real ability of his own, so there's no need to concern ourselves with him. The junior asked again, but what about that terrifying person, gang leader? Yi Bei uttered a single word. Person. How could that thing possibly be a person? It must be some kind of monster, or perhaps an evil ghost that escaped reincarnation. What kind of person beats me so badly I nearly develop lung cancer? That is power beyond all imagination. After a day of ups and downs, morning arrived. Someone inside the house was already making a racket. Heavens, I cannot take this anymore. Lu Qingshan looked at the two women and said, it is barely morning, and I have not even brushed my teeth. Why are you asking for kisses? I have not eaten breakfast yet, and you're already asking for battle. Do you want my blood pressure to kill me on the spot? Lu Qingshan dashed outside and declared, a man must know how to restrain himself. Down below, someone repairing the house grumbled, restrain yourself, my ass. Why can't you use the front door instead of destroying the house every time? You old fool. The moment he saw Yi Bei, Lu Qingshan unleashed a barrage of curses. You bastard. You went and provoked Senior E, made him angry, and now you plan to use me as a shield? Your plan is clever, but I am not stupid. Do not drag my Qingshan sect down with you. Yi Bei replied, old brother, for the past 2 days you've been drinking yourself senseless and sleeping with those girls. How could you know what has happened outside? Look, today is not like yesterday. You and I are family now. If you refuse to submit, the people around you will submit instead. Lu Qingshan thought, damn it, is being underhanded in this man's blood? But it is fine, I still have my fellow disciples. He looked over and saw Chu Yin lovingly fussing over a young boy. Yi Bei continued, see, when fortune arrives, no one can stop it. Elder Chu has recently formed a bond with my little brother, and he seems quite fond of the boy. The boy looked at Lu Qingshan and asked, big sister, does senior brother Lu dislike me? Why does his gaze frighten me so much? Chu Yun said, what are you staring at, old man? Do not even think about stealing my man. I have found the love of my life. An alliance between our two sects would be a wonderful thing for everyone. After hearing that, Yi Bei turned and said, did you hear that? We are family. We share blessings and hardships alike. Lu Qingshan stood frozen, thinking, damn it, I only slept for 2 days, but it feels as though 2 years have passed. If I reject this relationship now, they might beat me until I cannot even nurse again. Yi Bei clapped his hands and said, old brother, since fate has arranged it this way, why not relax? Since you cannot stop it, do not look as though you are attending a funeral. Go have some fun with my 2 girls. Lu Qingshan pointed at one of the women and replied, I will settle accounts with you after this is over. For now, you two help me enter seclusion for a while. The 3 of them immediately vanished. Behind Mount Mafu of Jiangbin City, while the others enjoyed themselves, Yifeng was working hard instead. To completely cure Zhongqing, I need Heavenly Heart Gall. I am afraid it can only be found in major mountain caves, or at least in places with dense spiritual energy. Somewhere on Mount Mafu, A woman, freshly bathed, lay on her side with a book covering her face, seemingly waiting for someone to enjoy the sight. Suddenly, a voice called from afar, "Miss, are you reading until you fall asleep out here again? If you're sleepy, go sleep inside. If you sleep out here, some wild beast might drag you into its den." While her maid scolded her, the woman murmured, "If I were given another chance, I would tell you that I love you. And if I had to put a time limit on that love, I would hope it would be 10,000 years. What a beautiful verse. What kind of person could have written it? Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. The maid wondered, who would come to such a remote place? Piao called out, "Momo, go take a look." Momo replied, "Why do I have to go?" The other girl answered, "Because I am the mistress." Momo surrendered. "Yes, Mississippi, outside." Ifone called in. The weather was fine at noon, so I went up the mountain to gather herbs. But it unexpectedly began to rain. Could I stay here for a while? Momo reported to Bai Piao, "A mortal came up the mountain to gather herbs. He wishes to take shelter here." The young mistress replied, "It is dangerous for an ordinary person to gather herbs in a place like this. Let him in." As Ifone entered, his eyes widened. A peerlessly beautiful woman? She is kind and gorgeous, exactly my type. Gazing at Bai Piao, Ifone began reciting a poem. "I am but a leaf, destined only to be green. I am but a fruit, waiting for someone to squeeze me. I am but a pair of foolish eyes, watching life drift by. I am but a pair of lips, longing to touch yours." When he finished, Momo turned around and asked, "Are you crazy? Why are you standing there babbling, instead of getting on with things?" Yifeng repeated, Right. Sorry, okay." Bai Piao looked at Yifeng and thought, "There's actually a mortal on this mountain who can write such beautiful poetry, and he is rather handsome too." She said, "Your poem is excellent, young master." "Thank you." Outside, the rain grew heavier and heavier. Momo then returned to her mistress. "I have arranged everything. Mississippi, huh? What is this? What kind of nonsense is this, old man? Is this not the poem he recited earlier? Are you really that desperate for a man?" Bai Piao answered, "Shut your mouth. I simply liked the poem and copied it down. Once the ink dries, hang it up for me." Momo smiled knowingly. "You say it is not that, yet you want to display it. Just admit you like him. Why keep hiding it?" Bai Piao replied, "No matter what, a mortal is still a mortal. He does not belong to our world. And because of a single poem, you say I am interested in him. My heart has long belonged to someone else." This was the typical behavior of a freeloader who still liked to put on airs. Ifong chopped up a rabbit while seasoning it with salt in the refined style of a noble lady. An hour later, the rabbit was nearly ready for the dinner table. Holding a rabbit leg, Ifong said, "Damn, add a jug of strong liquor and a killing machine will be born." Then the young man drank deeply and, in a daze, recited, "I raise my head to gaze upon the bright moon. I lower it and think of my hometown. This scene truly reminds me of the days when I fought beside my brothers and friends on the battlefield." Suddenly, someone behind him praised, "Wonderful poem, wonderful poem." Bai Piao and Momo approached and asked, "May I ask who composed such a masterpiece?" With a mouthful of chicken still in his mouth, the young man answered, "Li Bai." Bai Piao replied, "Oh, so you're Mr. Li Bai? Allow me to introduce Momo. She is my younger sister." Yifeng scratched his head and said, "Oh, she is your younger sister? I thought she was just a maid." In truth, Bai Piao was only putting on an act. Momo was not actually her sister. Then Yifeng invited them. "There is still a little left. Would you ladies like some?" Momo immediately said, "You expect me to eat that thing? What if it is poisoned? If I die, would you take over this entire place?" Hearing this, the young mistress lowered her voice. "Momo, your mouth has become rather rude lately. Since it was personally prepared by the young master, I would like to taste some." Momo sulked inwardly. "If you're interested in him, just say it. Earlier you kept going on about mortals and different worlds. With Mrs. Cultivation, she does not even need to eat to survive." The moment she tasted it, the young mistress praised it warmly. "Young master, you are quite skilled. It is delicious." Ifong replied, "It is nothing special." Bai Piao thought, I praised him, yet his expression did not change at all. Those sect disciples usually lose their composure 3 times within 3 minutes of speaking to me. What is so special about her praise? Here, try some. Bai Piao continued thinking, is this mortal merely pretending to be aloof in order to impress me? He is somewhat interesting. Then she asked directly, "Young master, what do you think of me?" Yifeng was about to put a piece of meat into his mouth, but paused and answered, "A beauty capable of toppling kingdoms, with looks worthy of the first rank and talent worthy of the second." The woman took advantage of the opening and asked, "Then do you like me?" Without even thinking, Yifeng answered, "Yes." Bai Piao paused in surprise. He answered so quickly. Then she asked, "Why do you like me?" Yifeng drank some wine and replied. The answer was already in the poem from earlier. Bai Piao answered, "I see. It is a beautiful poem, but unfortunately I do not understand it. Since you like me, young master, why do you not look at me a little more? Are your words merely sweet talk?" Yifeng replied, "Wonderful. If I do not look, you say I am cold and heartless. If I glance at you, you call me a lecherous pervert. Besides, you are not mine. I will give you a saying, do not look at what is improper." Bai Piao blushed and fell silent. Then she poured him wine and said, "I must say, young master, your visit has taught me much. From those poems, you must not be from around here, correct?" Yifeng replied, "Yes, that is right." The young mistress said, as expected, "Young master, you seem to have something on your mind. Would it trouble you to share it with me?" Without even thinking, he answered, "It would." There were countless things in his life that he could not tell her, and he certainly could not reveal the origin of his strength or that strange system. The young mistress stood and took her leave. Piao has been presumptuous. Young master, please continue resting. Forgive me for disturbing you. After taking a few steps, she stopped. Unable to shake her curiosity, the girl turned back. She continued asking, "By the way, young master, do you read books?" Yifeng gnawed eagerly on a chicken leg and replied, "Books? No, I don't." The young mistress could not hide her disappointment. As she walked away, she thought, what a pity. Otherwise, we might have become kindred spirits. Early the next morning, Momo came running in, shouting frantically, "Young mistress! Young mistress! This is terrible." As soon as she entered, Bai Piao asked, "Why are you shouting and panting like that?" Momo answered, "After Mr. Bai left, I found a book on the table." Bai Piao glanced at it and was surprised. He just left it behind like this. Then Momo delivered even worse news. "More importantly, I discovered that he stole your book." Bai Piao snapped her pen in half. "What did you say?" After putting the book down, Momo suddenly realized, "Ah no, that is not right. The two books are identical." Bai Piao said, "It seems this book was left behind by young Master Li. We misunderstood him." Momo asked, "But did he not say yesterday that he did not read books?" Bai Piao replied, "Young Master Li must have had something difficult to say." Meanwhile, at the back of Mount Mafu, 3 old men were caught in the rain as they tried to save their companion. Wu Yonghong said weakly, "What are you doing? This grand formation not only seals cultivation, but also prevents you from absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. You do not have much strength left. Do not make such a fuss over a cripple like me." Shi Kuang replied, "Brothers for a day, brothers for life. We live and die together." Sun Zhuge added, "Even if we only have a few days left to live, we will never abandon you, old Wu." Hearing his comrade's words, Wu Yonghong was somewhat comforted. "Thank you." Sun Zhuge sighed. "Damn it, I need to relieve myself, but there is nowhere to go. With this place sealed off on all sides, am I supposed to do it right here?" Shi Kuang suddenly spotted a familiar figure. "It is Sir," he shouted. "Why is he taking a stroll up the mountain in this weather?" Yifeng approached and wondered, aren't those old Wu and his sworn brothers? Why are they standing there in the rain instead of going home? Are they staging some kind of robbery? As a mortal, Yifeng could not see the formation. As he came closer, Yifeng greeted them. "Hello, gentlemen." When the 3 men saw him stepping onto the formation, they cried out, "Sir, be careful. There's a formation beneath your feet. Watch out for your leg." Seeing them shout incoherently, Yifeng thought, have they stayed in the forest so long that they have forgotten how to speak properly? Still completely unaware, he stepped right into the restricted area. Sun Zhuge shouted, "Sir is finished. There are not only formations arranged by Li Mo here, but also several natural formations. If he steps in any farther, he might be turned into a pincushion." Though Wu Yonghong was badly injured, he still worried aloud. "Sir may be immensely powerful, but if the formations ambush him, even he may not be able to avoid them." Yifeng stepped in with 1 foot, then both feet, and finally his entire body. Once inside, Yifeng asked, "Why are you all standing around here in the rain instead of going home? Are you bathing naked in the storm?" Shi Kuang thought, "We actually dared to underestimate, sir." He walked into that place as casually as though he were entering someone's house. Wu Yonghong said, "Sir, we have been trapped here for a long time. Thank you for coming to save us." Yifeng looked at them disdainfully. "Trapped for a long time? There is nothing here but a few mud puddles. Are they really acting as though this place is some deadly prison? Since he had run into them anyway, Ifong decided to play along. Come on, brothers. I have cleared away the mud for you. Son Juga scratched his head and said, Sir, this dangerous terrain may be nothing to you, but it is a serious matter for us. How can we get out while we are trapped like this? Since Ifong had no cultivation, he still could not see the formations. Hearing this, Ifong looked even more contemptuous. It is just a mud puddle. Why are they making such a huge deal out of it? Do they expect me to wade in and carry them out one by one? Sure, Kwong was stunned. A mud puddle? Only Sir would dare call this a mud puddle. Gathering his courage, he tried walking out. I got through. Ifong gave him an even more disdainful look. So much for being trapped in a formation and unable to get out. What a troublesome bunch. Are they trying to scam me because they have nothing better to do? Sure, Kwong saw Sir's suspicious expression and thought, he does not believe us. He is too strong to see it, while we are too weak to escape it. How could he understand? Before long, the sky cleared. The three men thanked Mr. E for his help. Just as Ifong was preparing to leave, Son Juga hurriedly asked, Sir, Old Wu is severely injured. Could you perhaps? Wu Yonghong interrupted, Old son, do not trouble Sir any further. With injuries like these, even immortals or Buddhas could not turn things around. Son Juga thought that is true. With old Wu's dantian shattered, he has become completely crippled. Ifong turned to look at him. Let me take a look. It does seem quite serious. Wu Yonghong thought, just as expected, there is no saving me. Even Sir is helpless. My life truly ends here. Ifong picked up a blade of grass and said, it is serious, but not necessarily beyond saving. Let me try something simple. Then he gathered a pile of leaves and grass. He stuffed the leaves into the gap in Wu Yonghong's clothes near his chest. Afterward, Ifong said, hold them there and see whether anything happens. Wu Yonghong was doubtful. This looks rather unreliable. Can this really work? Then his eyes suddenly widened. His body seemed to awaken, and an overwhelming force surged through him. Wu Yonghong immediately dropped to his knees and said, Sir, last time you gave me that divine rake, and this time you have saved my life. I, Wu Yonghong, will be forever indebted to you. Ifong thought, see, even people from another world can be good or bad. I merely gave him a rake, and he still remembers it. Ifong said, how about this? Would you be willing to work for me in the future? There is an empty plot behind my martial arts hall, and I plan to grow something there. Wu Yonghong answered, yes, sir. I am willing to die 10,000 times for you without hesitation. The other two men watched enviously. He got himself healed, and now he is asking to follow Sir without even considering us. Ifong said, all right, stop pulling at your trousers. They are about to fall off. Wu Yonghong then spoke on behalf of all three. Sir, could you allow us to follow you as well? We can carry things and run errands for you along the way. Ifong thought they did not even dare cross a mud puddle. What use could they possibly be? Am I supposed to bring 3 burdens up the mountain? He hurried away, saying, you 3 should just go home. Following me would only get in the way. Wu Yonghong gazed at Yifeng's departing back and said, that transcendent figure. There must be no hardship in life that Sir has not endured. Elsewhere, 2 demons stood beneath a tree. One asked, how has the heavenly heart gall been lately? The other answered, reporting to Lord Blackfeather, the heavenly heart gall matured today. The demon emperor may come for it at any time. Blackfeather replied, the demon emperor is in seclusion these next 2 days. Once he emerges, he can come fetch it himself. I do not have the energy to deliver it for him. This heavenly heart gall is extremely important to him, so guard it properly during these final 2 days. The centipede demon replied, yes, my lord. Blackfeather suddenly noticed something strange. Damn it, who is climbing up there and taking it as if it belonged to his ancestors? Ifong reached out his hand and said, excellent. I have finally found the heavenly heart gall to save Zhong Qing. Blackfeather shot over in an instant, roaring, save her? If you take it, who is going to save me? Ifong saw a crazed bird charging at him like a moth to a flame. Casually, he shifted aside and let it fly past. Blackfeather crashed to the ground, scraping his knees and face. Damn it, how did this fellow dodge my sure kill move so easily? Ifong looked over and wondered, where did this deranged bird come from? Lord Blackfeather shook his head to clear it, then rose again. You bastard, if you have the guts, take this attack. He launched another killing move, but Ifong waved it away with his hand. Then he even mocked him. Do crows fart purple smoke or something? Black Feather was frightened by Yifeng's strength. Damn it, I have run into a real monster. Since you are so bold, I shall give you a proper reception. Take my full powered slash. Yifeng waved his hand again. What is wrong with this crow? Why does it keep picking fights with me? Black Feather was defeated and fell from the sky. The centipede demon thought, he fights like that, yet he told me to guard the place properly? Luckily, he went first as an example. Otherwise, I would not have been able to defeat the human either. After taking the heavenly heart gall, Yifeng pulled out his list. The next item is water spirit grass. In a certain cave, what had once been a dwelling was now occupied by another force. Suddenly, someone inside shouted, "What? You said someone stole my heavenly heart gall." A figure shot out. "Take me there, so I can see what happened." At that very moment, Yifeng, the notorious gatherer of free treasures, arrived. Looking at his map, he said, "This looks exactly like the map. Let me go in and see whether there really is water spirit grass inside." Black Feather and the centipede demon looked around. "He was here just now. Where is that thief?" The centipede demon stammered, reporting to Demon Emperor he was still here when I left. The Demon Emperor let out a heavy breath and stomped the ground. In an instant, a turtle transformed into a huge, muscular man. He roared, "Damn it, a mere human dares to walk all over me. Bagoo, where are the 18 demon kings?" As soon as he spoke, streams of energy flew in from every direction. A group appeared before Bagoo and asked, "Demon Emperor, why have you summoned us so urgently?" Bagoo said, "A despicable human took my heavenly heart gall and even killed Black Feather. I want you to find that man within half an hour and bring him before me, so I can cut off his head." "Understood." Bagoo looked down at the centipede demon. "As for you," the centipede demon interrupted, "Demon Emperor, you are about to break through, are you not? How about I stand guard for you?" Bagoo shrank back into his smaller form and replied, "Very well. I am close to a breakthrough, so nothing can happen to the water spirit grass." As they flew away, Bagoo said, "Follow me back to my cave first. Once I absorb the water spirit grass, if that human dares appear before me, I will smash him to pieces." When they reached the cave entrance, Bagoo said, "The water spirit grass has matured. Nothing must interfere with it. Suppress your demonic aura and follow me inside." The centipede demon replied, "Yes." As the two entered, they heard a voice from within. "I am unbelievably lucky today." Peering inside, they saw Yifeng holding the legendary water spirit grass. Buying this map for a few coins was absolutely worth it. Bagoo was stunned and cursed. "Who the hell broke into my home?" Upon seeing Yifeng, the centipede demon stammered, "Demon Emperor, that is the human who took the heavenly heart gall." Bagoo jerked around. "It is him. I was searching everywhere for you, brat. Heaven truly has eyes. You dared walk right in my den? You have some nerve. And now you're trying to steal my water spirit grass, just as you stole the heavenly heart gall." Bagoo gathered his power and roared, "You wretched bastard. Today, I will make you repay everything with interest." The young man roared, "Die." But before he could do anything, Yifeng casually stepped on his shell and walked over him. Standing on him, Yifeng muttered, "That is strange. There was no turtle here when I came in. Where did this huge turtle come from?" Bagoo burned with humiliation. "I am the dignified Demon Emperor, yet a lowly mortal is stepping on me?" Bagoo gathered his energy and shouted, "You must die." Before he could attack, Yifeng grabbed his tail and lifted him up. Then Yifeng swung him hard to the left, nearly making the turtle cough up blood. Bagoo was smashed flat and thought, why can none of the immense power of this Demon Emperor be used against this human at all? Looking up at Yifeng, he thought further, could this shameless thief be a martial saint, or perhaps even martial emperor? I have never encountered a true master before. I only just reached the platinum rank. Am I going to be beaten back down to gold already? Yifeng then noticed the centipede demon and jumped in fright. Good heavens, there has been a gigantic centipede standing here this whole time, and I did not even notice. The centipede suddenly lay flat and pretended to be dead. Yifeng wondered, what is this now? Such a huge centipede just dropped dead without biting or stinging anyone. Bagoo looked at him and thought, must I, the Demon Emperor, also pretend to be dead to escape this calamity? Forget it. My dignity has already sunk into ground. Preserving my life is all that matters now. Yifeng saw that the turtle had also passed out and thought, this turtle should make a fine pot of porridge for Zhongqing. As he walked, he checked the list again. The next item is Cloud Dew Flower. This medicine is not easy to find, so I can only try my luck. In the darkness of night, a frantic cry suddenly rang out. Come out, everyone. Something huge has happened. Demon Emperor Bagoo is about to be turned into soup. Voices emerged from the bushes. Jiafeng, what exactly happened? The centipede demon replied, all 18 demon kings. You must quickly think of a solution. The human charged directly into the demon emperor's cave. Not only did he pull up the water spirit grass, he even carried the demon emperor away to put him in a pot of porridge. As for me, I barely escaped alive after a fierce battle. I could not save the demon emperor, so I rushed here to report this to all of you. After hearing him out, the leopard king replied, cut the crap, kid. Even the demon emperor got beaten to a pulp by him. Do you really think there'd be any chance for you to show off? The centipede youth answered, but it's true. I did fight him for dozens of rounds. It's just that after fighting Lord Demon Emperor, he was already 99% worn out. I merely took advantage of the situation and rushed in to beat him up. The other two stared at him thoughtfully and asked, swear on your parents' lives that you're not lying. Brother Centipede hesitated before answering. Yeah. The Leopard King then said, if that's the case, I apologize for speaking so harshly. Don't take it to heart. The Eagle King also blurted out, though I know you're weak and love to brag. This time you tried to save the Demon Emperor, so I'm truly grateful. The Leopard King raised a hand in farewell. You should treat your injuries first. Leave the rescue of the Demon Emperor to us. Upon hearing that, Brother Centipede immediately took the hint and slipped away. The commanders hiding behind the banana bushes said, the Demon Emperor's capture is an extremely serious matter. This time, everyone must be determined. Do you understand? The Eagle King said, from what Nightwind told us, this human strength is clearly greater than even the Demon Emperor's. But if that weakling managed to fight him for dozens of rounds, then he's probably only a little stronger at most. The Monkey King continued, the Eagle King is right. Even so, his strength is not something we can contend with. What puzzles me is why he captured the Demon Emperor and even said he wanted to cook him in a porridge. That is no different from deliberately humiliating us, or in other words, declaring war on every demon beast of Mount Mafu. Humans and our kind have never gotten along. After what happened today, there can be no more compromise. Whatever his reasons may be, I am certain that his goal is to wipe us all out, one by one. I think we should report this to the other demon emperors and ask them to join forces with us. After he spoke, the others all said in unison, we agree. The ones on the other side also answered, we agree. And so, in the short span of a single day, the 18 demon kings found a way to contact the demon emperors of the other territories on Mount Mafu. Naturally, when faced with an outsider like this human, the demon emperors put aside all their old grudges and came together to support one another. All the demon beasts of Mount Mafu formed an alliance and issued an extermination order. On a mountain, Ifong looked at the map and cursed angrily. Damn it, which idiot drew this map? It twists and turns so much that even my grandfather wouldn't be able to follow it, let alone me. Whoever sold me this map better have children without assholes. Looking up and seeing a whole crowd, Ifong wondered, what are those people doing over there, gathering in little groups? Are they cultivators or what? Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. Who are you? Ifong looked up and wondered, are these guys cultivators? Then he answered, hello, hello. Actually, I'm trying to ask for directions. Do you know the way out of this mountain? Range. The man rolled his eyes. I don't know. Get lost and go play somewhere else. Ifong was quite annoyed, but he held it in and said, they say an ugly personality ruins a pretty face, but you're not even good looking and your mouth is already so foul. Angered by the mockery, the man gathered his power and snapped, you're just a mortal, yet you dare mock me? Suddenly, a young woman approached from afar and shouted, stop, what is going on here? The young man nodded rapidly and answered, Miss Lee, I was just taking a piss when this strange fellow showed up. He asked me where the way out of the mountain was. When I refused to tell him, he started mouthing off and mocking me. Miss Lee looked Ifong over and thought to herself, he truly is a mortal. She said, well, it was just an accident. To leave this mountain, head in that direction. Just avoid entering those forests, understand? Ifong replied, thank you, miss. As he walked away, he thought, those people really do seem to be cultivators. I accidentally saw that guy taking a piss earlier. It really was only about the size of finger. Whatever, he's a cultivator, not some pervert stalking me. Nothing to be afraid of. Suddenly, someone deep in the forest shouted, do not spare a single human in this forest. Did you all hear me clearly? Seeing the leopard demons leading back an entire herd of livestock, Miss Lee wondered, what the hell are you all doing now? The Eagle King swooped down from nowhere and said, I'll fold your head in half and teach you how to fly, you little bitch. In a flash, she drew her sword and successfully blocked the lethal attack with one slash. However, the force of the blow pushed her backward. She stood there wondering, what is going on? There are demon beasts in this forest, but they have never gathered together like this before. While she was focused on what lay ahead, the companions behind her were already being hauled off to be soaked in wine. One had his arms ripped off, another was sent flying, and another was beaten into a bloody mess. Thus, Miss Lee was left alone, surrounded by dozens of demon beasts. A snake suddenly lunged at her, but thanks to her quick reflexes, she easily dodged it. Miss Lee grabbed the snake by the head and used her secret technique, Soul Search. She seemed to discover something. How can there be such a terrifying person? The instant she let her guard down, 3 old monsters appeared behind her and said in unison, "One moment of carelessness can cost you a lifetime of grave digging, little girl." In contrast to the tense scene over there, Yifeng reached the other side of the mountain and saw a lake. Damn, who built a rock garden here? Then he showed the entire world what true laziness looked like. So lazy, he was practically melting into a puddle. As he lay there with his eyes closed, enjoying himself, he suddenly heard a familiar and extremely unpleasant sound from the sky. Then came an enormous splash, startling him into cursing. What the hell was that? Who farted so hard they shook heaven and earth? Looking down at the lake, Yifeng thought, don't tell me some damned bastard threw a rock in there. Then, from beneath the water, a pair of bitter melon eyes and 2 green pomelos slowly emerged.